Chapter 908, Eating Dust. Chapter 908. Eating dust. The martial artists entering the Yellow Springs road became more and more. The power of the array formations was also increasing continuously. Apart from lighting and fire, these two types of attributes, several more kinds of attribute attacks landed. For some time, the entire Yellow Springs road was incomparably chaotic. Zhong Wubbing cursed incessantly in his heart and wished that he could kill off all of those fellows. But at this time his spirit was willing, but his strength was lacking as well. Although the profound shallow birdcage was a high-grade holy artifact, under such fierce attacks, it appeared rather hard-pressed to tackle all the problems too. In the beginning, he still had some strength to spare. But later on, not just him, even the rest of the people must pull out all stops too, before they could barely hold on. Yi Yuan's speed became increasingly faster. His heart realm entered a kind of mysterious state, making him have an all-round increasing control in all aspects. Yi Yuan knew that under an extreme situation, his heart realm that entered a bottleneck finally broke through. If dividing according to cultivation realms, Yi Yuan should have entered heart like Monolith's middle stage. After breaking through, his analytical abilities had a tremendous increase, making him have a huge increase in cracking speed when facing the ancient array formations on the one hand. On the other hand, controlling those companions also became even more skillful and accomplished with ease. This way, Yi Yuan's advancement speed naturally became much faster. The Yellow Springs Road was roughly 10,000 feet in distance from start to finish. Yi Yuan's speed became faster the more he walked, and he reached the end very soon. But at this point, Zhong Wubbing, they all merely walked half of the journey. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaping out of the Yellow Springs Road. Then, with a wave of his hand, the rest also came out safe and sound. Big Brother Yi, you're too incredible. I really idolize you to death. And Rin immediately jumped up in excitement. Xiao Kai was more reserved, but at this time he was unbelievably agitated too. Yi Yuan, did you break through in Heart Realm? From Yi Yuan's state, it was not hard to determine that Yi Yuan must have had a breakthrough in Heart Realm. Furthermore, to be able to accomplish it to Yi Yuan's extent, his heart realm was inevitably terrifyingly high. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards Zhong Wubbing rather amusedly, and he said with a smile, "This was all thanks to our boss Zhong. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Shouldn't we repay in kind too?" Yi Yuan deliberately poured an essence energy, making his voice penetrate through the array formations and transmit into everyone's ears. The moment Zhong Wubbing heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. He never would have thought that he failed to bury Yi Yuan, but let Yi Yuan had a breakthrough instead. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to turn around and bury him in turn. Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a palm, directly rumbling into the grand array. Charging over this whole way, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with this set of interlinking array formations. He only unleashed one move, but it set off the Grand Array's chain reaction. All of a sudden, the Grand Array's attacks became several times fiercer, this spreading out and affecting everyone all of a sudden. Another series of tragic screams rang out again. The various Exalt's 10 years of painstaking preparations were all gone under this blow. Bang, bang, bang. One round of attacks landing. Half of the martial artists directly perished. Even Zhong Wubbing's side lost as many as 3 all at once too. Those left were all elites among elites. It was just that these elites, each and every one of their conditions were very bad as well. Apart from top-level powerhouses like Zhong Wubbing, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. There was still less than half of the journey remaining, but it was not such an easy matter for them to want to pull through. The present Zhong Wubbing did not even have a chance to shout curses. It was only to see him teetering on his feet. exhausted from dealing with attacks from all directions. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Let them busy away first. Let's go search for treasures first." Haha, these bunch of fellows actually dare to use an underhanded move against our bossy. Serves them right to follow behind our SES, and eat dust. As Ran laughed loudly, he followed behind Yi Yuan gleefully, the appearance of a vile character intoxicated by success. Clearing the Yellow Springs Road, what entered their eyes was a small, two-storied pavilion. Seeing this pavilion, the group of people was all very excited. They knew that Exalt Blazing Fire obtained the treasure here. That was how he ascended to the sky in one leap, becoming an Exalt. "Go in then," Yi Yuan said. Seeing everyone's looks of burning eagerness, Yi Yuan could not help telling them this with a smile. The bunch of people scrambled after one another and entered into the building. Yi Yuan observed around. This place did not have any eye-catching aspects. It was just that this building's first floor was clearly also cleaned out by people before. The things left were already not many. "High-grade holy artifact!" someone suddenly cried out. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The rest of the people also saw it. A sword rack was placed in the corner. Displayed on it was an exquisite treasure sword. Looking at the treasure sword's aura, it was absolutely a high-grade holy artifact without a doubt. Seeing the treasure sword, there was someone who could not contain himself and wanted to make a move to take it. "Stop!" Yi Yuan shouted sternly. That person's body shuddered, and he involuntarily stopped the movements of his hands and legs. "Boss Yi, what is it?" That person said, quiveringly with fear. Hearing Yi Yuan bark so sternly, that person was also somewhat quaking with fear. Yi Yuan casually took a piece of wood and threw over. It was only to see a ghostly light flash past. With a whoosh, the wood was directly vaporized. That person could not help shrinking back when he saw the situation. Only then did he know that he already circled one round around the gates of H, L, and back. Even a fool can see that that is a high-grade holy artifact. You think that they won't retrieve it the last time they came over? You look, there still has a pile of ashes over there. It must be a martial artist who triggered the restriction and was burned to death. To be able to walk in here, there were definitely people whose strength were overwhelming. Even they could not retrieve the treasure sword. Can you collect it? Yi Yuan said softly. That person spat out his tongue, aware that he was too careless. He thought that going across the Yellow Springs Road, inside this pavilion building, was just like that side hall. There was no dangers anymore. He really did not expect that danger was hidden everywhere. But he was also groveling on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan had just entered this pavilion building too, but already observed all of the subtle aspects. Then we can only watch blankly? The person said rather unwillingly. To be able to be surrounded by such a powerful restriction, this treasure sword definitely had extraordinary aspects. Perhaps it was not as simple as just a high-grade holy artifact. Giving up just like this, how could they be willing to accept it? High-grade holy artifact. Even in the Azura arena, it was extremely seldom seen too. Under normal circumstances, only Exalt SES could possess a high-grade holy artifact. It was already very impressive for them, these slaughter generals, to be able to own a middle-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. Already came in. How can we return empty-handed? As he said, Yi Yuan slowly took a few steps forward and actually directly walked over towards that treasure sword. When everyone saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing suddenly. "Boss Yi, that restriction!" And Ren shouted the top of his voice, wanting to go up and pull Yi Yuan. But the moment he made a move, Yi Yuan slipped away like a loach. He grabbed onto thin air. Everyone's hearts seized up, and they could not resist closing their eyes. But when they opened their eyes, Yi Yuan already picked up that treasure sword and started playing with it in his hand. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what happened. Such a powerful restriction. How come Yi Yuan was fine when he went in? Chapter 909. He cannot. Doesn't mean that I can't. Chapter 909. He cannot. Doesn't mean that I can't. Restriction? This restriction practically only exists in name to me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This restriction was the same as the Grand Array, both triggered with Dragon Wave as the condition. As long as Yi Yuan adjusted his own Dragon Wave vibration frequency to become the same as the restriction, seeing through this restriction was something that could be easily accomplished. Everyone exchanged glances, not sure what they should say. There was still a pile of ashes on the floor, but Yi Yuan said that this restriction existed only in name. What else could they still say? This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. No matter how difficult a matter was, it would become very easy when it reached his hands. This skill to turn something rotten into something magical made each and every one of them admire endlessly. Even Shao Kai was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan at this time too. Even Zhong Wubbing repeated suffered losses at Yi Yuan's hands. What reason did he have to not be willing to submit? Therefore, regarding everyone correcting themselves and calling Yi Yuan boss, he did not have any temper at all. If it was not due to pride, he himself would want to call boss too. Ha ha, boss Yi, does this treasure sword have any special aspects? And Rin had a lackey appearance as he moved closer in front of Yi Yuan. Want to look? Take it then. Yi Yuan casually threw the sword to Ren with a look of indifference. It was like Ren had found a precious treasure, holding the treasure sword up, unable to put it down. Clank! The sword was unsheathed from the scabbard. A wave of extremely apprehensive sharp light instantly filled the entire pavilion building. Fine sword! Fine sword! A wave of marveling praises echoed out. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You should be a sword user, right? Give you this sword." WW what? And Rin could not quite believe his own ears, resulting in somewhat stuttering when talking. I said, "Give you this sword to use." And Rin opened his eyes wide. The rest also opened their eyes wide and did not come back to their senses. This was a high-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually gave it away at the drop of a hat? Forget about them, these slaughtered generals. Even if the Exalts came here, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight when they see this high-grade holy artifact too. Yi Yuan actually gave it to Enrun with a casual manner just like this. When they came back to their senses, everyone looked at Enrun with envious looks. At the same time, they themselves were also seized with regret. If they knew long ago, they would have licked Boss Ye's boots, like Enren. This was a high-grade holy artifact. You guys don't need to be envious of him either. I reckon that the second floor should still have quite a number of good stuff. At that time you will all benefit, Yi Yuan said coolly. We all have a share. Everyone did not know what they should say already. This was also too generous, right? Yi Yuan, this is a high-grade holy artifact. Don't you want it? Shao Kai said in disbelief. These toys, I have no need for them. Just give them to you then. But you all got to be a little more careful after you go out and not easily expose these things. Otherwise, it will draw a fatal disaster, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone was speechless. They perceived it. Yi Yuan really turned his nose up at it. This sword, when placed outside, would definitely draw a wave of D storm. But Yi Yuan actually held it in total contempt. This world was too crazy. Although this sword was decent, it was still far too lacking compared to the Star Moon sword. Furthermore, the strength unleashed by this high-grade holy artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was even inferior to the Star Moon sword. It was really useless for him to claim it. Actually, Yi Yuan's greatest killing tool was not the Star Moon sword, but the vast heaven peg. Oda. At present, Yi Yuan could already preliminarily control the vast heaven peg. Oda. Slaying his opponents was just a matter of snapping his fingers. It was just that up till the present moment, no one could force him to this step yet. That was all. The vast heaven peg. To probably already infinitely approached a divine artifact. Once it was exposed, there would be endless problems. compared to the vast heaven peg. Oh, duh, all these high-grade holy artifacts. Yi Yuan naturally looked down on them in disdain. All right, the first floor shouldn't have any good stuff anymore. Let's better go up to the second floor, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan came to the second floor's entrance. A transparent light, screen blocked, in front of him. A restriction again. Why are there restrictions everywhere inside this dragon sovereign territory? Someone grumbled. Yi Yuan said smilingly, this restriction doesn't have offensive power and also can't be opened using other methods. Want to enter the next floor, one can only break it with force. If I didn't guess wrongly, body should have stepped into the second floor yet. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. If no one had stepped foot into the second floor before, didn't that mean that the treasures upstairs were all accounted for? Boss, let me this time. Just acquired this dragon spring sword. Perfect to use it for practice. And Ren A.S. summed the responsibility, and Ren already dripped blood to have it acknowledged his as its master, and got to know that this treasure sword's name was called Dragon Spring Sword. Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything, and Ren's ranking on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation was not low. He was in existence second only to Shao Kai among Si Yin's lot. Obtaining the Dragon Spring Sword this time, he was naturally itching to have a go. Destruction soared, and Ren gave a fierce cry. An incredibly powerful sword intent stabbed towards the light screen. Boom! And Ren was directly blasted, flying out SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the wall. Ouch! And Ren gave a miserable wail, all the bones in his body almost falling apart. The faces of Shao Kai and the rest all changed. They did not expect that this light screen actually had such power. Haha, looks like we overestimated our strength. Since body has stepped foot into the second floor, it means that Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't go up either. Even he couldn't break this restriction with his strength. How are we able to break it with just us, these people? Shao Kai suddenly came to his senses and said, rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, this restriction, forget about the blazing fire back then. Even if the current blazing fire came, he definitely can't break it either. Hearing these words, everyone's countenance changed even more. When blazing fire entered here back then, he had not reached Exalt level yet. His strength was also far from what it could be compared to presently. This 10 years' time, blazing fire's improvement was evident to all. His strength was already comparable to some of the veteran Exalts already. But Yi Yuan said that even the present blazing fire could not do it. Then this light screen. Who else was able to break it? As expected, it was still nothing more than wishful thinking on our part. Shao Kai said with a bitter smile, Hoo, he cannot. Doesn't mean that I can't. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. These words were rather arrogant. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be blazing fire's match either. But Yi Yuan said that he could break this light screen. This. How is this possible? Don't believe it? All back away from me, and watch carefully. Yi Yuan said confidently. Not that Shao Kai did not believe, but Yi Yuan's raised the starting point too high, and Exalt's strength was not what these slaughter generals could compare to. Even Zhong Wubbing could not withstand a single blow in front of an Exalt 2. Who was Yi Yuan to break this light screen? However, doubt was doubt, but there was a voice sounding out in their hearts. That was that Yi Yuan could do it. Yi Yuan came before the light screen and slowly shut his eyes. At the same time, all the dragon blood in his body started boiling over. A bizarre vibration started revolving within Yi Yuan's body. The frequency of this vibration became increasingly higher and progressively closer together. Later, Yi Yuan's whole body actually emitted an extremely mysterious sensation. When Shao Kai and the rest saw this scene, they could not help revealing dumbfounded looks of amazement. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan revolved the dragon wave to the limits. A palm rumbled out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Chapter 910. Successor. Chapter 910. Successor bang. The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas was as if it was a clay ox that plummeted into the sea, never to be heard of again. It did not cause much of a reaction to the light screen. Boss ye this, and Rin said rather hesitantly. This palm of Boss Ye's, the power did not even look as powerful as his. Hitting onto the light screen, there was no reaction at all. At the very least, he was even blasted flying. But Yuan smiled slightly. Lifting his leg, he walked over towards the light screen and actually pass, said right through the light screen. And Ren's mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief. This meant that the light screen could already be pass, said through? Come on in. What are you still in a daze for? Only then did Rin abruptly startled awake and said fawningly, Boss is the boss, really too impressive. Dragon Wave was where the core of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques was at. Inside this dragon sovereign territory, it could not shake off the application of Dragon Wave in all aspects. This light screen in front of them was to test the strength of the intruder's Dragon Wave. Even if the Dragon Clan's geniuses were present, it was also not possible to easily burst through this light screen, because its lowest requirement towards Dragon Wave was Spirit Rank Dragon Wave. Yi Yuan was a Stonies, H.I., plus Ingli gifted in the cultivation of Dragon Wave. That was how he could cultivate to the middle stage Spirit Rank at such an age. If it was a dragon race's genius, it was still impossible to reach the spirit rank at this age. One had to know that Long Tongue, that level of earth-shaking powerhouse, also spent 100 years' time to cultivate to heaven rank Dragon Wave, let alone spirit rank. To be able to cultivate to middle stage spirit rank, it could probably be counted on one's fingers in the Dragon Clan now too. Entering the pavilion's second floor, and Rin and the rest immediately held their breaths, their eyes emitting a dazzling light. That is a Tier 9 medicinal pill. That's a high-grade holy artifact. That's a Tier 9 cultivation method. On the second floor, all of it was actually Tier 9 items. This place was simply a treasure vault. Briefly counting it, there were actually as many as over 20 items. Such a haul was too heaven-defying. Haha. Yuan, really thank you so much. I didn't expect that you actually broke this second floor's restriction. It really took me by surprise. These treasures, I'll help you put them away. Right at this time, Zhong Wubink's voice suddenly sounded out. Over a dozen figures dashed inside all of a sudden, directly blocking the entrance leading to the first floor. Looking at how it was, they were going to catch a turtle in a jar. Seeing these dozen over people, Xiao Kai's expression changed. Looks like charging over from the Yellow Springs Road, there were only these dozen over people left. But these dozen over people were all characters ranked at the top of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Even the lowest ranking one had top 50 strength. Looks like these people already reached some sort of tacit understanding and wanted to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. These dozen over people joining hands was no trivial matter. Although Yi Yuan crushed Wu He to death with one palm, facing the teaming up of these dozen over people, it was likely still not too optimistic. Wu He's strength was too far away from these people. Furthermore, it was even these dozen over people joining hands. Yi Yuan, you're too arrogant. Thanks to you, the others are all dead. But this is good too. The rest are all dead. There's body to S. N-A-T-C-H treasures with us. Want to blame your arrogance. Although I don't know what method you used to scam Wu He to death, facing our dozen over people's teaming up. Even if you have any more tricks, it's a straight road to H-E-L-L-2. Haha, but this boy really have some tricks. Even Exalt Blazing Fire couldn't open this second floor's restrictions. He could actually open it. Under normal circumstances, there was no way these dozen over people would join hands. Every one of them was all incomparably conceited and were utterly disdainful to team up with others. But Yi Yuan's might made they put down that pride in their hearts and choose to team up. Yi Yuan was too bizarre until it made them, these peak experts on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, have no choice but to put down their pride and team up to face the enemy. Yi Yuan swept past everyone's faces with an amused look and said smilingly, "You guys really have no idea of life or death. On the Yellow Springs Road, this little lord already let you guys off. I didn't think that you all actually came to seek death again. Looks like you guys really turned a deaf ear to my words." Zhong Wubbing said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, stop hanging on stubbornly already. Today, you only have one road that leads to death." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you guys came up, not one of you have to leave anymore. Can't display it out here. Let's change the location. Fiery." Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The several hundred lanterns in the corners of the pavilion building lit up at the same time. On Yi Yuan's glabella, a faint dragon-shaped marking flickered with light. Boom! Everyone only felt the scenery before their eyes change. They actually arrived inside an enormous cave. On the stone walls of this cave were all gigantic dragons bearing their fangs and brandis, plussing their talons. These massive dragons were all vividly lifelike. It was as if they were real. Where is this place? Such a powerful dragon pressure. Haha, this place should be the dragon sovereign territory's final land. This place definitely has an earth-shaking treasure. Yi Yuan, this time, Zhong Wubbing, really have to thank you. Zhong Wubbing seemed to have discovered something. Not only was there no shock on his face, but it also became somewhat crazed instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not bad, at least you have some insight. This place is the Dragon Sovereign Territory's final land of inheritance. However, it doesn't have a dime of connection with you. Reckless fool, just the likes of you, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. Do you really think that you're able to defy the heaven? I'll let you take a look now at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation's number 3's true strength." Zhong Wubbing's expression turned cold. A shocking aura billowed to the skies. The moment the aura flared up, the faces of Xiao Kai and the rest visibly changed. This level of strength probably did not lose out in the slightest when compared to Dao profound realm powerhouses as well, right? But seeing this scene, a hint of a mocking smile just flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. He did not care at all. Noisy! Right then, a black spear shadow descended from the sky and actually headed straight for Zhong Wubbing. Under this spear, even heaven and earth changed colors. The spear tip actually slashed out multiple fissures in S.P.A.C. Zhong Wubbing's expression changed greatly. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure swayed, wanting to escape. However, he was fast, but that spear shadow was faster. Pucci! The spear shadow pierced right through Zhong Wubbing's chest, pinning him securely to the ground. Till death, Zhong Wubbing did not figure out what happened. Seeing this scene, the other roughly dozen people could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This spear shadow was completely not like an item that the divine realm should have. It was too terrifying. Those who are not of the dragon race that intruded the dragon's lair, death penalty. Pinning Zhong Wubbing dead, that awe-inspiring voice sounded out once more. When those dozen over people heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. How could they still have time to think? They raised their speed to the limits, wanting to escape. Yet it was already too late. Pierce! Over 10 black spear shadows shot out from the void. It was only to hear a series of spear tips entering the figures of people. These dozen over experts instantly perished. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps slowly transmitted over. A stalwart figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. This was a black shadow, unable to see the features clearly at all. But at this moment, he faced Yi Yuan across a distance, and he slowly opened his mouth to say, "You are the successor?" Chapter 9:11 Final Inheritance. Chapter 9:11 Final Inheritance. The dragon-shaped marking on Yi Yuan's glabella lit up once more, appearing especially dazzling. I think I should have obtained some sort of acknowledgement. Facing this terrifying black shadow, Yi Yuan replied calmly. The moment he said through the light screen, some additional information appeared in his sea of consciousness and seemed to have activated his bloodline, as if he had obtained some kind of recognition. A dragon-shaped imprint also appeared on his glabella. Hence, that was why he could open up this final land. The black shadow did not speak, but his gaze turned toward Xiao Kai and the rest. Xiao Kai and the others were frightened inwardly. Cold sweat already drenched their clothes unknowingly. They are all my companions. Senior, please send them back, Yi Yuan said. That black shadow nodded slightly, casually waving a hand. He actually shattered the S, P, A, C, and directly sent their group of people out. Xiao Kai and the others only saw a blur before their eyes, and they actually returned back to the pavilion building's second floor. My G.O.D. That was truly dangerous. Killing Zhong, wubbing they all in a flash. That black shadow is too powerful. Big brother Xiao, my heart almost leaped out just now. And Ren patted his chest, a look of lingering fear after the event on his face as he said, How was Xiao Kai any better than in Rin? He merely hung in there desperately and not show it. He nodded his head right away and said that black shadow's strength was indeed too powerful. If not for Yi Yuan, we'd definitely be hard-pressed to escape death too. Everyone exchanged glances, all not quite recovering to their senses. How did Yi Yuan actually become a successor in a twinkle of an eye? They played supporting roles when they entered the final land, then circled one round and returned again. But they all understood that this dragon's sovereign territories, truly good treasures, were probably in that final land. Big brother Xiao, what should we do now? This place, and Rin swept the surroundings once, his gaze revealing a greedy look. The surroundings were all treasures. Xiao Kai's expression changed, and he said sternly, Don't have any ideas. Everything will wait for Yi Yuan to come back before deciding. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Did you forget that pile of ashes on the first floor? And Ren's heart pounded, and the expression of greed was swept away. He said in Bara, Sedley, I was just saying. Of course, we have to wait for Boss Yi to return before deciding. Without him, even if we obtain the treasures, we might not be able to leave either. Humph. Good that you know. Everyone, meditate on the spot and don't do anything. Quietly wait for Yi Yuan's return. If these treasures belong to you, it won't run away. But if anybody wants to court death themselves, I won't stop either. Xiao Kai said with a cold snort. Everyone's expressions became fearful when they heard that. Recalling Yi Yuan's formidable aspects, they were all endlessly terrified. When they just entered, there were over 100 people in mighty ranks. Probably no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. But walking this whole way, all of the people died, leaving behind just a lot of people where not a single one actually died. This was something that they did not even dare to think about before entering the dragon's sovereign territory. Yi Yuan virtually brought them to this place by relying on his strength alone. How to choose seemed to not need any more words as well. You, a human, actually cultivated Dragon Wave to middle stage spirit rank. The Black Shadow was sizing Yi Yuan up. Although his voice was calm, that hint of surprise could not be concealed. Yi Yuan's cultivation talent in Dragon Wave, even he himself felt astonished, let alone the others. Back then, when Yi Yuan had just cultivated Dragon Wave, it made Long Ting very depressed. Talking about cultivating Dragon Wave in front of Yi Yuan seemed to be asking for a beating. As I cultivated, I reached middle stage spirit rank. Yi Yuan told a big, honest truth very helplessly. The Black Shadow distinctly froze. This way of saying things was seriously too irresponsible. But to Yi Yuan it was indeed like so. half divine dragon blood, primeval dragon bone. Boy, your good fortunes were not small. Looks like these few drops of dragon blood won't have much effect on you as well. The Black Shadow fished out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was several drops of fresh blood, but he directly threw it to Yi Yuan. Ha ha, dragon blood is good stuff. I won't complain about having too much. Yi Yuan hurriedly put away the dragon blood. The Black Shadow fished out another small and exquisite bell, and directly threw it to Yi Yuan too, and said, "This is the Heavenly King Bell, a transcendent grade, holy artifact. These 2 items are your rewards for reaching the middle stage spirit rank dragon wave." Transcendent grade, holy artifact. Even in the divine realm, it was extremely rare. Yi Yuan's Starmoon Sword was also a transcendent grade, holy artifact. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to 0, divine artifacts disappeared along with it too. Transcendent grade, holy artifacts became the divine realm's pinnacle-most existence. Of course, quasi-divine artifacts like the vast heaven peg, naturally towered above transcendent grade, holy artifacts. However, Yi Yuan had yet to hear before of any faction that had quasi-divine artifacts existing. After Yi Yuan put away the Heavenly King Bell properly, the Black Shadow said again, "Right now you have 2 options. The first, take these 2 items, and then I'll send you out of the dragon's sovereign territory. The second, challenge the final inheritance. However, your life will be at risk. With your strength, it's impossible to succeed in challenging." Yi Yuan answered without even thinking about it. What else is there to consider here? Facing such a lucky chance, anyone would also be unable to refuse, right? The Black Shadow shook his head and said, "The final inheritance is incomparably perilous. You're too weak and lacking. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if you really obtain the final inheritance's rewards, you'd be unable to operate it too. Furthermore," talking until here, the Black Shadow hesitated. "Furthermore, I'm not a member of the dragon race, and I'm not worthy of getting the final inheritance, is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The Black Shadow did not reply, but he clearly already silently acknowledged this fact. A human obtaining the dragon race's final inheritance was not justifiable. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior, when I refine the primeval dragon bone, I'll be able to evolve to the royal bloodline. No matter what my origin is, this bloodline cannot be faked at all. If even royal bloodline is not qualified to obtain an item of the dragon race, then who else is worthy of getting it? Moreover, hearing the meaning in your words, this final inheritance doesn't seem to stipulate that humans can't receive it. Your misgivings are merely just your own misgivings." Yi Yuan's words were not uttered politely at all. This Black Shadow in front of him was clearly the guardian of the final inheritance. He was not the setter of the rules, just the executor of the rules. Humph! A brat actually dares to comment about this seat recklessly, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The Black Shadow gave a cold snort and actually attacked at a word of disagreement. A black dragon appeared with a roar. That imposing momentum was simply like it was going to devour heaven and earth. Divine rank coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Seeing this palm, Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He could feel that this coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm absolutely said the limits of spirit rank and reached the legendary divine rank. This Black Shadow in front of him was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Just what kind of existence was this guy? But at this time, it did not allow him to think too much. At the moment of life and death hanging by a thread, he could only revolve the essence energy in his entire body to deploy the vast heaven peg. Oh, with all his power, facing such an earth-shaking palm, only the vast heaven peg. Could block it. The Black Shadow made a slight sound of surprise. The black dragon instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared before. Chapter 9:12 Son of Heaven's Mandate. Chapter 9:12 Son of Heaven's Mandate. You actually have a quasi-divine artifact in your hands. No wonder when you acquired the Heavenly King Bell earlier, you didn't react much at all, the Black Shadow said, rather surprisedly. In his view, Yi Yuan should be overwhelmingly excited to obtain a transcendent grade, holy artifact with his strength. But when Yi Yuan saw the Heavenly King Bell, he was like an old well without ripples. Aye, is it Lord Longzhan? A hesitant voice suddenly sounded out. Long Teng had actually woken up at no idea when and revealed his figure. Hearing the tone of his words, he actually knew that Black Shadow. I didn't think that there are actually still people who remember this seat in the world. You're actually an artifact spirit. Blee Dragon actually became another person's artifact spirit. What a disgrace to yourself. The Black Shadow said with a dirty look. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, Didn't your esteemed self become a person guarding a Pa S as a member of the dragon race too? How much better are you compared to Senior Longtongue? Yi Yuan, this person, was the most protective of his own. Hearing the Black Shadow disparage Longtongue, he was naturally very unhappy. Even the form of address was changed too. Things that Yi Yuan were unhappy about. Even if the other party was the Jade Emperor, it was impossible to make him cower and take a step back too. Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. Lord Longzhan is a deity realm powerhouse. The coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, was created by Lord Longzhan. Long Tongue was clearly very respectful towards Longzhan, even to a wars. HI plus ping degree. Hence, he was completely unconcerned about his attitude. Hearing Long Tongue's words, Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked too. He did not expect that this Black Shadow in front of him was actually a deity, realm powerhouse. Furthermore, the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, which Yi Yuan cultivated, was actually created by this Black Shadow right before his eyes. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm for a long time, Yi Yuan deeply experienced the might of this martial technique. Cultivating this martial technique to the limits was absolutely not inferior to the spirit, bristled divine, king's 9 sons burning heaven. To be able to create such a top-tier martial technique, this person was surely a character who could shake the heavens and startle the earth. Except, even if the other party was any stronger, his attitude made Yi Yuan displeased too. So what if deity realm powerhouse? Cirque you. Stances have changed with the Pa S, Sage of Time. Isn't he still only left with a wisp of remnant soul? Yi Yuan said without the least bit of politeness. What an arrogant brat. You think that I can't do anything to you with just a remnant soul, right? Or do you think that by relying on the quasi-divine artifact in your possession, you can stop this seat? Longzhan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said without showing weakness in the slightest. Your esteemed self can come and give it a try. Long Tongue's cold sweat poured profusely as he listened by the side. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too unbridled. Lord Longzhan was a genuine deity, realm powerhouse. Deity realm represented invincibility. Even if he was just a wisp of remnant soul, he was also not what Emperor realm powerhouses could blaspheme, let alone Yi Yuan, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. But Long Ting also knew that the reason why Yi Yuan was like this was all because of him. Beyond the terror, Long Tongue was still endlessly warm in his heart. Yet, Longzhan did not fly into a violent rage like Long Ting imagined, but fell silent instead. After a moment, Longzhan opened his mouth and said, How would killing you need this seat to personally take action? Don't say that this seat doesn't give you the opportunity. The final inheritance, do you really want to challenge it? Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He already made preparations to have a big fight, but he did not think that Longzhan actually agreed to let him challenge the final inheritance. Looks like Longzhan was very confident in this final inheritance and felt that there was no way he could clear it. What a joke! Do you feel that this little lord is somebody who jokes around? Yi Yuan said. Conceited and arrogant brat. You'll regret it. Long Zhan said. Probably. The one regretting at the end will be you. Yi Yuan went tit for tat as he said, Wait a minute. Long Tongue suddenly interrupted the two people's conversation and opened his mouth to say, Lord Long Zhan, could it be that the final inheritance you're talking about is the voice of the Dragon Ji? Oh, D? Looks like you know quite a few things. That's right, it's precisely the voice of the Dragon Ji. Oh, D. Why regretting now? Long Zhan said with a slight scoff. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said disdainfully, This sort of low-grade goading technique. Do you think that I'll fall for it? There is no regret. This word, in this little lord's dictionary. No way. Yi Yuan, you can't challenge the voice of the Dragon Ji. Oh, D. Long Tongue directly interrupted Yi Yuan's words and urged, The voice of the Dragon Ji. Oh, D is one of the dragon race's strongest martial technique. Once the voice of the Dragon Ji, oh, D is unleashed, mountains and rivers will crumble, and heaven and earth will be turned upside down. It virtually has the power to destroy the world. With your current strength, there's simply no way to pull through. Long Zhan said with a smile, Relax, now in this world there's already an, body able to cultivate voice of the Dragon Ji. D to that sort of degree anymore. The voice of the Dragon Ji. D here doesn't even have 1/1,000,000th of that power. A martial technique possessing the power to destroy the world. How formidable was that? Even if it was 1/1,000,000th of the power, it was also not what a puny little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist could withstand. Since Long Ting knew about the voice of the Dragon Ji, D, and spoke up about its power, Long Zhan felt that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to accept this test. Yet he was wrong. The dragon race's strongest martial technique, is it? This little lord. I am very interested with it. I want to take a look at just how powerful is this voice of the Dragon Ji. D's might. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Long Teng's expression changed, and he knew that Yi Yuan's stubborn temper had flared up. He had spent a long time with Yi Yuan and was still quite familiar with Yi Yuan's temperament. Once Yi Yuan's stubborn temper flared up, even 9 dragons could not pull him back. But speaking of which, without this kind of pressing forward with indomitable kind of momentum, how could geniuses grow to become a true powerhouse? What a gutsy lad. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Long Zhan said coolly, The might of the voice of the Dragon Ji. D. No one was clearer than him. A heaven enlightenment realm brat. Even if he defied the heavens, it was also impossible to withstand it. Could the dragon race's strongest martial technique be a joke? Long Zhan turned towards Long Tongue and said, Boy, it's fine if you yourself were reduced to become other people's artifact spirit. This foresight of finding a successor also makes people dare not sing praises to compliment it. This kind of fool, you actually took a liking to him too. But Long Ting shook his head and said, He wasn't the successor I chose, but the successor the vast heaven still chose. Although the voice of the Dragon Ji, D is powerful, in my view, he's not totally without chances of survival. Vast heaven steel. This brat, could he be the son of heaven's mandate? How is this possible? Hearing this name, Long Zhan was finally visibly moved. Long Ting nodded and said, The function of the vast heaven peg. Is merely used for concealing the vast heaven steel. Who it chooses to be the successor, how can it be what I, a puny little artifact spirit, am able to influence? Long Zhan fell silent and did not speak for some time. The shock that this information gave him was too intense. The vast heaven steel, this name which startled the heavens and shook the earth in human history, appeared once more. And this youth before his eyes was actually the successor designated by the vast heaven steel. Each vast heaven steel successor would ultimately mature into an earth-shaking powerhouse. Each time the vast heaven steel appeared, it would also be followed by the arrival of troubled times. The vast heaven steel successor would always play a decisive role each time turbulent days arrived. Therefore, they were called the Son of Heaven's Mandate. And now, the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D, already mobilized. Chapter 9:13. Might of the voice of the Dragon God. Chapter 9:13. Might of the voice of the Dragon G. D. On the stone wall, that largest carving of a dragon actually came to life. The entire cave instantly became dark. That gigantic dragon coiled around in the darkness, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Yi Yuan's face was akin to an old well without ripples. It was as if foreign objects had no interference to him at all. He already revolved heart, like monolith to the limits. Although Yi Yuan was very disdainfully verbally, when it truly came down to this moment, he raised his spirits up 120%. He knew that a test able to make Long Tongue so solemn was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan was naturally aware that the dragon race was a terrifying race. Their power and foundation were absolutely not what outsiders could imagine. For the voice of the Dragon G, D to be able to be called the strongest martial technique, it was bound to startle the heavens and shake the earth. A test like this, no matter how seriously one took it, it was not over the top. Crack! Crack! The gigantic dragon circled around in the air. The horrifying aura became more and more terrifying, and there actually started to have lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, drawing the bow but not discharging the arrow, just like sharp swords hanging above. It made people even more unsettled. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. Raising his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm that headed for the gigantic dragon. Crack! Crack! The azure dragon, yet to approach, when it was struck by a bolt of lightning and utterly buried in oblivion. The coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, which had been ever victorious, actually did not even stir up a wave. Cultivating the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm to such a level of attainment. This brat is also a genius that is hard to chance upon. It's too bad. He overestimated his own ability too much. Long Zhan evaluated Yi Yuan when he saw this scene. Although Long Tongue's words made him unbelievably shocked, the impression Yi Yuan left on him was that it was hard for him to bear great responsibilities. This point would not have any changes because Yi Yuan was the vast Heaven Steel successor. The voice of the Dragon G, D, is indeed terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan was really somewhat impulsive, Long Ting said with a sigh. The voice of the Dragon G, D, had long been lost in the Dragon Clan already. It was also Long Ting's first time seeing. He knew that the voice of the Dragon G, D, had yet to truly begin, and it actually had such power already. When it was unleashed fully, how terrifying would the destructive force have to be? Long Tongue unconsciously clenched his fists tightly and secretly broke out into a cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Long Zhan said coolly, "Looks like he isn't some son of Heaven's Mandate. The vast heaven, steel has times where it makes an error in judgment too. Prepare to collect his corpse for him." Long Ting gave him a glance, but did not reply. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "Really can't, huh?" The dragon race's strongest martial technique, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Looks like there's only class. Plussing head-on. Yi Yuan was not arrogant to the extent of relying on one coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm to scatter the dragon race's strongest martial technique. His idea was to only interrupt the condensing tempo of the voice of the Dragon G, D. But he did not expect that this voice of the Dragon G, D, was actually formidable to such an extent. However, Yi Yuan did not despair. He naturally had his own judgment to dare challenge the voice of the Dragon God. Since this was a land of inheritance, it should be in hopes that there would be descendants capable of inheriting the mantle. And the true voice of the Dragon G, D, forget about him, Yi Yuan, even the present Dragon Clan's clan leader, probably could not withstand it. What was the point of getting it? Therefore, while this voice of the Dragon G, D, was terrifying, its power would definitely be controlled within a certain boundary. Of course, even so, for the current Yi Yuan to want to pull through, it was likely a long shot too. Otherwise, Long Zhan would not let him accept the challenge so confidently. Crack, crack, rumble. The aura coming from the sky became increasingly horrifying, as if the end of the world was really going to arrive. Long Tongue said that mountains and rivers would crumble, and heaven and earth would be turned upside down. It was indeed not false. This gigantic dragon was just materialized from a stone carving. Although it was formidable, its power was limited. If the dragon race's deity realm powerhouses came and displayed this move, it would likely punch a hole through the divine realm. All of a sudden, the sky quietened down. The gigantic dragon stopped circling around too, stopping in the sky, its dragon eyes staring straight at Yi Yuan. Everything seemed to have stopped. This was the calm before the storm. Yi Yuan knew that the true voice of the dragon Ji, D, was about to arrive right away. Without much hesitation, Yi Yuan grabbed a large bunch of medicinal pills and swallowed it in one mouthful. Ugh! When the medicinal pills entered his stomach, Yi Yuan's internal organs felt like they were going to burn up. Cold sweat poured profusely on his forehead. Swallowing so many Tier 8 medicinal pills in one go. This boy has gone nuts. Long Zhan said in shock. For Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists swallowing Tier 8 medicinal pills, they completely could not withstand the violent medicinal strength of Tier 8 medicinal pills. Those whose strengths were slightly weaker would even directly explode and die. This action was naturally incomparably insane in Long Zhan's view. Yi Yuan only dared to consume them by relying on that his fleshy body was powerful. But swallowing so many in one go still made him have a feeling that his body about to explode. But Yi Yuan's own body, he knew his limits. The medicinal pills consumed was definitely within the acceptable limits. Among the medicinal pills he consumed just now, there was the Creation Essence Birthing Pill and Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill, right? The Creation Essence Birthing Pill can make the essence energy within the body produce unceasingly. The Black Tortoise Tyrant Physique Pill can let the martial artist's essence energy protective HI plus ELD increase 10 times in power. Very heaven-defying. These two medicinal pills are ancient recipes. The difficulty of refining them are extremely high. How did he get them? Long Zhan said curiously. Long Zhan's knowledge and experiences were extremely vast. Although it was just a brief instant, he already saw clearly the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan swallowed. Long Ting said he refined it himself. Long Zhan could not help freezing and saying in disbelief, "Impossible! These two medicinal pills are Tier 8 medicinal pills. Even in alchemy, Venerable might not be able to refine them. How can he, a measly little heaven enlightenment realm, possibly refine them?" Lord said helplessly, "If Lord Long Zhan doesn't believe me, I can't do anything about it either. Your understanding of Yi Yuan is too little. The vast heavens steel definitely has its reasons for choosing him." Long Zhan was speechless. Right at this time, the gigantic dragon slowly opened its mouth. An intangible energy that could destroy heaven and earth instantly struck Yi Yuan. No sound, no energy undulation either. This attack was virtually completed in an instant. There was no process of transmitting it at all. Dong! An enormous gong. A large bell was directly blasted flying. It was precisely the Heavenly King Bell. This Heavenly King Bell was indeed an extremely powerful defensive holy artifact. But facing such a horrifying attack, the Heavenly King Bell was immediately blasted away. Pooh work! Yi Yuan immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This attack already made him suffer injuries. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art frenziedly and started to recover the wounds within his body. But right then, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly shuddered, as if it was struck by something. Pooh work! The second attack landed in succession, sending Yi Yuan flying once more. The first attack, the Heavenly King Bell, withstood it. This second attack, Yi Yuan could only forcefully withstand it himself. Although the black tortoise tyrant physique pill strengthened his defensive powers 10 times, under this attack, Yi Yuan was still severely wounded. The truly horrifying aspect of the voice of the Dragon D lies in that it's a hybrid attack of Dragon Wave attack and Divine Soul attack, completely impossible to guard against. The sound wave attack formed by the Dragon D can even shatter SPAC, let alone the Divine Soul. This brat is dead for sure. Long Zhan was somewhat gloating over his misfortune as he said. Long Ting gave him a glance and said calmly, "That might not be so." Chapter 914. Need to get it off his chest. Chapter 914. Need to get it off his chest. Boom! Another shot of invisible energy smashed heavily towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan brought out the vast heaven peg. Oda. Even so, the tremendous impact force still sent him flying once more. The medicinal strength of the creation essence birthing pill was rapidly flowing away. Even the essence energy protective HI plus ELD produced by the black tortoise tyrant physique pill became much thinner too. The voice of the Dragon D, indeed well deserving of being called the dragon race's strongest martial technique. A defense as formidable as Yi Yuan's was actually unable to withstand it too. But at this time, Long Zhan was already struck dumb with amazement, because the voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Seems like apart from the initial most brief lapse in concentration, Yi Yuan did not have a reaction after that anymore. His entire focus was used on defending his physical body. How is this possible? The voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack is very terrifying. Even if I was at my prime, I can't withstand the voice of the Dragon D's Divine Soul attack too. How did this brat do it? Long Zhan said in disbelief. Long Tongue smiled but did not say a word. He knew that the Divine Soul attack not working was definitely because of the effect of the soul-suppressing pearl. This pearl was incomparably mysterious. Even Fiend D Jialan suffered a major loss at its hands. What could a measly, all-washed-up voice of the Dragon D do to Yi Yuan? Unless it was the real voice of the Dragon D, otherwise it was simply impossible to make Yi Yuan suck. And be on the Divine Soul. No, maybe the real voice of the Dragon D could not breach the soul-suppressing pearl's defense either. Something that even a Fiend D was fearful of, how great its power was simply unimaginable. It was just that it was impossible for Long Tongue to say these to Long Zhan. Yi Yuan was the successor designated by the vast heaven steel, which was also his master. Even if Long Zhan was a senior he respected, it was impossible for him to divulge Yi Yuan's greatest secret either. Immunity to Divine Soul attacks. The voice of the Dragon D was equivalent to having an arm broken. Yi Yuan's chances of victory increased greatly too. Yi Yuan gave a long howl and completely mustered up the dragon blood power within his body. Coupled with the protective HI plus ELD formed from essence energy, it practically outfitted him into a tortoise ELL. But even so, Yi Yuan was already on the verge of overdrawing right now too. No wonder Long Zhan did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan. Just this fleshy body attack was already ridiculously powerful. Even if Divine Soul attacks are useless against him, the damage of sound waves to his physical body is also lethal. Voice of the Dragon D 9 counts of Prajna sounds, each echo Serpa. Sing the last. Right now, it's only the 4th echo, and he's almost reaching his limits already. Do you think that he can make it through the 5 echoes at the back? Someone as mighty as Long Zhan, his composure naturally Serpa. Said the average man, calming down very quickly. Although his words were unforgiving, he did indeed look at Yi Yuan in a different light from before. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded his expectations. For a measly little heaven enlightenment realm martial artist to be able to do it to this step, it was simply inconceivable. Long Ting shook his head and said, "Actually, I have no assurance either, but I keep feeling that he can pull through." Long Zhan glanced at Long Tongue and said, "Coolly, ignorant." Boom! 9 echoes of prajna sounds. Actually, there was no sound at all. What there was just sound wave attacks. The magnitude of these sound wave attacks was each more powerful than the last. When the 5th echo arrived, it directly suppressed Yi Yuan onto the ground. The current Yi Yuan was bathed in blood all over, his entire person's aura weakening considerably all at once. The medicinal strengths of the medicinal pills consumed prior to this were virtually exhausted already. He already did not have essence energy left over to control the vast heaven pag. Oh, to defend. Boom! The 6th echo was about to arrive in a flash. H. Plus Yi Yuan sprawled on the ground and already could not move a muscle. He could only forcefully endure this blow. Yet, after this attack, Yi Yuan's aura was already feeble to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Long Teng's expression was very ugly. His heart was racked with anxiety, but he could not do anything right now. Could it be that I got to use the final measure? Long Tung sighed in his heart. His so-called final measure was to burn the last of his life force, to let the vast heaven pag. Oh, to help Yi Yuan withstand the next echo. But that way, Long Tung's soul was certain to disintegrate. You want to sacrifice yourself to help him achieve his aim? Not worth it. Can't save him either. In your current state, you can at most only control that quasi-divine artifact once. The 8th echo and 9th echo at the back. There's no way that he can withstand it. Long Zhan saw through Long Teng's thoughts with one glance and said, "So what? He's my master. More importantly, he came to the chaotic devil sea for me. Even if I die, I can't let him die in front of me either." Long Teng said very calmly, living for several tens of thousands of years, Long Teng was already indifferent to some things as well. Done talking, Long Teng drew a deep breath and was going to return inside the vast heaven pag. Oda. At the same time, the 7th echo descended calmly, yet terrifyingly. Long Teng was just about to make a move, but discovered to his astonishment that Yi Yuan's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aha! Boom! Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry. The sound of a dragon roar emitted out. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm leaped up once more and clashed together with the 7th echo. This collision knocked Yi Yuan flying out once more. However, Yi Yuan's aura was still in the midst of rising. Boom! A bolt of heavenly tribulation descended with a howl and directly slammed onto Yi Yuan's body. Yet, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it. This kind of minor, heavenly tribulation could not even scratch Yi Yuan's itch for him now. He thoroughly refined the primeval dragon bone and started bloodline evolution. Long Tongue muttered under his breath. Long Zhan did not speak. He fell silent. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone at the final juncture. Yi Yuan's progress rate of refining the primeval dragon bone could not hide from Long Zhan's eyes at all. He knew that for Yi Yuan to want to thoroughly refine the primeval dragon bone, it still required a considerable period of time. But right at the moment which determined life or death, Yi Yuan actually stimulated shocking potential and instantly succeeded in refining the primeval dragon bone. This level of talent was simply unheard of. Could it be that he's really the son of heaven's mandate? Long Zhan thought in his heart, utterly refining the primeval dragon bone. Yi Yuan's fleshy body and essence energy were frenziedly growing. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan unleashed the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm without any hesitation once more, rumbling over towards the 8th echo. The 8th echo was too strong. Yi Yuan was blasted away once more. But at this time, such an attack was simply unable to stop the rise of Yi Yuan's momentum. In the midst of repeated bolts of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan resisted the voice of the dragon G-O-D. It was as if he was the true dragon G-O-D. Boom! Before the ninth echo, Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation and burst right through to the seventh level heaven enlightenment. But it did not end. His aura continued rising, surging towards the eighth level heaven enlightenment. The horrifying energy contained inside the primeval dragon bone was much stronger compared to half-divine dragon blood. Yi Yuan could not digest it in a short time. Hence, his essence energy cultivation realm was like floodwater that broke the dam, getting out of control. While the current Yi Yuan felt like he was filled with explosive strength from head to toe, with a feeling of needing to get it off his chest, he raised his right fist. A void dragon shadow punch came out with a roar. Screw your voice of the dragon G-O-D. Explode for me. Yi Yuan shouted fiercely. Chapter 9:15 Sacred Dragon Token. Chapter 9:15 Sacred Dragon Token. Bursting out with a punch, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. But this time he was not struck flying, stabilizing himself firmly in the end. Boom! The gigantic dragon in the air dissipated with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of tattered SER-PS and finally disappeared. This cave finally recovered to that appearance before, except the gigantic dragon on the stone wall already disappeared. Yi Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and started to digest the benefits brought by refining the dragon bone. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy cultivation realm already broke through to the ninth level heaven enlightenment realm. His fleshy body even broke through by a great margin, and firmly stepped into the middle stage tier 8. Lord Longzhan, it seems like the vast heaven steel successor isn't as deplorable as you think. Long Ting said, somewhat amusedly. The black shadow could not help freezing when he heard that. This Yi Yuan's talent had indeed far surpassed, said his imagination. This impossible to complete challenge. Yi Yuan actually completed it. According to Long Zhan's judgment, prior to this, Long Zhan had long determined that Yi Yuan was unable to resist the voice of the dragon G-O-D. Even if he refined half-divine dragon blood, was carrying the primeval dragon bone, and cultivated dragon wave to the middle stage spirit rank, it would not cut it either. But now, Yi Yuan used his punch to ruthlessly smack his face. This brat actually really succeeded. The black shadow gave a cold snort but did not refute. Long Zhan had his pride. If he was wrong, then he was wrong. He would not retort anything on this matter. Seeing Long Zhan not speak, Long Teng had a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask though. My lord, back then, you left the Dragon Clan when you were at your prime. Why was that? Lord asked curiously. Around 100,000 years ago, Long Zhan was the Dragon Clan's last deity realm clan leader. But when he was at his prime, he left the Dragon Clan quietly by himself and was not heard from ever since. Not long after, the deity realm powerhouses all disappeared overnight. There was no longer any news from Long Zhan. What happened back then, and, body knew at all. Now that Long Tongue ran into Long Zhan, he naturally wanted his queries answered. Ha! This seat leaving the Dragon Clan back then was actually because I received the summons of the old Dragon G-O-D. You should know, our clan's supreme treasure, the Sacred Dragon Token, was taken away by the old Dragon G-O-D Sup1/Sup. Long Zhan talked tirelessly like he was describing a very normal matter. But it was like dreadful waves that surged towards the skies in Long Tongue's ears. Sacred Dragon Token. Old Dragon G-O-D was actually still alive at that time. Long Teng was incredibly shocked. The old Dragon G-O-D from Long Zhan's mouth was the previous clan leader before Long Zhan. It was said that his strength was immensely formidable. Long Zhan was brought up by the old clan leader single-handedly. The old Dragon G-O-D strength is what you're utterly incapable of imagining at all. Even when I was at my prime, I can't beat one of his hands either." Long John laughed mockingly. Long Tongue's expression became slightly fearful, and immense waves billowed to the skies in his heart. 100,000 years' time erased too many things. Even a dragon clan concealed many secrets too. "My lord, then where have deity realm powerhouses gone? What in the world happened 100,000 years ago?" Long Tongue asked the most critical question. At present, all of the Divine Realm's martial artists were all concerned and searching for the answer to the question. Long John mused for a moment, but he slowly said, "Don't ask me this question, because I don't know as well. The current me is only a wisp of remnant soul, left behind by my original body back, then to use to guard the dragon's sovereign territory. Although I have some of the original body's memories, the vast majority of the memories, especially memories pertaining to deity realm, were all wiped away already." Long Tongue was startled. He did not think that there would actually be such a thing. Long Tongue finally managed to meet a deity realm powerhouse, but his memories were actually wiped away. The mystery of divine Tao disappearing, the more one pursued, the stranger and more confusing it was. "Hey, I already said the test. Where's the reward?" Yi Yuan already finished consolidating a G. "Oh, D knows when," and actually directly came over to ask for the reward, and did not show any respect to Long John at all. "Hold on." Long John threw down 2 words, his figure moved, and he vanished from sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless as he said, "This fellow really irresponsible. He wouldn't have run away like this, right?" "Talking nonsense. Lord Long John is a man of his words. How can he possibly run away?" Long Teng immediately reproached. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Don't mind it. I'm just curious. This voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D is so terrifying. What kind of thing will the final reward be? He already gave a transcendent grade, holy artifact, before this. He wouldn't directly give me a divine artifact this time, right?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a rift directly opened up in the void. Countless electric light wormed out from inside the void and instantly filled the entire cave. Boundless dragon pressure, as if it was the galaxy in the sky, poured down. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help gasping in amazement too. He had yet to see the true face of the final reward, and Yi Yuan already felt its power. Hiss! What a powerful dragon pressure! "Senior Long Tongue, you're a member of the dragon clan too. Do you know what this thing is?" And Senior Long Tongue? Yi Yuan looked over towards Long Tongue, but discovered that Long Tongue was staring fixedly at that item which slowly appeared in the void. Could it be? Could it be? Impossible! How is this possible? Long Tongue murmured, "You didn't see wrongly. It's the sacred dragon token." At this time, Long John's figure slowly appeared once more. Yi Yuan involuntarily looked towards him, and his expression could not help changing. "You, the sacred dragon token coming into being, my mission is also complete. I'll naturally vanish like mist and smoke. It's just, I don't know if the original body is still alive or not." Long John's gaze looked towards the endless void as if wanting to find traces of his original body. But 100,000 years had said already. Where have deity realm powerhouses gone? And, body knew either. He, Long John, naturally did not know as well. At this time, Long John, that S of black shadow, gradually became faint and was going to disappear very soon. Brat, the sacred dragon token, is the dragon race's supreme treasure, and also the symbol of the ident. 1. Tie of the clan leader. Now that you've acquired it, you must detach yourself from the human race and become a member of my dragon race. It gives you great strength. Conversely, you have to brave fire and floodwater for the dragon race too. Long John said solemnly. Yi Yuan froze, and he shook his head and said, "I'm a human, this won't ever change." Using a precious treasure to kidnap my ident. 1. Tai, not possible. What to do in the future, I have the final say, while you don't. Presently, Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline could virtually rival the royals already. But no matter what, Yi Yuan had never considered himself to be a member of the dragon race. Want him to give up on his idol. 1. Die as a human and thoroughly become a dragon. That was something impossible. Long Zhan mused for a moment and suddenly said, I knew that you, this punk, won't obey obediently. Forget it. How to act in the future, it's your business. But you have to promise me, if the dragon clan has any needs, you must help. If you're not around anymore one day, return the sacred dragon token to the dragon clan. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, That's not impossible. Fine, I promise you. When the dragon clan is in trouble, I'll take action. The black shadow became increasingly fainter. Long Zhan finally looked at Long Tongue and said, You, this brat, are also an arrow at the end of its flight already. Forget it, this is a Skanda divine stone, take it. Before leaving, I'll gift you another good fortune. Chapter 9:16 Divine Essence. Chapter 9:16 Divine Essence. Long Zhan formed seals with both hands. A cloud of black gas emitted from within Long Zhan's black shadow and directly entered inside Long Teng's body. After the black gas entered Long Teng's body, his aura instantly strengthened considerably. This is my last trace of soul force. Saving it is pointless too. Might as well give it to you. With this trace of soul force, you should be able to recover 30 to 40% of your strength. Plus the Skanda Divine Stone before long, you should be able to recover to your peak condition, Long Zhan said calmly. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart by the side. This wisp of remnant soul of Long Zhan's was clearly feeble to the extreme already. It actually still had such power. The might of deity realm powerhouses was indeed unimaginable. Thank you very much, Lord Long Zhan. Long Tongue bowed respectfully and said. Long Zhan waved his hand and said, My soul force being depleted, I'm only left with a trace of residual consciousness. Whether it's going with the wind or returning to the original body, I'm looking forward to it very much too. Brat, don't forget your promise. Finished talking, Long Zhan's body became more and more illusionary, all the way until it finally disappeared. And right at this time, a hard object the size of a short stick slowly flew out from the void and came to Yi Yuan's hand. When Long Tongue saw this item, he was immediately extremely agitated. Sacred Dragon Token! It's really the Sacred Dragon Token. It's been missing for over 100,000 years already. I didn't think that it was actually buried inside this heavenly slaughter pit. Just what in the world happened back then? Yi Yuan said curiously, This thing is really your dragon race's treasure? No matter how I look at it, it's also not much different from a fire rod. One could not blame Yi Yuan for being curious too. This thing that looked similar to a short staff in front of him was really too unremarkable. Its whole body was pitch black. There were even traces of wear and tear on the staff's body. It did not have the slightest trace of essence, energy, undulation either. Compared to the overwhelming astoundment from when it made an appearance, the difference was too great. This kind of lousy toy actually also dared to claim to be the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure? Rubbis. H. Plus the Sacred Dragon Token is a divine artifact. How can it be what you and I can appraise? A divine artifact coming into being. Most likely, turbulent days are really going to arrive. Long Ting said with a solemn expression. Divine doubt dwindling to zero. All divine artifacts were also submerged in history. Now that a divine artifact had descended upon the world anew, Long Ting kept having a foreboding premonition. Speaking of divine artifacts, what is the vast heaven steel? Also the soul-suppressing pearl. Ugh, I can't understand what it's all about. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Long Tongue was speechless. Divine artifacts were likewise incomparably mysterious to him. Forget about him. Even Feng Tian did not figure out just what kind of existence the vast heaven steel was either. Forget it, forget it. Better go out first. Since it's good stuff, keep it first then say. But how should we go out? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long John, that fellow, disappeared just like that, leaving them trapped inside this cave. Long Tongue said, this place should be an independent SPAC. Want to get out of here, we must shatter the SPAC here. The voice of the dragon God was so powerful, and had no way of shattering this SPAC. In our current states, we can't get out at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly. The voice of the dragon D's sound wave attacks were very powerful. It even made tremors appear in the SPAC. But it still did not shatter this SPAC. Although Yi Yuan's strength advanced greatly, to make him shatter this SPAC, he examined himself and knew that he did not have this ability either. Long Tongue mused for a moment and suddenly said, according to the records in the clan, the sacred dragon token has the ability to shatter the void. Wasn't it hidden in the void previously too? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he took the sacred dragon token out once again. He poured essence energy into the sacred dragon token, but there was no reaction at all. As expected, is it a fire rod? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Long Ting shot him a glare and said crossly, divine artifacts are used by deity realm powerhouses. Want to activate the sacred dragon token? You must use divine essence. Divine essence? What's that? Yi Yuan said with a baffled look. Divine essence, simply put, it's the essence energy that deity realm powerhouses use. After mystic chi enters the body and gets refined by deity realm powerhouses, it will convert into divine essence. Long Tongue explained. Regarding Long Tongue knowing these things, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The dragon race was one of the races with the longest legacy. They were bound to know some things that the outside world did not know. But counting in this time, it was Yi Yuan's second time hearing Mystic Chi this name. But where do I get divine essence? Without divine essence, isn't this just a fire rod in my hands? Yi Yuan said speechlessly, divine essence, don't you have it on you? Long Tongue suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Suddenly startling awake, he said, you're saying that strange essence energy in my essence energy see? Long Tongue said smilingly, that's right. These divine essences are incomparably precious. They were all obtained by Fong Tian at the Fall mountain range after exhausting his abilities back then. Each drop is incomparably precious, but didn't expect that in the end it benefited you, this brat. Yi Yuan was speechless. Turns out that he had been in possession of a treasure all along, but was not aware of it. This strange essence energy was actually the divine essence used by deity realm powerhouse. Except martial artists under deity realm were completely unable to unleash the true power of divine essence. To Yi Yuan, the function of divine essence was merely to instant cast martial techniques. If those deity realm powerhouses found out that he used divine essence like this, they would definitely be enraged until they climb out from a corpse pile. But fortunately, Yi Yuan was also aware that this thing was very precious and had never really used it since obtaining it until now. Yi Yuan shot Long Tongue a cross glare and said, you knew these long ago and actually didn't tell me all along. Weren't you afraid that I squander these divine essences away? Long Tongue said with a smile, you obtained it, it naturally belongs to you. How to use it is also your business. Yi Yuan was thoroughly defeated. He sucked in a deep breath and carefully mobilized several drops of divine essence and poured it into the sacred dragon token. All of a sudden, the sacred dragon token gave off a dazzling light. Yi Yuan had yet to activate it when a terrifying aura transmitted out like when it just appeared. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly deployed it, abruptly giving a smash towards the void. This area of SPAC C actually fragmented apart inch by inch in a split second. Boom! The entire C suddenly collapsed. Yi Yuan's and Long Teng's figures shrunk and were sucked away by some kind of mysterious force. Puff, puff, puff. Above the pavilion's second floor, those several dozen lanterns instantly all extinguished. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai suddenly stood up and said with a frown, "What happened?" Yi Yuan, something wouldn't have happened, right? Boss Yi is so formidable, it's impossible for something to happen. And Rin said, with a whoosh C lightly fluctuated. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside the pavilion building once more. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, and Rin said with a hearty laugh, "What did I say? In this world, a person able to make Boss Yi get into an accident has yet to be born." And Ren's idolization towards Yi Yuan already reached a blind degree. But Xiao Kai's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, you broke through again?" Yi Yuan merely went to that SPAC for several days' time and actually broke through 3 minor realms in a row. He was already almost breaking through to phaseless realm. This sort of improvement speed was truly too outrageous. Chapter 9:17. Don't even know how to put on an act. Chapter 9:17. Don't even know how to put on an act. Rumble. Outside of the dragon's sovereign territory, the 12 exalts who are currently meditating suddenly open their eyes, each and every one of them incomparably shocked. What happened? Why did the dragon sovereign territory start to collapse? An exalt said solemnly, "Impossible. This dragon's sovereign territory is definitely the grotto of a deity, realm powerhouses. Who can make it collapse?" Exalt Blazing Fire said with a face full of disbelief too. The 12 exalts all harbored very high hopes for the dragon sovereign territory. Otherwise, even if they sent people inside, it was also not possible to keep on waiting outside. One had to know that this heavenly slaughter pit was only open for half a year. Every minute, every second was incomparably precious. With this waiting time, they would have long gone to other places to search for treasures. The dragon's sovereign territory collapsing, something incredible must have happened inside. "I wonder, perhaps our slaughter generals will be in some danger," Exalt Netherkill slowly said. Hearing this, the faces of the group of exalts were all hideous, especially Seeing. She bit her lips lightly, her face revealing a look of despair. If she lost Yi Yuan, then this trip could virtually be said to be in vain. With this, the disparity between her and the other exalts would get increasingly greater. But Exalt Cold Blood took this sight entirely into his eyes and said with a light smile, "Why, younger sister Seeing seems to be very concerned about your slaughter generals. Could it be that you took a liking to that pretty boy?" Seeing was startled inwardly, but her expression turned cold, and she said, "Do you think that everyone is as cold-blooded as you are?" Cold Blood took no notice of it and still smiled lightly as he said, 10 years ago, young sister Seeing moved on your own, but obtained quite a number of good stuff. At present, this dragon sovereign territory can be considered thoroughly done for already. But everyone has got nothing. Since younger sister Seeing knows of a treasure land, can you bring everybody there together?" The moment these words came out, the other exalts all involuntarily looked toward Seeing. Entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time, apart from the 2 exalts who perished, the benefits that the other exalts obtained were not many. While the one with the greatest harvests were undoubtedly Blazing Fire and Seeing, these 2 people, Blazing Fire obtained benefits inside this dragon's sovereign territory. But where Seeing went to had always been a mystery. If everyone obtained benefits at the dragon's sovereign territory this time, there naturally would not be anyone who would turn their focus onto Seeing. However, now that the dragon's sovereign territory collapsed, all of the slaughter generals might have died inside. There naturally would be people turning their eyes to Seeing. Yin's expression turned cold, and she said, "Cold Blood, what's your meaning?" "Ha ha, What's my meaning? Do you still not know? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit this trip, you can't very well let everybody return empty-handed, right? If there's good stuff, don't hide and tuck it away. Everybody's searching for treasures together. The harvest will definitely be different too. Don't you agree, everybody? Cold Blood had a broad smile on his face, but appeared very insidious. Yeah, younger sister Seeing. You probably didn't find Yuan in order to enter the dragon's sovereign territory either, right? Another Exalt said. Seeing, if there's any good place, why don't you disclose it? The Netherkill, who did not speak all along, also spoke up in a rare occurrence this time as well. If it were others, Seeing would not care much. But Netherkill opening his mouth, she had no choice but to take it seriously. With this, all of the Exalt's spearheads were pointed at her. This made her feel as if she was sitting on a bed of nails. Wow, a bunch of grown men always bullying women. You bunch of Exalts are pretty capable, huh? Right then, a lazy voice sounded out. The Exalts were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads and looked over. It was only to see Yuan leading a group of people who were currently walking out from the direction of the dragon sovereign territory, leisurely and unhurriedly. The Exalts were deeply astonished because the ones following Yi Yuan out were all Exalt Siyin's people. Furthermore, not one was missing. Humph! Yi Yuan, the matters between Exalts are hardly a measly little slaughter's turn to come and cut in. Let me ask you, where are the others? Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Blazing Fire flared up into a fury. This guy had cheated him considerably. The others? Oh, they have all laid down their lives for all the Lord Exalts, especially Wu He, before being burned to death by the Grand Array. He was still talking about how he missed Lord Blazing Fire. It was really touching. Yi Yuan made a sorrowful expression, looking very realistic. But Shao Kai, they all knew what happened. Each and every one of them could not hold back their laughter, but they did not dare to laugh out loud either, nearly stifling until causing internal injuries. Originally, when Blazing Fire saw Yi Yuan's expression, he really believed that it was real. But when he swept his gaze across the faces of Shao Kai and the rest, he knew that Yi Yuan was talking sheer nonsense. Between Exalts and Slaughter Generals, although it was a Lord-subordinate relations, H-I plus P, it was still making use of each other. Slaughter Generals needed to borrow power and influence, while Exalts needed people to slog it out. Then again, the Slaughter Generals even hoped for the Exalts to die earlier so that they could replace them. Stinking brat, you dare to fool me. I think that you're tired of living. Blazing Fire was already very displeased with Yi Yuan in the first place. Now that the top Slaughter Generals under his command all died inside the Dragon's sovereign territory, he became even more enraged. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, how could he still endure it? He actually directly attacked Yi Yuan. Blazing Fire grabbed out. A black claw condensed and formed from killing Qi grabbed towards Yi Yuan. Seeing did not expect that Blazing Fire would explode and kill people at a word of disagreement. But taking action at this time was already too late. Seeing this scene, her expression could not help changing greatly. Careful, Yi Yuan! Seeing shouted anxiously. A hint of delight flicked across Blazing Fire's face. Yi Yuan provoked him time and again. This time, he must kill him to be satisfied. But right then, an even larger claw descended from the sky. A claw smacked onto Blazing Fire's black claw accurately. Blazing Fire's attack was scattered just like this. The expressions of all the Exalts changed. Before their eyes was a maw. Civ Black Dragon. Slap. Yi Yuan smacked a palm onto the back of Enren's head and said with a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations, "Why are you all so stupid? Don't even know how to put on an act?" Enraging Lord Blazing Fire this time, each and every one of you will get more than you bargained for. Blazing Fire's expression was completely black, depressed in his heart until he was about to explode. But that black dragon made him deeply apprehensive. Tier 9 Black Dragon. This black dragon was none other than precisely Black Wind. Before Yi Yuan went into seclusion, he asked for a batch of spirit medicines from Si'in before. It was in order to refine medicinal pills to help Black Wind break through. Black Wind had originally arrived at the final juncture, only missing a step to be able to break through to Tier 9. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he finally broke through successfully. The Black Wind who broke through to Tier 9, his bloodline already thoroughly evolved into true dragon bloodline. The present Black Wind already successfully transformed to become a real black dragon. The Black Wind who succeeded in transforming into a dragon appeared truly awe-inspiring. Sensing the dragon pressure on his body, all of the exalts had solemn expressions. Si'in was dumbfounded too. She never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable trump card. Now, she finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to not show respect to her, this exalt. Him joining her camp was actually just for the sake of acquiring a spot. With this black dragon as backing, Yi Yuan's strength already completely did not lose to exalts. Chapter 9:18. So many treasures. Chapter 9:18. So many treasures. Blazing Fire's expression was incomparably ugly. Facing this black dragon, he did not have any certainty of winning. Black Wind entering Tier 9 was not just as simple as breaking through a major cultivation realm. To Black Wind, completing the transformation from a little snake to becoming a true dragon in the end, this was a qualitative transformation. His strength would undergo a qualitative transformation too. Blazing Fire merely entered Dao Profound 10 years ago. If he really exchanged blows with Black Wind, he was likely still not a match. Yi Yuan, why did only you guys come out? Where are the rest? Asked Netherkill. At this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. His subordinates were all elites among elites. If Yi Yuan was able to come out, they should be able to come out too. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Other than us, they are all dead." When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Although they had surmises in their hearts long ago, being informed of this news from Yi Yuan's mouth, they were still incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not that everyone died, but that the others all died and Si'in's lot were actually completely unscathed. Furthermore, they seemed to have had a pretty good time. What in the world happened inside? Why didn't a single one of you die? Blazing Fire said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Why? It's obviously because I'm formidable. Could it be that you don't think so?" Blazing Fire said with a cold smile, "Stop talking nonsense. Tier 9 martial artists can't enter into the dragon's sovereign territory at all. Would dealing with your subordinates, that bunch of trash, still need Black Wind to make a move? Lord Blazing Fire, you're thinking too much." Yi Yuan dismissed it lightly. "Humph, Big Brother Netherkill. This brat must have concealed many things. Furthermore, since they were able to come out, the abnormal activities inside the dragon's sovereign territory must be related to them. Most likely, Yi Yuan has long earned a boatload already." Blazing Fire said to Netherkill, "If it was other people, then forget it." But the 8 great slaughter generals under Netherkill's command were all Azura Arena's apex figures. They died inside too. How could Netherkill be willing to drop the matter? Just a black dragon. Even counting in one scene, it was also merely just 2 Tier 9 powerhouses. On their side had 11 people. The moment these words were said, everyone's gazes looked towards Netherkill. Very clearly, his one sentence determined the development trend of the subsequent events. Si'in was expressionless, but her heart pounded heavily. She never would have dreamed that her subordinates actually all came out alive. Although she did not know what happened inside, without a doubt, it had everything to do with Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan brought everyone out while those under the other exalt's command were completely wiped out. This was equivalent to offending everyone all at once. If she was ostracized by the other 11 exalts at the same time, how could she withstand it? Exalt Netherkill had yet to speak, but Yi Yuan came to Si Yin's side nonchalantly and said with a smile, "Lord Si Yin, these guys are eyeing our treasures. You have got to protect us. Come, give you all the treasures. You got to hold them properly." Si Yin had yet to react to it when Yi Yuan stuffed a high-grade holy artifact into Si Yin's hands. This, also this, Yi Yuan stuffed treasure after treasure into Si Yin's hands, making everyone stupefied from watching. Did this brat break into a treasure vault? High-grade holy artifacts, Tier 9 medicinal pills, cultivation methods, a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits. Si Yin almost could not hold them anymore. When the other exalts saw this scene, each and every one of their eyes turned red. Si Yin looked at Yi Yuan blankly, her mind already unable to think. Was Yi Yuan mad? The logic of not revealing one's wealth. Could it be that this guy did not know? This fellow obtained so many treasures, but actually did not hide and tuck them away, and even flash them out for so many people to see. Wasn't this looking for a beating? However, the astoundment in Si Yin's heart simply reached a degree where it could not be any greater. These treasures, these exalts, could not obtain them even after several trips into the heavenly slaughter pit either. Yi Yuan just took a trip into the dragon's sovereign territory. Disregarding that he toppled the entire place, he even brought out such a large pile of treasures. Si Yin naturally did not know that these treasures were actually just a portion of what Yi Yuan acquired. The other people basically all had an article in their possession. As for himself, that went even more without saying. Big Brother Netherkill, this blazing fire's gaze was incomparably scorching. If not because Yi Yuan's side strength was not weak, he would have long made a move to S. Na to H. The other exalts were not much better either. They were all waiting for Netherkill to give an order. Huh, what are all of you using those sort of eyes to look at us for? Lord Si Yin, you have to protect these things well. Yi Yuan said with a peculiar expression. Si Yin finally came back to her senses at this time. She winked at Yi Yuan persistently, but Yi Yuan acted like he did not see it and still carried on talking without caring about others. Xiao Kai and the rest broke into a cold sweat too. Yi Yuan was simply too rampant. Those opposite were all exalts. Wasn't playing like this seeking death? Right at this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. Si Yin, since you obtained so many treasures, are you able to bring everybody along to the other ruin now? Netherkill's words made everyone stunned. What was the meaning of this? So many good stuff placed before their eyes. Were they not seeing? Si Yin's brain short-circuited for an instant too, but she came back to her senses very quickly and said with a nod, "All right, since Big Brother Netherkill opened your mouth, Si Yin will naturally comply with your wishes." Si Yin also did not understand why Exalt Netherkill would let her off. So many treasures. Anyone who saw it would be covetous too. She did not believe that Netherkill would be unmoved. Si Yin could not help looking over at Yi Yuan. Seeing his completely harmless appearance, her temper immediately flared up out of nowhere. This guy had never discussed with her when he did things, scaring people dreadfully. Netherkill nodded and said, "And Si Yin's things, you guys don't have any more ideas. Her slaughtered generals obtained them. That's their ability, and also Si Yin's own lucky chance. Whoever has any devious ideas, don't blame this exalt for not being courteous." All the exalts had stupefied looking at Netherkill in disbelief. Only Exalt Coldblood's gaze glinted for a moment, but sensibly retreated to one side. He was not dumb. Yi Yuan definitely had some sort of reliance to dare take out so many treasures, and Yi Yuan's reliance was definitely not just that black dragon. Regardless of which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan was not a brave fool lacking in wisdom. If anyone were to make a move to go and they would definitely pay a terrible price. Yi Yuan being able to lead Si Yin's slaughtered generals out without missing a single one was not so easily accomplished. At least, somebody had to die in a horrifying place like the Yellow Springs Road, right? Yet, Everyone was here right now. This by itself already indicated many problems. Netherkill was definitely wary of Yi Yuan too. That was why he would sensibly not make a move, and use this as the price to make Si'in bring everyone to the other ruin. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious, clearly just a brat who was not even at the phaseless realm. But he made them, these exalts, all incomparably apprehensive. Chapter 919. Uprooting Dark, Profound Gold. Chapter 919. Uprooting Dark, Profound Gold. Above the tall mountain, there were scattered rocks everywhere, virtually nowhere to plant one's foot. This place was in destination I Tushin, not even a blade of GRA. grew. No matter how one looked, it was a wasteland. Seeing this is the place you came last time? You aren't making fun of us, right? The Myriad Devil Ridge is merely a wasteland. Who knows how many people have come here before? You actually discovered treasures here? Blazing Fire questioned. This place was known as the Myriad Devil Ridge, but it was just a place where not even a blade of GRA. grew. Furthermore, this Myriad Devil Ridge was merely a very ordinary place within 10 miles. It was already uncertain how many people had come before. If there were any treasures, it would have been discovered long ago. So what if making fun of you? You gonna bite me? Si'in had not even opened her mouth to speak when Yi Yuan directly shot back at Blazing Fire. Blazing Fire was hot-tempered to begin with, being repeatedly provoked by Yi Yuan. He was long foaming at the mouth from anger already. Stinking brat, this exalt will tear your mouth. Come on then. I'll stand right here. Come over and tear me if you have the capability. Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats, while Black Wind directly blocked in front of Yi Yuan, making Blazing Fire very gloomy. All right, listen to what Si'in has to say, Netherkill said. Blazing Fire gave a cold snort, but could only go to one side and stew in his anger. He seriously could not understand why a proud Tier 9 Black Dragon would serve Yi Yuan, this kind of guy, as his master. Regarding Yi Yuan's unbridledness, Si'in was helpless about it too. These 10 years, she had always been hiding her capabilities and biding her time, afraid of making too many enemies. Now things were great. The exalts were all offended by Yi Yuan. She also did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. With just the likes of her and that black dragon, they were absolutely not a match for the others. But it was precisely because, so that Yi Yuan appeared even more mysterious. Everybody, just follow me over. Si'in did not say much either, and just continued forward. Before long, Si'in came in front of a slightly larger rock and said, "It's here." Finish talking. She actually walked straight towards the large rock. Right then, something inconceivable happened. Si'in actually said right through the large rock and vanished from sight. What a profound camouflage. I didn't expect that this Myriad Devil Ridge actually had a grotto hidden away in an altogether different world. An exalt exclaimed in amazement. This large rock was very inconspicuous. Even if sing by in front of it, it was also not possible to discover any abnormalities. They did not expect that it actually linked to another place. Let's go in too. The group of exalts entered in a single file, all sing right through the large rock. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they actually arrived at a different world. This place had a picturesque landscape, vibrant greenery all over the place. Mountain ridges zigzagged like a long dragon, totally different from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit's bleakness. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield. How can it have such a place? The scenery here is so beautiful. Having stayed for an extended time at the Azura Arena, I'm not used to such a place anymore. Screw it. As long as there are treasures, who cares what place it is? The scenery here made people refreshed in spirit, but what everyone was most concerned with was still the treasures. 10 years ago, I accidentally stumbled in here by chance. I saw the remains of a divine king and took his storage ring to be able to have today. But later, I searched the outer regions and also didn't find another corpse. Instead, I discovered a cave over there. It's just that cave is blocked by dark, profound gold. I can't open it at all with my strength, so I had no choice but to withdraw out of here. Seein pointed in a direction and said, "Dark, profound gold." When everyone heard Siyin's words, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Dark, profound gold was an extremely rare metal, possessing the attribute of devouring essence energy. Once it gets refined into a holy artifact, it could greatly weaken the opponent's attack. Such a treasure was actually used to block a cave entrance. Under Siyin's lead, everyone came to that cave. Indeed, they saw a huge chunk of dark, profound gold. What a large chunk of dark, profound gold. Just this large piece of dark, profound gold. This trip is already not in vain. Somebody cried out. This cavern was 1 person long and wide. To be able to block such a large cave, one could imagine how large this chunk of dark, profound gold was. Only now did all the exalts understand why Seein wanted to get Yiyuan over. Although dark, profound gold was good, these exalts simply did not have the ability to push it away. Although Dao profound realm martial artists were strong, body refinement martial artists were extremely rare. Even though the exalt's essence energy cultivation realms were very formidable, in terms of the fleshy body strength, they were million miles worse than Yiyuan. Under the situation where essence energy was useless, clearly, only Yiyuan could move this lump of dark, profound gold. Yiyuan, you guys have already obtained a lot of precious treasures inside the dragon's sovereign territory. This dark, profound gold door will have to trouble you to get to work to remove it. At this time, Netherkill opened his mouth and said, to be able to make Exalt Netherkill use this sort of discussing tone to speak, Yiyuan could be considered the first one. But Yiyuan did not have any awareness of feeling overwhelmed by flattery and honor. He said with a faint smile, I can open the door, but this chunk of dark, profound gold belongs to me. The moment Yiyuan opened his mouth, the other exalts became indignant. Yiyuan, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Such a large piece of dark, profound gold. That's a priceless treasure. You guys have already acquired so many precious treasures, and your greed is actually still insatiable. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist raised objections, but Yiyuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, What a joke! Listening to the meaning of your words, my treasures seem to all be picked up for free. Don't say that the grapes are sour because you couldn't eat them. If you're envious, come NS. NATCH. Want to open the door, no problem. The dark, profound gold is my condition. Either way, we've obtained quite a few treasures. It's sufficient for us to digest for 10 years' time. No big deal in missing out on this chunk of dark, profound gold either. Yiyuan's words put all the exalts on the verge of vomiting blood. This fellow simply exasperated people to death without paying for it. Yet, you just couldn't do anything to him. So many people, but only Yiyuan had the ability to open this dark, profound gold door. If he did not open, no one had any ways of entering either. Fine. The dark, profound gold belongs to you. Netherkill opened his mouth and said. The moment Yiyuan heard it, he beamed widely and said, Take a look, you guys. Learn a little more from Elder Brother. Even this door was stuffed up using dark, profound gold. Can the good stuff inside still be little? The exalts all looked at Yiyuan with furious glares, but thinking carefully, it really seemed to be the case. To be able to use dark, profound gold to block the doorway, there must be some incredible things inside. Obtaining Exalt Netherkill's approval, Yiyuan was not long-winded either, directly arriving in front of the dark, profound gold. Talk was cheap, but to really uproot this chunk of dark, profound gold, sup, what kind of immense strength did that require? Dark, profound gold was extremely heavy in the first place. Such a large chunk of dark, profound gold was probably several tens of millions of pounds. Furthermore, this chunk of dark, profound gold was embedded firmly in the cave. Wanting to extract it was much harder than lifting it up. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, placing both hands on the dark, profound gold, and suddenly exerted strength. Ha! The moment Yi Yuan's aura rose, his strength was overwhelming, both feet directly planting in the ground. Sensing this immense strength, the exalts also revealed looks of solemnness. If they did not employ essence energy protection and fought hand-to-hand combat, Yi Yuan's abnormal strength could blow them up with one punch. Receiving the influence of Yi Yuan's immense strength, the entire mountain started to quake violently. The dragon blood power within Yi Yuan's body abruptly erupted. His arms actually transformed into 2 dragon claws. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the dark, profound gold actually directly flew out. Chapter 920. Gotten into a big trouble. Chapter 920. Gotten into a big trouble. Boom! A huge noise transmitted over. The dark, profound gold smashed out a huge crater on the ground, shaking until everyone's feet trembled. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help shuddering with fear. This Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped monster, such a large chunk of dark, profound gold. He actually really uprooted it, yet everyone did not have time to be shocked when an abnormality occurred. The moment the cave opened, clouds of black gas surged out from inside the cave as if it burst through. D.A.M. N. seemed to have gotten into big trouble. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. The expressions of all the exalts changed drastically too. Each and every one of them was still looking forward to entering the cave to search for treasures. Who knew that such an abnormality would arise all of a sudden? Quickly run. The dark, profound gold was used to seal demonic things. The dark, profound gold being plucked out, the demonic things are already no longer under control. Blazing Fire immediately ran when he saw that things were not going well. Ha ha ha! We have been trapped here for 100,000 years. We finally see the light of day once more. At this time, SES of black shadows poured out from inside the cave, instantly surrounding everyone, sealing off all of the escape routes. When Yi Yuan saw this sort of situation, how could he still not get it? This was not some treasure land at all, but a place where the ancient era's powerhouses sealed the fiend race. These black shadows had the same aura as Jialan, except the fiendish chi magnitude on these guys' bodies were much weaker compared to Jialan. Recalling Si Yin's statement from before, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. Looks like that corpse was the powerhouse who sealed these fiends. Except after sealing, he already reached the point where the oil gave out and the lamp was expiring too. That was why he died here. J.E., boy, were you the one who let us out? As a reward, you shall become my new fleshy body. A black shadow floated in front of Yi Yuan and was actually going to seize possession directly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately said excitedly, "Hooray, hooray! I'm so honored to become your fleshy body." That fiendish shadow distinctly froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such a reply, but he did not think too much either, tunneling into Yi Yuan's body swiftly. J.E., turns out that this boy is a moron. Mu Luo seizing possession of him is also considered helping to exonerate him. Mu Luo already found a fleshy body. We also gotta hurry up and find our own fleshy bodies. This state will make our strength be greatly discounted. There are actually quite a few Dao profound experts. Letting them become our fiend slaves is very suitable. These fiendish shadows were all incomparably unbridled and thought nothing of the group of exalts at all. One fiendish shadow after another stood in the air. There were roughly around several dozen. Although these fiendish shadows' imposing manner could not compare to Fiendji. Oh, Jialan, it was much stronger compared to those exalts. Plus, the numbers were many. Thinking nothing of them could be predicted. All right, Mu Luo, since you've already finished seizing possession, hurry up and take care of those trash. It's our turn to go and seize possession. A fiend shadow said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes were originally somewhat blank, but at this time he grinned widely and said, "You're calling me?" The fiend shadow could not help pausing when he heard that and blurted out, You, how is that possible? Where's Mu Luo?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even Jialan couldn't seize possession of my fleshy body. Just the likes of trash like you guys want to seize possession of your Grandpa Ye's body too? Fools who overestimate your own abilities. Impossible. You've actually met Lord Jialan before? No way. Lord Jialan is an invincible existence. You could still survive until now when you've met him?" The fiend shadow's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said with a look of disdain, "Invincible? Is your fiend race all so arrogant? Posturing got to have a limit too, all right? Jialan, that guy was beaten by this little lord, me, until he wet his pants in terror. He's healing his wounds at G. Oh, D knows which corner right now." That fiend shadow clearly did not believe Yi Yuan's words. Although Fiend Ji, D Jialan was not from the same era as them, these fiends, he was a Fiend Ji. D with strikingly high renown among the fiend race, even separated by several 100,000 years, the awe-inspiring reputation of Fiend Ji. D Jialan was still commended among the fiend race. Such an existence would be beaten until he wet his pants in terror by this brat in front of him who was not even at phaseless realm? Wasn't this rubbish? But Fiend Ji, D Jialan had already been sealed for close to 1,000,000 years. Forget about the human race. Even the low-level fiends did not know Fiend Ji. D Jialan this name either. How did this brat know? The exalts were also endlessly shocked at this time. They clearly saw that fiendish shadow take possession of Yi Yuan, but it was gone without even letting out a fart. Yi Yuan, this brat was simply too terrifying. Boy, don't be insolent. This seat will come and take care of you shortly. A fiend shadow's figure moved and sped towards the group of slaughter generals. Very clearly there were risks for them to seize possession of Dao Profound realm powerhouses too. But phaseless realm martial artists, the fiend shadow did not have any misgivings. Although the slaughtered generals under the Exalt's command practically all died inside the dragon's sovereign territory, Cold Blood, Heavenly Hedonist, and Blazing Fire slaughter generals still had quite a few. There were enough for them to seize possession. For a moment, the fiend shadow's howls pervaded the entire SPAC. Want to seize possession? How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and suddenly unleashed a coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Boom! The group of fiend shadows was clearly very formidable too. Fiendish chi suddenly erupted, blocking Yi Yuan's palm. Ha, brat, your this bit of ability still can't hurt us. The fiend shadow said with a laugh, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so?" The fiend shadow was currently flying in the air, but his figure suddenly plummeted down, like he had suffered substantial injuries. N brat actually hid lightning attribute in his attack. The fiend shadow cried out miserably. Lightning attribute was the jinx of all fiendish things under the heavens. Although the lightning attribute, Yi Yuan's origin magnetism spirit, what was carrying, could not kill these fiend shadows, making them suffer some hards. +PS was still achievable. What are you still stoning there for? These guys are all fiend emperors. Once you let them succeed in seizing possession, not a single one of you can escape. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Only then did the group of exalts come back to their senses, and collectively making a move to attack those fiend shadows. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Shao Kai and the others with a flash and said in a solemn voice, "I'll cover you guys. Hurry up and retreat out of this SPAC. Those exalts probably can't stop those fiend emperors." These people all had not fought with the fiend race before and were completely unaware of the fiend race's terror. The fiend race was like croaches that could not be killed. Without heaven-defying means, they simply could not be killed. although Yi Yuan could restrain them with the origin magnetism spirit would. His strength was too weak after all. Wanting to kill so many fiend emperors, that was something virtually impossible. This battle, victory or defeat, was really hard to say. The moment the group of exalts attacked, it was indeed great and momentous, suppressing most of the fiend emperors instantaneously. But the fiend emperors' numbers greatly surpassed. Said the exalts. There would always be that few fishes that slipped through the net, Russ. Plussing towards those slaughtered generals wanting to seize possession. Arg! 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 Wretched screams transmitted over repeatedly. Those slaughtered generals suck. You bed one by one, releasing a final scream. But these fiend emperors were all very wary of Yi Yuan. Body dared to approach his side. Chapter 921. Continuous Unexpected Events. Chapter 921. Continuous Unexpected Events. The fiend race's active possession was incomparably tyrannical. In a blink of an eye, there were several powerhouses swathed in fiendish qi from head to toe. Clearly, they were already successfully taken possession of. The slaughtered generals were mostly late-stage, phaseless realm. After the fiend emperors succeeded in seizing possession, each and every one of their auras skyrocketed, directly breaking through to Tao profound realm. Our fleshy bodies were suppressed until they rotted. How many years has it been since I've savored the taste of a physical body? A fiend emperor said with a weird laugh. When the fiend emperors obtained the fleshy bodies, their auras actually said the group of exalts all at once. You humans are seriously too weak. All of you obediently become our fiend slaves. The fiend emperors that successfully seized possession rushed forward and clashed together with the exalts. The exalts' pressure immediately soared. Those exalts were not some goody two-shoes. They discovered very quickly that these fiend emperors were very fearful of Yi Yuan. Each and every one of them actually retreated as they fought, luring the fiend emperors over to Yi Yuan there. Despicable. And Ren gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Black Wind, escort them away!" When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he said in a solemn voice, "Yes, Master, be careful." Black Wind brought everyone along and hastily retreated outwards. Yi Yuan revolved the origin magnetism spirit would with all his power, his entire body erupting with powerful lightning powers. His entire person was seemingly a walking lightning ball. Areas that he said through, all the fiend emperors would avoid like the plague. Yi Yuan joined the group battle and pinned down quite a number of fiend emperors all at once, and actually turned the situation around in a short while. "Mu Ta, still not done yet," a fiend emperor said anxiously. On the sideline, fiendish qi billowed toward the sky. The fiend emperor called Mu Ta had just finished taking possession when he erupted with a strength that astounded people. It was only to see him abruptly open both eyes and said with a hideous grin, "Done. Let these guys become our fiend slaves. That boy seems to be somewhat strange. Entertain him well." Mu Ta's figure suddenly moved. His entire person seemed like a war chariot, abruptly SMAs. Plussing into the fight. Bang! An exalt was directly hit by Mu Ta's tremendous force, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and flew out backward. Seeing the scene, all of the exalts' faces changed drastically. This Mu Ta had at least middle stage, Tao profound realm strength. This guy had just finished taking possession and actually had such terrifying strength. Netherkill's eyes glinted, and he said in a deep voice, "Retreat." Finished talking, Netherkill's figure retreated explosively and sped over towards the entrance. When the group of exalts saw that even Netherkill had retreated, how could they still dare to continue fighting? Each and every one of them was anxious to escape. Ha. Wanna run? How can it be that easy? Stay behind obediently and be our fiend slaves. As Mu Ta laughed loudly, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was actually even faster than Netherkill. Bang! It was an extremely strong collision. Netherkill was actually struck by Mu-Ta until he flew back. In one move, whoever was superior was immediately determined. Even Netherkill was pushed back in one strike. The Exalt's faces revealed looks of despair. These Fiend Emperors were too strong. Arg! Arg! A series of miserable screams transmitted over. More and more Fiend Emperors successfully took possession. The strength of the Fiend Emperors over here became stronger and stronger, while the Exalt's side became increasingly weaker. A Fiend Emperor came in front of that Exalt who was struck flying by Mu-Ta prior to this and plunged a surge of fiendish sense into his sea of consciousness. Before long, that Exalt actually stood up and gave a bow to that Fiend Emperor and said, "This fiend slave has seen master." That Fiend Emperor laughed out loud and said, "Ah, good. Go and deal with that bunch of fellows for her. Remember, don't kill them. I want to make them all become fiend slaves." "Yes, master." Watching that Exalt become a fiend slave helplessly, the other 11 Exalts all could not help feeling a chill down their spines, having a feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. The fiend race's fiendish sense was too tyrannical. It did not permit them to resist at all before they were directly devilized. At this rate, wouldn't the Fiend Emperor's side become stronger and stronger, while their side becomes weaker and weaker, unable to run even if they fled, unable to beat them if they fought too? What to do? Big Brother Netherkill, fight it out with them. At this rate, everyone is dead. Blazing Fire shouted fiercely. Netherkill's gaze turned cold, and he said with a nod, "Fine. Now that the story's played out like this, we can only take a final plunge." The Netherkill, who prepared for a fight to the death, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A surge of murderous aura that swept away all obstacles, swept towards the Fiend Emperors. Seeing this scene, all the Exalts felt a great boost in confidence. Netherkill was the one who was the most unfathomable among these people. Once he brought out his true strength, it was only right that he would not lose to these Fiend Emperors at the very least, who knew that those Fiend Emperors thought nothing of Netherkill at all, and instead they burst into laughter as one said, "Ha ha! This one's strength is not bad. He's qualified enough to be our fiend slave." Although the others are also Tier 9 strength, they are still a little lacking. Facing such a berserk murderous air, Mu-Ta was not cowed in the least, and directly charged forward towards the murderous aura and was actually not affected at all. Boom! Under an attack, it was still Mu-Ta who took the absolute upper hand. When Mu-Ta attacked, the other Fiend Emperors did not idle as well, both sides directly tangling together in battle. But the current situation was far from good. The people on the Fiend Emperor's side became more and more, and already occupied a cruise. Plussing advantage. It was just a matter of time for the Exalt side to lose. But at the same time, a Fiend Emperor pestered Yi Yuan. He was clearly quite fearful of Yi Yuan and did not dare to approach too close. But if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he absolutely did not allow it to. Just like this, both parties were caught in a stalemate here. Bang! Another Exalt was injured, then taken control of by a group of Fiend Emperors. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly too. He did not expect that there would actually be so many Fiend Emperor powerhouses here. Could it be that he must bring out the Sacred Dragon Token and Vast Heaven Peg? Oh, Danao? These two items were his final trump cards. Not reaching the 11th hour, they must absolutely not be exposed. Yi Yuan thought about it and still decided to wait and see. The Fiend race was seriously too difficult to deal with, although these Fiend Emperors were not as powerful as Fiendji. Oh, Jialan, they had only experienced 100,000 years of suppression. Furthermore, their treatment was completely different from Jialan's. Therefore, each and every one of their deterioration was not that severe. In contrast, these Fiend Emperors were more difficult to deal with. Speaking of which, if not for Jialan looking for trouble and wanting to seize possession of Yi Yuan back then, he would not have been severely wounded and sent away in defeat either. The soul-suppressing pearl's damage to Jia Lan was too great. Yi Yuan observed the battle by the side. His expression became increasingly ugly too. One exalt after another was taken control of by the fiend emperors, and became the other party's fiend slaves instead. Furthermore, after becoming fiend slaves, the exalt's strength actually soared by a large margin again. Under such circumstances, it was completely impossible for the exalt's side to reverse the situation. Yi Yuan quietly revolved the incantation and was currently planning on bringing out the sacred dragon token. Right then, an unforeseen accident occurred again. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out and actually directly blasted the entire group of fiend emperors flying. Even the strongest Mu Ta had no strength to retaliate in the slightest under this blow. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Focusing his eyes and looking over, he was surprised. He did not know why Netherkill's disposition changed drastically all of a sudden, and this sort of transformation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. You guys are really useless. You can't even deal with a few fiend emperors. Since that's the case, it's useless to keep you guys too. Netherkill slowly said. Chapter 922. 30,000-year hoax. Chapter 922. 30,000-year hoax. Netherkill was floating in midair. The corners of his clothing was rustling, with violent, murderous air rampaging all over the place. His aura was extremely terrifying. The current Netherkill became like a completely different person from before and actually gave people a feeling of unrivaledness. Even those fiend emperors also looked at Netherkill with somber expressions and actually did not dare to attack anymore. Under the mask, that pair of eyes were seemingly able to shock people to the core, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Nurturing you all for so long, this seat bestowed upon you status and glory. It's time for you all to repay this seat. Netherkill slowly opened his mouth, but it made all of the exalt's hearts tighten. Big brother Netherkill, what do you mean? Blazing Fire's expression was very ugly, and a hint of foreboding premonition birthed in his heart. You'll know right away. Netherkill slowly lifted his two palms. A tremendous suction force enveloped everyone. With Netherkill as the center, it formed an enormous vortex. The affected scope of this vortex virtually filled the entire S.P.A.C. Puwark, a slaughtered general who had not been taken possession of yet, exploded all of a sudden. He did not even let out a tragic cry. A stream of black gas gushed out from within his body, and it directly entered into Netherkill's body. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. That S of black gas was precisely the hallmark of the slaughter concept. Poo, poo, poo. Very soon, a series of explosion sounds rang out. Time bombs seemed to have been planted within the bodies of those slaughter generals, exploding without any warning signs. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus streams of slaughter concept were like many streams of small creeks, finally converging into the great river. Ugh! Scene suddenly moaned lightly. An anguished expression showed on her face, and she actually collapsed directly. But right at the instant she fell over, she was pulled into someone's arms by a broad arm. Focusing her eyes to look, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, you're fine? Si Yin's head was splitting at present. It was as if there was a burst of qi inside her body churning incessantly, her entire person on the verge of bursting. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just some small trick. How can it be that easy to want to make me, Yi Yuan, fall for it? Just what in the world is going on? Si Yin endured the pain and asked. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over towards the all-powerful Netherkill and said with a cold smile, the Azura Arena's slaughter concept is merely a hoax that has persisted for 30,000 years. And you all, these exalts, are merely the hosts for the slaughter concept that other people are farming out to. Once they raise you guys to maturity, they naturally have to butcher. There was no free lunch in this world. being able to obtain slaughter concept without needing to comprehend. How could this sort of bargain possibly occur? It was just that the Azura arena did it very covertly. Outsiders had no knowledge of it all along, that was all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Si'in could not help revealing a look of despair. In just this short while, those slaughtered generals all perished from their bodies exploding, while the slaughter concepts converged into Netherkill's body. Netherkill's aura became increasingly stronger, but Yi Yuan knew that this was merely just the appetizer. These exalts were the real feast. The slaughter concept and the exalts were all 8 stars. Each and every one of their strength was incomparably formidable. Absorbing these exalts' slaughter concept, Netherkill's strength would probably reach an unfathomable degree. Pooh work! A fiend emperor finally could not endure it, and his fleshy body directly exploded. D-A-M-N-it. My fleshy body. That fiend emperor never would have thought that the fleshy body which he had just acquired would actually be gone so quickly. But the fiend race was indeed incomparably fearsome. Although their fleshy body was gone, they still transformed into a maw. S of fiendish shadow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. A surge of bizarre aura wandered inside the fiend emperor's bodies. Finally, all of them exploded. Yi Yuan took a look at Si'in and finally still let out a sigh and said, Si'in, if you trust me, open up your divine soul. No matter what I do, don't resist. Once something goes wrong, your soul will dissipate. Currently, Si'in's body was like it had swelled up. Her entire body was becoming round and plump like she was filled with air. Very clearly, she could not sustain much longer anymore as well. Among the group of exalts, her strength was the weakest. When it was the exalt's turn, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Although Si'in did not have city-toppling peerless looks, she was also a beauty hard to come by. Her state made people feel pity and protectiveness endlessly. Of course, the reason why Yuan chose to save her was not that he had a tender heart for the fairess, EX, but because he felt that she still belonged to the type that could be saved among these exalts. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a glimmer of hope along with astonishment finally emerged in Si'in's eyes that had given up all hope. The entire Azura arena was a hoax, and the origin of this hoax was the absolute kill token. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token on him too. Why was he totally fine? The secrets on this guy's body were seriously too many. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Si'in completely opened her mind. A strand of warm soul force flowed in. Yi Yuan plunged into Si'in's divine soul with ease and familiarity and started searching. Exploring other people's divine soul, this sort of thing, was incomparably perilous to other martial artists. A single mishap would cause irreparable damage to other people's divine soul. Upon injuring the divine soul, if it was minor, their strength would be greatly diminished. If it was severe, they would become are dead, even die immediately. But Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul was the top-notch even when looking at the entire divine realm. His soul force wandered inside Si'in's divine soul with ease and familiarity, seemingly searching for something. Not long after, a black seed appeared in front of Yi Yuan. That seed had already germinated and actually started growing. This black seed was the main culprit. Back then, when Yi Yuan merged with the absolute kill token, this black seed also attempted to grow inside his divine soul, but was blotted out by Yi Yuan quietly. Yi Yuan's methods were extremely covert. Even Netherkill could not possibly discover a trace of an inkling either. Seemingly noticing Yi Yuan, that seed seemed to have suffered a fright, abruptly releasing an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. His soul force swept out, dispersing this attack to nothingness. Sensing the difficulty to handle Yi Yuan, that seed actually transformed and became human-shaped. That appearance was actually no different from Netherkill. Brat, this seed advised you to not poke your nose into other people's affairs. Otherwise, this woman's soul will dissipate. Netherkill voiced a warning. Yi Yuan's soul force condensed and also transformed into human form and said with a cold smile, "A mere divine sense clone dares to threaten your Grandpa Yi? Want to exterminate her divine soul? You can very well give it a try. Humph! Since you want to fight it out to the death, then this seat will fulfill your Wisconsin H." Plus, Netherkill snorted coldly. That body which materialized and formed erupted with an extremely powerful soul force. It was actually going to destroy this divine sense clone and perish together with Si-In. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, both hands firing out 100 spells as fast as lightning. A stream of gentle force wrapped this divine sense clone up, no matter how he exploded. He was also unable to harm Si-In the least bit. Chapter 923 Exterminating Fiend Emperors. Chapter 923 Exterminating Fiend Emperors. In the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit, a handsome man dressed entirely in black clothing suddenly snapped open both eyes, his brows involuntarily furrowing. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void, looking towards the vast distance. His face was expressionless. It radiated awe without showing anger. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Forget it. This seat has already reached the critical moment. This matter will be handed to him to do." Finished talking, the black-clothed man slowly shut his eyes again. A wave of heinous, murderous air crept around his body. Looking at that strand of divine sense, turning to nothing, Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly too. Just a mere strand of divine sense had such power. Then how powerful was the original body's strength? Only he, Yi Yuan, could do this. If it was somebody else, it was absolutely impossible to eradicate the divine sense so effortlessly. That fellow's strength is becoming more unfathomable. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh, his soul force retreating like tidewaters, returning into his own divine soul. At this time, Si-In's body recovered to that lithe and graceful appearance. Her gaze turned to look at Yi Yuan elegantly. Feelings of gratitude needed no words. She was still leaning in Yi Yuan's embrace, her posture indescribably ambiguous. She hurriedly straightened her body and was just about to give thanks to Yi Yuan, but her body suddenly turned stiff, feeling clee at her back. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "No need to care about him. He's currently busy with retrieving the slaughter concepts. How would he have time to come and care about you?" Without even guessing, one would also know that Netherkill definitely noticed something. That was why he would sweep his gaze over. But just as Yi Yuan said, he was currently busy digesting the reclaimed slaughter concepts and had no time to spare for other things at all. Pooh, pooh, pooh. People's bodies exploded one by one. Netherkill's aura became more and more terrifying. Very soon, the Fiend Emperors were actually completely killed off just like this. But Netherkill did not have the slightest intention of stopping. This time, it was the Exalt's turn. A tragic scream sounded over. That Exalt, who was the very first to be devilized, directly exploded. Blazing Fire's face revealed an expression of despair. His body already swelled up like a giant balloon at this time, looking on the verge of exploding. He never would have thought that the one to kill him, in the end, was actually Exalt Netherkill. "Why, Yi Yuan, save me. I know that you can save me. As long as you save me, I'll promise you anything." Blazing Fire barked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Blazing Fire calmly and said with a smile, "Save you? You wanted to kill me time and again, and still want this little lord me to save you? You're thinking too much." Blazing Fire knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan, "I am begging you. It was all me who had eyes but failed to see. I deserve death. I swear to the heaven, I absolutely won't anymore in the future. I beg you, save." With a burst, the arrogant, blazing fire exploded into minced meat, just like that. Seeing this scene, Si-In shuddered in fear. In these 10 years, she and Blazing Fire and the rest schemed against each other. But now he died like that in front of her. This made her unwittingly have a feeling of the fox, mourning the death of the hare in her heart. Why is it like this? I've never heard before that the Azure Sea would actually have such a thing. Who in the world is Exalt Netherkill? Seein muttered. She was full of suspicions right now and totally did not understand everything that was happening in front of her. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Then do you know why each time they entered the heavenly slaughter pit, there would be exalts dying? Don't the exalts get replaced by new ones a little too quickly?" Hearing these words, Seein was frightened inwardly and blurted out, "Could it be that they were all killed by Netherkill?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said that might not be so, but how they die isn't important. What's important is that after they die, the slaughter concepts would definitely return to Netherkill there. Seein sucked in a cold breath. This way, wouldn't they all be vessels for Netherkill to store and cultivate slaughter concept? At this time, that enormous vortex finally came to a standstill. Netherkill slowly floated down. The current Netherkill was already like a completely different person from before. Regardless whether it was its strength or disposition, it all underwent an enormous change. The Netherkill in the past only looked a little older compared to the other exalts. But at this very moment, his body gave off the air of a king, making people not dare to look directly. What made Seein surprised was that apart from him, there were actually still two exalts completely unscathed. One of them was Exalt Coldblood, while the other was the Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, who was in the same boat with blazing fire. Netherkill's gaze looked at that bunch of fiend emperors coldly. His eyes had unspeakable contempt. "Are you all taking action yourselves, or making this seat send you on your way?" The fiend emperors had just acquired fleshy bodies, but were actually ruined by this one in front of them again. This made them incredibly gloomy. But as fiends, they would not fear humans at all. What a joke! You think that you're our match by destroying our fleshy bodies? You killed your own subordinates yourself. Now, are you a match for so many of us? A fiend emperor said with a cold sneer. Netherkill gave a cold snort and said, "Thick-headed things! Looks like you guys won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Netherkill was not seen to have any movements either. With a clink, his sword was unsheathed instantly. The piercingly cold-killing intent virtually made people unable to open their eyes. Extreme Dao sword kill. When Yi Yuan saw Netherkill's sword slash, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise too. This slash was none other than precisely the second-level move in the slaughter sword art which Yi Yuan acquired in the Azura shop previously. Extreme Dao sword kill. But this move unleashed H.I. plussing from Netherkill's hands was much, much stronger compared to Yi Yuan. Netherkill absorbed the slaughter concepts of 8 exalts and so many slaughter generals. This supreme, true, intense degree of terror could be imagined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Places the longsword paw S, said through swept away all obstacles in the way, bringing out waves of miserable wails. Just one attack. The group of Fiend Emperor's auras all dropped drastically. Although it did not kill with a single blow, they clearly suffered serious injuries. Although the Fiend race was strong, they did not have undying bodies. When the damage they received reached a certain degree, they would still die. Those Fiend shadows all cried out miserably endlessly. They clearly did not expect that Netherkill was actually powerful to such an extent. Run. Quickly flee. This guy is too strong. In our current states, we're not a match at all. No idea who yelled out either. The group of Fiend Emperors turned around and wanted to flee outside. Netherkill gave a cold laugh and said, "Coolly escape? How can it be that easy?" Done talking, Netherkill unleashed another extreme Dao sword kill. This time, the killing intent was even greater than before. At the same time, a surge of bizarre force suddenly descended. All of the Fiend Emperor's figures all stagnated for that split second. Just this split second claimed their lives. Arg! A series of tragic cries sounded over. It was just that those screams became softer and softer and were finally gone. The group of fiend emperor powerhouses who had once commanded the ancient era was actually jointly slain by Netherkill and Yi Yuan just like this. Of course, if they were at their prime. Forget about killing them, it was already pretty good for Netherkill to be able to escape. But they were suppressed for as long as 100,000 years and were long arrows at the end of their flight. Netherkill slew a horde of fiend emperors but had no joy nor sorrow. His gaze swept towards Yi Yuan. Chapter 924, Sikong Shang. Chapter 924, Sikong Shang. Yi Yuan, show your trump card. I want to see if you're making an empty show of strength, or if you really have the ability to challenge this seat. Netherkill's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with a glint. Along the way, the reason why Netherkill exercised forbearance in every possible way was naturally that he could not figure out Yi Yuan's ace in the hole, now that he absorbed a large quant. 1. Tie of slaughter concept. His strength soared by a large margin. When facing Yi Yuan again, his confidence was also much greater. Yi Yuan also looked at Netherkill. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth as he said, "Coolly, should I call you Netherkill? Or should I call you Sikong Shang?" The moment these words came out, the remaining 3 Exalts all had bewildered looks, but Exalt Netherkill's breath clearly stifled. "The 3 of you, leave for the time being." Netherkill said calmly. Exalt Cold Blood and Exalt Heavenly Hedonist froze, but they still respectfully gave a bow towards Netherkill, saying yes. Si'in had already viewed Yi Yuan as her lifesaver at this time. She was naturally unwilling to let him stay in such a dangerous place. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. I think that Exalt Netherkill won't make things difficult for me, a junior, right?" Si'in was still worried, but Yi Yuan already said it like this. She could not very well say any more either. She could only leave this S.P.A.C.2. After the 3 people left, Netherkill's cold voice transmitted over, "Who are you?" This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He clearly only had a strength that did not reach phaseless realm. But even he, this Exalt, could not see through him. In these 30,000 years, who knows how many martial artists had stepped into the Azura arena, but there had never been anyone who was able to escape the absolute kill token's control. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did Yi Yuan accomplish it himself, but he could also actually even help Si'in remove the control. Such means was simply inconceivable. Netherkill was all too clear regarding the absolute kill token. Once it was planted inside the martial artist's divine soul, it would become one with the divine soul, unable to be separated at all. He was seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan looked at Netherkill and said with a smile, "Who am I isn't important. What's important is that this chaotic devil sea is indeed being controlled by the Darkness Divine King. It's just that I'm very curious just what kind of existence the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, is." Darkness Divine King. He is the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. In the entire divine realm, extremely few people had seen the Darkness Divine King before. If not for the Heaven's Secret Tower announcing the 10 great divine kings, probably only a handful of people in the world would know that there was still such an existence. Regarding where the Darkness Divine King was located, there were many varying opinions too. But among the divine realm's upper echelons, the most popular guess was that the Darkness Divine King was the chaotic devil sea's hegemon. Regarding Sikong Shang, this name, Yi Yuan had heard it from his father, Ji Zhengyang. There was barely anyone who knew this name in the entire divine realm. Netherkill mused and only said after quite some time, "I'm not the Darkness Divine King." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Of course I know that you're not the Darkness Divine King in person. If the Darkness Divine King only had your strength, the chaotic devil sea would have long been eradicated by people. How could the chaotic devil sea be able to stand erect for as long as 30,000 years in the divine realm? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're just one of Sikong Shang's clone, managing the Azura arena on his behalf and collecting slaughter concept, that's all." What I'm curious about is that for 30,000 years, was the darkness divine King Sikongshan alone, or the name had been Paes, set down for quite a number of generations. Divine King realm powerhouses, their longevity was from 10,000 years to 15,000 years. Logically speaking, it was impossible for one generation of darkness divine king to live for 30,000 years. But the chaotic devil sea had stood erect for 30,000 years. During the period, people who had ideas about the chaotic devil sea was probably not in the minority. If every generation of darkness divine king all had 10 great divine king strength, that was too terrifying. Such a legacy was too frightening. Netherkill mused once more, and only said after quite a while again, "No comments. Just what objectives do you have for entering the chaotic devil sea?" Very clearly, the things that Yi Yuan knew was much more than he imagined. Rather than denying it outright in front of Yi Yuan, better to remain tight-lipped. Although Netherkill's voice was calm, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. The chaotic devil sea had always been famous for being mysterious. Only the divine realm's apex existences would know the tip of the iceberg of the chaotic devil sea. But Yi Yuan was clearly just a roughly 20-year-old youth. How did he know these secrets? What made him even more shocked was that Yi Yuan actually said his name readily. Therefore, he must make clear Yi Yuan's intentions for coming. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I only came for the Skanda Divine Stone. Now the Skanda Divine Stone has already come into my possession. I won't stay any more either. We'll meet again another day." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was actually going to turn around and leave. Humph. It's also not out of the question if you want to leave, but you have to first prove whether you have the qualifications to leave or not. Netherkill said at the back, coldly. Yi Yuan turned around and said helplessly, "Everybody each mind their own business. The chaotic devil sees secret. I'll keep my mouth tight as a jar. Why do you have to force me to make a move?" It was not that Yi Yuan was conceited, but because Netherkill's strength was too formidable. Once he made a move, he must flash his trumps cards. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too outrageous. Unless there were no other alternatives, he did not wish to take them out. But looking at it now, Netherkill did not have the intention of letting him off. Humph! Only dead men will keep their mouths tight as a jar. Netherkill gave a cold snort. Extreme Dao Sword Kill was displayed once more. The might of Dao Profound Realm was what the present Yi Yuan could not withstand at all. The violent, murderous air was virtually materializing, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly, not giving him the slightest bit of opportunity at all. The reason why the Slaughter Sword art claimed to be able to cultivate to rival the boundary of the 10 great divine kings, because what one of the 10 great divine kings, the Darkness Divine King, used was this martial technique. Therefore, the power of this sword move could be imagined. Under this sword, forget about a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist like Yi Yuan. Even middle stage Dao Profound realm martial artists had absolutely no chance of survival too. But right at this moment, a huge pag, just suddenly appeared between the two people. Boom! A loud noise transmitted over. The unparalleled extreme Dao Sword Kill cleaved directly on the vast heaven pag. Oda, the vast heaven pag. Da actually did not budge an inch. Divine artifact. No, wait, it's a quasi-divine artifact. However, it's only half a step away from divine artifact. Netherkill said in fright. Netherkill's eyes were excellent. He discerned the vast heaven pag. Da's grade with just one glance. Although it was not a real divine artifact, the tli of a quasi-divine artifact was already sufficiently shocking, because in the present divine realm, an body could refine quasi-divine artifacts at all. Over 100,000 years ago, after divine Dao dwindled to zero, only Feng Tian, this level of genius without peer in his generation, was able to refine the vast heaven pag. Such a quasi-divine artifact. Of course, the reason why the vast heaven peg. Oh, to could succeed in refining was more importantly still because of the vast heaven steel. If it was Yi Yuan controlling the vast heaven peg, he naturally could not block Netherkill's staggering blow. But if Long Tongue was controlling, the situation was completely different. Long Tongue obtained Long Zhan's final soul force, plus the help of the Skanda Divine Stone. He already recovered 60 to 70% strength. This kind of strength, using it to block Netherkill's attack, was more than sufficient. Yi Yuan's confidence lay here. You see, I already said don't fight, but you insist on fighting. Unless Xikongshan comes in person. Otherwise, you can't make me stay. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 925 Unexpected Chance Encounter. Chapter 925 Unexpected chance encounter. After the shock, Netherkill's heart was filled with indescribable greed. Facing a treasure like the vast heaven peg, body would be unmoved. Even among the 10 great divine kings, the weapons in their possession were at most transcendent grade, holy artifacts too. Quasi-divine artifact had never appeared before in these 100,000 years. Now that a quasi-divine artifact actually appeared, Netherkill's feelings of excitement could be imagined. No wonder you had such confidence. Turns out that you actually have a quasi-divine artifact as your trump card. Except a quasi-divine artifact being placed in your hands is too much of a wanton waste of D's good gifts. The moment these words of Netherkill's were said out loud, his entire person suddenly vanished. Boundless slaughter concept enveloped Yi Yuan inside. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was not willing to attack. The appearance of a quasi-divine artifact was too conspicuous. It was bound to stir up a sensation. When Netherkill saw the vast heaven peg, he did not beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Instead, it gave rise to feelings of greed, wanting to make it his own. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and directly entered inside the vast heaven peg. With Long Tongue controlling it, he was not worried that Netherkill could do anything to him. Rumble. Violent attacks smashed onto the vast heaven peg. Without any blind angles. Yet, under the divine might of a quasi-divine artifact, Netherkill's attacks were clearly somewhat falling short of his desires. Netherkill unleashed all of his skills, but was completely unable to breach the vast heaven peg. Oda's defense. Although Netherkill absorbed a large amount of slaughter concept, the vast heaven peg, virtually had strength rivaling a divine king under Long Tongue's control. For Netherkill to want to breach its defense was a totally impossible thing. Netherkill, try peaceful means first before resorting to force. Looks like you're rejecting face when it's given. Inside the vast heaven peg, Yi Yuan snorted coldly. All of a sudden, the vast heaven peg, irradiated with a brilliant splendor. The peg, the body expanded rapidly all at once, akin to a large mountain cruise. Plussing down on Netherkill. A lofty mountain blotted out the sky and covered the sun. When Netherkill saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, wanting to shake off the vast heaven peg. Suppression. However, the might of the vast heaven peg, it was not so easy to cast off. He used all of the strength in his body before barely managing to shake off the vast heaven peg. Suppression. Even so, the tremendous impact force still made him suffer heavy injuries. Truly asking for trouble. I already said you can't make me stay. Now, you and I each hold a secret of the other party. Count it as evening up the scores. Like this, can I go now? Yi Yuan revealed his figure and said coolly, crack. Under this suppression, Netherkill's mask actually fragmented from it, becoming two halves and falling off. An elegant and handsome face in front of Yi Yuan. This face was actually somewhat familiar, but Yi Yuan, who saw Netherkill's true appearance, his brows knitted together. Want to go? How can it be that easy? The original body already knows the news of you possessing a quasi-divine artifact. I'm afraid it's already impossible for you to want to escape out of this heavenly slaughter pit." Netherkill said calmly. Regarding these words, it was as if Yi Yuan did not hear it at all. His attention was placed fully on that face. Very few things could make Yi Yuan so shocked. However, this face really made Yi Yuan astonished. He looked at Netherkill. His expression turned complicated to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face revealed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he said with a sigh, "Really didn't expect it. Really didn't expect. This dogfart heaven really likes to play jokes on people." When Netherkill saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he could not help having a bewildered look. Leave behind the quasi-divine artifact, and then maybe the original body will give you a slim chance of survival, Netherkill warned. Yi Yuan looked at this face of Netherkill's and said despondently, "Looks like you already don't have a shred of your own consciousness already." "Yeah, you already became a clone of Sikongshan. How can you possibly have your own consciousness?" Netherkill said in confusion, "What on earth are you talking about? Do you think that the original body will let you off like this?" Yi Yuan did not speak. Raising his hand, it was an extremely orthodox, azure, dipper purple young sword art. When Netherkill saw this scene, he said scornfully, "A martial technique unleashed using true intent. Are you insulting me?" Netherkill casually waved a hand and instantly turned Yi Yuan's attack into nothing. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. Instead, he sighed and said, "Looks like you really don't have any memories at all. Yuya. Oh, Yuya, to think that you were a genius in your lifetime, too. I didn't expect that you were reduced to such an end. Sikongshan, looks like our grudge is considered sowed." Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan actually revealed killing intent. That's right. This exalt Netherkill in front of him was none other than precisely the founder of the tranquil Cloud sect, Yuya. Yi Yuan was also curious back then. Such a figure with boundless talent. Why was his reputation non-existent after reaching the divine realm? He never would have thought that Yuya actually fell in the Azura arena and became a clone of the Darkness Divine King, Sikongshan. There were really no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan never would have thought that after Yuya ascended, he actually came to the Azura arena and became an exalt here. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect had the statue of founding ancestor Yuya. He was completely identical with this exalt Netherkill in front of him. Except, although the face was the same, the person was already not the same person. Even though Yi Yuan had not met Yuya before, it was still thanks to Yuya that he was able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Between the two people, there could be said to be the reality of master-apprentice. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had very deep feelings towards the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that Yuya was actually refined into a puppet by someone, the fury in his heart could be imagined. Although it was a common occurrence for geniuses to perish, when Yuya reached the divine realm, he was merely one of the most ordinary members. But this sort of thing happened to him. He could not accept it, no matter what. "You're not making any sense," Netherkill said with a bemused look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "And like this today. But you tell Sikongshan, there will come a day when I'll come and find him to settle this score." Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and wanted to walk outside. The present Yi Yuan's strength was too weak, although Yi Yuan could suppress Netherkill with the vast heaven peg. Oh, if facing the Darkness Divine King's main body, he did not have a glimmer of probability for success. The horror of the 10 great Divine Kings. Only the characters standing at the apex of the divine realm could understand. Saying they were divine kings, actually the 10 great divine kings were already far detached from the category of divine kings. Under the prerequisite that there were no deity realm powerhouses, the 10 great divine kings could be rated as invincible existences. With Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the existence of the 10 great divine kings was certain death. Netherkill looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and actually did not chase after. He knew that even if he chased after, he could not keep Yi Yuan behind either. However, the original body was already at the final juncture. Could it be that he was going to helplessly watch Yi Yuan bring the quasi-divine artifact and leave just like this? Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Pa-s. Sing through to the myriad devil ridge. Cold blood, heavenly hedonist, as well as Si-een and the rest were all waiting outside. Haha, big brother, you're indeed incredible, and Ren bootlicking was licked halfway when he suddenly noticed that the expression on Yi Yuan's face was not quite right. Currently, Yi Yuan's expression was actually not that calm and collected appearance, but a face that wanted to kill people. Such a Yi Yuan, it was still in Ren's first time seeing. Rumble. Right then, thick, dark clouds suddenly billowed in the horizons. A gigantic black palm directly pierced through the void, surging forward towards Yi Yuan here. Chapter 926. We'll be sure to return it someday. Chapter 926. We'll be sure to return it someday. This palm seemed like a world-destroying palm, blotting out the sky and covering the sun with boundless might. Even if it was still at the distant horizon, everyone here already felt the terror of this palm. Crack, crack, crack. The scattered rocks on the myriad devil ridge were directly crushed to dust. For some time, sand and stone were flung all around, rock debris flying through the air. The entire land seemed to be trembling. Everyone dare not imagine what kind of sight it would be after this palm landed. This palm is too terrifying. Could it be a deity realm powerhouse? And no way, right? This palm landing is an apocalyptic calamity. What kind of existence did Boss Yi provoke? Could it be that we disturbed an old monster slumbering in the heavenly slaughter pit? The power of this palm is also too terrifying, right? Si-een's slaughter generals sensed an incredible threat, all crying out in shock, kicking up a fuss over nothing. If deity realm powerhouses only have this bit of strength, they can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide with. D.A.M. and Sikongshan, you really think that you've stumped your Grandpa Yi? While talking, Yuan leaped up and actually charged towards that enormous palm. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being tongue-tied. Although Yi Yuan's aura was imposing, under the terrifying might of the gigantic palm, it seemed so insignificant. Everyone could even feel that Yi Yuan was going to be pulverized to dust by the gigantic palm in the next instant. The huge palm came closer and closer, oppressing the entire S.P.A.C. terrifyingly. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Si-een's slaughter general's strengths were lacking. Being overwhelmed by the palm force, they directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. At this rate, there was no need for the huge palm to land at all. They would all be utterly crushed to death. Under this palm, they did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token already arrived in his hand at goodness knows when. At this very moment, there was no way he could conceal his strength anymore. Even if divine essence was any more precious, forfeiting his life, it was also futile. With Sikongshan attacking personally, the might of this palm was simply too terrifying. The terror of the 10 great divine kings, ordinary people were completely unable to imagine it. Back then, just the spirit-bristled divine kings, one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered dozens of divine king powerhouses. This level of strength was simply daunting until it made people despair. If not for so, how could the 10 great divine kings be so revered by the divine realm's martial artists? Darkness divine king Sikongshan was the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. Outsiders simply had no way of finding out his strength. But no matter how poor his strength was, it also would not be much worse off compared to the spirit bristled divine king. Although this palm was only unleashed across S.P.A.C. by him, and the power was not even 1% of his absolute height of power, the aura had already locked onto Yi Yuan from far away long ago. Such a palm, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to block it. Quickly run. If we're still here, we'll be affected by it. Si-in shouted. Even if Si-in did not speak, they would not dare to stay anymore either. They each displayed their movement techniques, wanting to escape far away from the heart of the storm. Rumble. The huge palm became closer and closer. The land actually cracked inch by inch under the power of this palm. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles actually had a ma. Siv crater struck out under this palm. Seeing this scene, Shao Kai and the rest all opened their mouths wide, unable to close their mouths for a long time. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, could there still be people with such horrifying strength? They could not help looking at the Yuan in midair, simply unable to imagine that he could actually still maintain standing in the air under such a palm. If it were them, they would have probably been long smashed into minced meat already. Even so, Yi Yuan was still pressed down by this palm. He was already unable to advance an inch further anymore. Conversely, he was directly pressed down towards the ground by the huge palm's power. A palm like this, how can it possibly be blocked? Boss Yi is in danger this time. Not that Enrin did not view Yi Yuan favorably, but that this palm was seriously too powerful already. Boom! The huge palm pressed down suddenly, directly cruise. Plussing Yi Yuan into the ground. The surface of the ground directly had a ma. Siv deep pit pressed out by the ma. Siv hand. The people were unable to imagine that Yi Yuan, who was situated in the heart of the storm, could still survive. Ha! Yi Yuan, this brat, was so arrogant. This time, Master personally took action, and he actually still dared to resist. With this, he's deader than dead, right? Cold Blood laughed mockingly as he said. His words had unspeakable ridicule. Master's strength. Outsiders simply cannot imagine it. Under this palm, there are absolutely no intact eggs. Yi Yuan, this brat, was KY throughout the journey. He finally received retribution. Heavenly Hedonist also concurred. The two of them had both suffered considerable losses at Yi Yuan's hands. Most importantly, Yi Yuan was clearly only heaven enlightenment realm, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they had the heart but were lacking in strength too. Now that their master personally took action, they were naturally incomparably excited. And what's going on? All of a sudden, Cold Blood's expression changed. They sensed that a frightening aura was currently welling up from underneath the earth. That enormous black palm was actually showing signs of unsteadiness under this aura. Boom! A scorching ray of light shot up towards the skies from under the huge hand, directly shattering the massive black palm. After that, it carried an unparalleled aura and charged straight for the horizons, speeding like the wind in the direction the gigantic palm came from. That was an azure-colored, huge dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. That image was too shocking. In a blink of an eye, the huge dragon disappeared. The Sikong Shang at the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of aura spreading over following his gigantic palm. His brows furrowed, but he stood up for meditation. Roar! The enormous dragon shuttled through SPAC, directly arriving in front of him. Sikong Shang's expression changed, but he lightly tapped a finger out, instantly erupting with a terrifying essence energy undulation. Boom! The enormous dragon scattered and disappeared with a loud bang under this finger. Yet, Sikong Shang's expression was very ugly. His gaze could not help looking over towards the abyss, not far away. It was only to see a terrifying aura indistinctly transmit out from the depths of the abyss. It was as if there was something that was startled. I didn't expect that this brat is actually carrying the dragon race's divine artifact. Once this matter is settled, it looks like there's a need to take a trip outside. As he said, he looked in the direction of the abyss again and said with a frown, "That fellow was startled. How troublesome. Now, I have to expend much more effort for no good reason again." This punk is seriously detestable. Inside the deep pit pressed out by the huge hand, Yi Yuan slowly crawled up, the clothing on his body already in tattered APS. His aura was also very disorderly, but when cold blood and heavenly hedonists saw this scene, their blood ran cold, not daring to even breathe heavily. Divine artifact. It was absolutely the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a genuine divine artifact in his hands. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan could actually unleash the true power of a divine artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to survive under this palm of their master. The two people exchanged a glance, both reading the incomparably shocked expression in the other party's eyes. There was a ripple in S.P.A.C. The Exalt Netherkill wearing black clothing finally came out from that S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan glanced at him coldly and said, "Tell Sikongshan, today's palm, I'll be sure to return it one day." Chapter 927. Engaging in Contest on the Street. Chapter 927. Engaging in contest on the street in Great Xiang region. There were two cities famous throughout the divine realm, Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City. These two great cities were both rank one holy lands. Their strength was tremendous, but the distance between these two cities was merely 10,000 miles away. This distance, phaseless realm experts could travel more than a dozen times within half a day. Although these two cities each governed several major territories, the two cities were extremely close apart. The Zhou family and Yu family, these two families had already had D knows how many years of legacy. They had always been like birds of a feather. These two families were united in marriage for generations. Their relations, H.I. plus P, was also intricate and complex. Legend has it that these two families' ancestors produced deity realm powerhouses before. Their foundations were extremely deep, but later on, because their bloodline gradually thinned, they declined little by little. Of course, even so, once the two great families joined hands, they were an extremely terrifying existence too. Even super holy lands were not willing to overly offend these two families teaming up either. At this moment, on a street in Bright Moon City, there were two young people, a man and a woman, who were currently strolling around and sightseeing. The girl looked all around and strolled everywhere, but her interest was not very high, while the guy did not talk either. He just slowly followed by the girl's side. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have thought of something and ran over to hug the young man's arm, saying affectionately, "Big brother, tell you something. I ran into a youngster when I was at the EC City. His age was roughly around mine too, but his formation's Tao strength is probably even above yours. Back then, the super transmission array was spoiled. It was he who finished repairing it single-handedly. I'm afraid your T.I. of number 2 genius in the formation's path will have to change owners." The young man did not show a visibly moved expression on his face. He just said indifferently, "Just repairing a super transmission array. It isn't something of a big deal. In the entire divine realm, our Dawn Heavenly Palaces, Ding Clan admitting to be number 3. Absolutely body dares to admit to be number 2. Among the young generation, apart from Zhang Xia, I, Ding Shua, fear no one. S.H.I. plus you. Stop racking your brain in vain. When Bright Moon City's matters are settled, you'll follow me back to Dawn Heavenly Palace obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere." This brother and sister pair were actually the Ding Clan brother and sister born in the super holy land, Dawn Heavenly Palace. That Ding S.H.I. plus you was precisely the girl Yi Yuan encountered back then at the EC City. The Dawn Heavenly Palace's, Ding Clan's formations, Tao strength was ill. Trius in the entire divine realm too. They were fully deserving of being the number 2 in the world. Number 1 was naturally the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, of the 10 great Divine Kings. Before Lu Lin Foam came roaring into existence, the Ding clan's formation's Tao strength had always been the divine realm's pinnacle existence, and the Zhang Xie out of Ding Shua's mouth was none other than precisely Lu Linfeng's head disciple. Hearing Ding Shua's words, Ding S. H.I. plus you pursed her lips and said unhappily, "Humph! Arrogant fellow! Grandfather frequently says that there is always someone better and heavens beyond heavens. We mustn't be arrogant and conceited. I think you didn't listen to his words at all." Ding Shua glanced at Ding S. H.I. plus you and said nonchalantly, "Grandfather said this because he met the Grand Yen Divine King, and I have never been arrogant and conceited. At least, with Zhang Xie around, I'll never be conceited." Ding S. H.I. plus you flung off her big brother's arm and said with a disdainful look, "Sticking big brother, you're arrogant. I dare say that young man's formations, Tao, strength, definitely isn't inferior to yours. I really hope that you meet him in the bright moon compet. 1. Tie-in after that humph humph." This time, Ding Shua did not refute. He was utterly disdainful to refute. The Ding clan had a foundation of profound learning inherited for generations. In terms of foundation depths, even the Grand Yen Divine King could not compare either. This divine realm, only one Grand Yen Divine King appear in these 100,000 years too. After the Grand Yen Divine King, Ding Shua believed that the Ding family would climb to the peak anew. His lifelong rival, Zhang Xie, he would definitely trample underfoot. His grandfather lost to the Grand Yen Divine King. This humiliation needed him, Ding Shua, to wash away. As for this punk who repaired the super transmission array, he did not take it to heart at all. Long ago, when he was at Tier 7, he could already repair Tier 9 array formations. The present Ding Shua, his strength was even more unfathomable. What was amazing about repairing a transmission array? He did not deny that the divine realm had many formations, Tao genius. But he, Ding Shua, was the strongest genius. H.H.E. Ding S. H.I. plus you suddenly cried out, using a finger to point in a direction. Ding Shua followed the direction his younger sister pointed at and looked over, and saw a 20-plus-year-old youth, bringing a group of people currently walking on the streets. "You're saying that he's that person you were talking about earlier?" Ding Shua said rather surprisedly. Ding S. H.I. plus you nodded and said, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Ding Shua swept a glance over Yi Yuan, then lost interest. A brat who isn't even at Phaseless Realm is actually Lu S. Ting after Swan Flesh too. What a joke. But Ding S. H.I. plus Yu's eyes swiveled around at this time. A scheme developed, only to see her figure move. Instantly DOS. H.I. plussing out several 100 feet away, fleeing in Yi Yuan's direction. Then, with a bang, Ding S.H.I. plus you actually seemed to have directly collided into a wall and was no longer able to advance anymore. Ouch. Ding S.H.I. plus you winced in pain, SMAs. H.I. plussing until a lump came into her throat, tears about to fall down. She could not help letting out a pitiful cry and fell over onto the ground. Ding Shua said, "Coolly, you can't escape. Stop racking your head in vain." Who knew that Ding S.H.I. plus you did not care at all. She suddenly shrieked at the top of her voice, "Yi Yuan, help! Yi Yuan, help!" Yi Yuan heard someone calling him and could not help turning his head to look. He recognized Ding S.H.I. plus you with one glance, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He and Ding S.H.I. plus you were only chance acquaintances, but Ding S.H.I. plus you was clearly being put on a spot by someone at this time, making him to look on with folded arms. He could not do it. The Yi Yuan, who did not know the inside story, chose to attack immediately. When Ding Shua saw that Yi Yuan really attacked, his expression involuntarily darkened. He sped towards Ding S.H.I. plus you with a large stride forward, wanting to restrain Ding S.H.I. plus you first. At the same time, his two hands were like phantom images. He actually condensed an array formation en route. Such a level of attainment aroused a wave of applause from the onlookers. This young man has such formidable formations, Tao attainments. Just this one move already has the air of a master. Do you not recognize? This boy is Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding family's formations, Tao genius, Ding Shua. That young man only has peak 9th level heaven enlightenment strength. He actually dares to get into a conflict with him. Isn't that seeking death? Ha, there's a good show to watch now. Now that geniuses have gathered in Bright Moon City, such spectacles will probably happen often. Yi Yuan was several thousand feet away from Ding S. H.I. plus U. Ding Shua was only several hundred feet away from Ding S. H.I. plus U. Yet Yi Yuan's DOS. H.I. plussing speed was extremely fast and actually reached first despite moving later. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. They did not think that this Una S. Summing Heaven Enlightenment Realm Brat's speed was actually so fast. When Ding Shua saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, "So what if your speed is fast? Aren't you still going to meet with a rebuff?" At the same time, his array formation already condensed and formed. Ding Shua was extremely confident in his formation's Tao attainments. He believed that by relying on this array formation, he was absolutely able to make Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss. To dare meddle in the Ding family's affairs was simply looking for a throz. H.I. plussing. Yet in the next instant he was utterly stunned. Yi Yuan actually disregarded his array formation. Directly Pa-S. Sing through from inside his array formation. Chapter 928. Far too lacking. Chapter 928. Far too lacking. Swizz. H. Plus Yi. Yuan grabbed Ding S. H.I. plus U and left with a flash. Ding Shua had a dumbfounded look and could not help being stupefied where he stood, looking at this scene in a daze. As the Ding family's future sect master, Ding Shua had always thought highly of himself and was extremely confident in his formation's Tao. At least among the junior generation, no one was able to contend with him in formation's Tao at all. Furthermore, he could sufficiently contend with any genius martial artist by relying on formation's Tao attainments. But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too demoralizing. The array formation he set up actually could not cause the least bit of hindrance to Yi Yuan, as if it was thin air. How was this possible? Ding S. H.I. plus U being held in Yi Yuan's arms. Her gaze looked at Yi Yuan, extremely idolizing him. Yi Yuan's formation's Tao strength was indeed much stronger than Big Brother's. Although she said so earlier, she actually did not really think that Yi Yuan was more formidable than Big Brother in her heart. However, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's formation's Tao strength was actually so frightening. The array formation Big Brother laid down. He actually directly disregarded it. Upon landing Ding S. H.I. plus U hastily pulled Yi Yuan and left. Quickly go! Quickly go! If we don't go now, he's going to capture me. But Yi Yuan was ignorant of the inside story, and even thought that Ding Shua was a lecher who abducted Ding S. H.I. plus U. Ding S.H.I. plus U wanted to drag him away, but he refused to leave, saying indifferently, "No worries with me around, and oh, body can capture you." Seeing Yi Yuan's presence of mind, Ding S. H.I. plus U became anxious instead. Dragging Yi Yuan, she said, "He's not alone. There are still experts who are going to arrive very soon. If we still don't go, it will be too late." Yi Yuan had not spoken, yet when Ding Shua already came back to his senses at this time, he actually somewhat turned anger from Imbara. Meant at this time. With a wave of a hand, a lantern actually appeared in his hand, only to see him suddenly pour in large amounts of essence energy into the lantern. That lantern immediately released a dazzling light. Yi Yuan pushed lightly pus. H.I. plussing Ding S. H.I. plus U to see inside and opened his mouth. "Help me take care of her." In a twinkle, the light condensed and formed into a terrifying array formation, shutting Yi Yuan inside. That's the Dawn Heavenly Palace's, Ding family's, top-grade, holy artifact, Myriad Net Magic Lantern. It's said that the Ding family's old ancestor imprinted 10 types of Tier 9 array formations into the lantern with great magic powers. As long as one used essence energy to deploy, they could release them. It's a top-notch holy artifact of the formation path. The moment this lantern appeared, someone immediately recognized it. Lantern-shaped magic artifacts were too easy to recognize. Furthermore, this Myriad Net Magic Lantern was extremely famous. The moment it appeared, it stirred up a wave of commotion. They all did not expect that the Ding family actually placed such a formidable, top-grade, holy artifact in the hands of a young junior. When Ding S.H.I. plus you saw this sight, her expression could not help changing drastically too. She did not expect that her big brother was actually for real, deploying the Myriad Net Magic Lantern, and could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. She was just about to open her mouth, but saw Si-Yin lightly patted her shoulder, saying with a light smile, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine." Si-Yin had witnessed before Yi Yuan's means. Even the Darkness Divine King, Sikongshan, could not do anything to him. How could a Ding family's junior trap him? When they witnessed Yi Yuan's means back then, the group of people including Si-Yin were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan was actually in possession of a divine artifact. That was a divine artifact. After the group of people came out from the chaotic Devil Sea, they signed a soul contract with Yi Yuan, serving Yi Yuan as their master. Yi Yuan removed the absolute kill tokens control on Shao Kai and their bodies too. They all saw the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands. Even if they did not do so, Yi Yuan would not possibly let them leave either. Divine artifacts were of utmost importance. Yi Yuan did not wish for news to leak out. As for the chaotic Devil Sea there, Yi Yuan was not worried. Sikongshan's original body was unable to come out definitely because of some special circumstances, and he knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession. He definitely would not spread it. Otherwise, how would he seize the divine artifact from Yi Yuan's hands? Exiting the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan rushed to Bright Moon City right away. Calculating according to the time, Yu Mingli's time was likely running out. If he did not come, Yu Mingli would die beyond a doubt. But Ding S.H.I. plus you panicked and still wanted to go and make her big brother stop. However, it was already too late. The array formation already activated. Ding Shua was clearly truly enraged, wanting to rely on this array formation to kill Yi Yuan. TSK, Tier 9 array formation. A high-rank Tier 8 array master actually laid down a Tier 9 array formation. That boy is in danger now. Looking at this array formation's appearance, it should be the Ding family's Tier 9 Grand Array, Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation. That is an extremely powerful killing array. This boy could have said anyone off, but he just had to mess with the Ding family's Ding Shua. Isn't this courting death? I heard that the Ding family's old ancestor relied on this set of array formation to compete in magic powers with the Grand Yen Divine King. In the end, he was only slightly inferior to. This boy is probably going to suffer a great deal. There were quite a few people who recognized the goods among the onlookers, saying out the origins of the Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation readily. Back then, when the Ding family's old ancestor just entered the Divine King realm, he relied on this set of array formation to battle in magic powers with Lu Linfeng before. The result naturally could be imagined. Except the power of this set of array formation was beyond all doubt. Using it to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat wasn't the outcome be capturing with ease. Yet the Yi Yuan inside the Grand Array was incomparably calm, as if this horrifying Tier 9 Grand Array was like air, a measly Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation. If Ding Zhangwa came to deploy it, I'd really be somewhat fearful. But as for you, still far too lacking. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this boy come from? Not scared of twisting his tongue when talking big. Who was Ding Zhonghua? That was the Ding family's old ancestor. Making the Ding family's old ancestor personally deploy a Tier 9 array formation to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment Realm brat. Wasn't it using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? How could they know that Ji Qingyun's attainments in the formations Dao in his past life already did not lose out to Ding Zhonghua by much? In formations Dao, apart from Lu Linfeng, there really were no more than a handful able to harm him. Even if Ding Zhonghua was a little stronger than him, wanting to use array formations to kill Yi Yuan was virtually something impossible. And in this life, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao improved a step further. If he could reach the Divine King realm, Ding Zhonghua would probably not be his match anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan saying these words did not have any elements of exaggerating at all. He was just stating a fact. Ding Shua's expression was also incredibly ugly. He berated furiously, "Insolence. Is grandfather's name what you can say directly without honorifics? I originally just wanted to teach you a good lesson. Looks like not showing you a thing or two properly. You really don't know how the word death is written." Ding Shua's essence energy urged. The Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation suddenly activated. Pale yellow profound light suddenly ran amok, barreling towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His figure started swaying bizarrely. His footwork was extremely profound, leaving the audience wholly enraptured. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan actually already exited the Grand Array by some means somehow. Although the Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation was extremely powerful with Ding Shua's strength, even if he deployed the Myriad Net Magic Lantern, he could not unleash 1% of this Grand Array's power. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was still too early. When Ding Shua saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he said in shock, "This! How is this possible?" Chapter 929. Don't be an eyesore here. Chapter 929. Don't be an eyesore here, humph. Abducting people on the streets. Have Ding Zhonggua's descendants already fallen into such a mess? Finish talking. Yi Yuan suddenly slashed a sword out. Violent killing intent instantly locked onto Ding Shua. This move was precisely the first stance of the slaughter sword art that Yi Yuan acquired at the chaotic Devil Sea. The killing song of the sword. Yi Yuan's slaughter concept already reached the level of Great Circle of 6 stars. Coupled with the killing song of the sword, this level of profound martial technique, the power could not be underestimated. Ding Shua was still in shock currently. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan attack, it was already too late to want to set up a formation. Seeing this scene, Ding S.H.I. Plus you could not help being horrified as she screamed, "Yi Yuan, don't! That's my big brother." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he secretly cursed inwardly. But the sword Qi already arrived in front of Ding Shua. Ah! Ding S.H.I. Plus you closed her eyes painfully, not daring to watch the scene that followed next. Right then, a beam of light descended from the sky and instantly arrived in front of Ding Shua, colliding together with Yi Yuan's killing song of the sword. This ray of brilliance was extremely powerful. It actually annihilated the killing song of the sword instantaneously. The hairs on Ding Shua's entire body broke into guseb. MPS. His legs involuntarily turned soft, and he almost plopped down onto the ground. In the air, a middle-aged man stood and high up in the air. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was very unfriendly. He said in a solemn voice, "Junior, you dare to murder people on the streets. Do you not have any respect for my Yu family?" Yi Yuan was originally still rejoicing that this person saved Ding Shua and that he did not cause a blunder. But the other party's words made Yi Yuan greatly enraged. Saying these words was obviously being partial to Ding Shua. This was clearly bullying that Yi Yuan did not have a background. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he opened his mouth and said, "You family? Who does the Yu family think they are?" That middle-aged man's expression turned cold. Powerful Tao profound realm pressure instantly cloaked downwards, wanting to put pressure on Yi Yuan. What an unbridled punk! To actually dare be so insolent in my bright moon city. Do you really think that this emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you? The other martial artists immediately felt their bodies weigh down. This pressure crushed them until they could not breathe. Yet Yi Yuan's expression was calm in the midst of his pressure. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Enough CRAP. If you have the capabilities, just bring it on. This bit of paltry skills still can't do anything to your Grandpa Yi." The middle-aged man did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had no response to his cultivation realm pressure at all. The expression on his face involuntarily became even uglier. "Stinking brat, I'll take you down first, then tear that mouth of yours. See if you're still able to be so KY or not." The middle-aged man was provoked by Yi Yuan until he was smoldering with rage and was about to make a move. Ding SHI plus you, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Yunfeng, please calm your anger. This incident is a misunderstanding. It was all SHI plus Yu's fault. Uncle Yunfeng, please don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan. He did it all to help me. That's why he attacked Big Brother." Ding SHI plus you put on a bold face at this time too. Regardless whether it was Ding Shua's side or Yi Yuan behind, these two gazes were like two thorns king at her body. She wanted to borrow Yi Yuan's strength to shake Ding Shua off earlier, but she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded her imagination, nearly breeding a great calamity. Recalling it at this time, Ding SHI plus you was filled with lingering fear after the event too. If not for Yu Yinfeng making it in time, Ding Shua would have already become a deal soul under Yi Yuan's sword at this time. Then she would probably never forgive herself in this lifetime. When Ding SHI plus you came forward, Yu Yinfeng could not help stopping in his tracks. He was indeed looking on account of the Dawn Heavenly Palace's face earlier. That was why he had scornful words and jeering sneers towards Yi Yuan. The Dawn Heavenly Palace was a super holy land. Their strength was far from what Bright Moon City could match. And the Ding family line status in the Dawn Heavenly Palace was transcendent. The Ding family's brother and sister, their statuses could be imagined as well. When Yu Yinfeng rushed here, he instinctively thought that Yi Yuan only came to blows with Ding Shua for the Ding SHI plus Yu's sake. Except he did not think that Ding SHI plus Yu would actually step forward to speak on Yi Yuan's behalf. With this, his existence appeared extremely awkward. Humph. Even so, he made impertinent remarks towards my Yu family. It's hard to escape punishment too. Yu Yinfeng said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan pushed Ding SHI plus Yu aside and said with a cold smile, "This young master, I want to take a look at how you're planning on ponies. HI plussing me." Ding SHI plus Yu did not expect that Yi Yuan was so unwavering, not lowering his head in the slightest when facing a Tao profound realm powerhouse, and could not help panicking inwardly. Yi Yuan made a move, all for her sake. She could not watch Yi Yuan get captured by the Yu family, no matter what. "Yi Yuan, can't you say a word or two less?" Ding SHI plus Yu pulled Yi Yuan and winked continuously yet. Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, "Our business will settle in a while. Right now, go to one side for me." Yi Yuan usually did not cause trouble, but he never feared to get into trouble before either. If he really fell out with the Yu family, worst comes to worst, he would stir up a storm in Bright Moon City. Who was afraid of whom? Ha ha ha. Good. Truly, heroes come from among the youngsters. This emperor wants to take a look today at how much capability you, this child, have. Yu Yinfeng laughed wildly. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. An invisible attack directly shot into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It's the Moonlight Heavenly Eye. Although Yu Yunfeng's Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline is thin, unlees. Plussing it with his Tao profound realm strength, it can absolutely directly exterminate that brat. Moonlight Heavenly Eye. That is an extremely terrifying divine soul attack. It's simply impossible to guard against. This boy is truly steadfast to actually dare provoke the Yu family. Although he has some means, he's bringing about his own destruction. Even members of the Yu family might not be able to awaken the Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline. For Yu Yunfeng to be able to awaken the bloodline, he was clearly a genius figure in the Yu family. Except, such an attack was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. You, how can you be fine? Yu Yunfeng said in disbelief. Yu Yunfeng's certain kill attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. This made his countenance change drastically. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Yunfeng with a smile that was not a smile, and said tauntingly, Moonlight Heavenly Eye, is it? Your bloodline power is too thin. Want to kill me with just this bit of degree of ocular power? You're too naive. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like they were looking at a freak. This brat was seriously too abnormal. Yu Yunfeng was a well-known figure among the Yu family's third generation. He stepped into the second-level Tao Profound Realm at a young age. Coupled with the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, his strength approached third-level Tao Profound. But now he unleashed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye and actually could not do anything to a Heaven Enlightenment Realm brat. This was also too nonsensical. Yu Yunfeng's expression changed, and he said, Could it be that you have a divine soul attack blocking top-grade holy artifact on you? Top-grade holy artifacts that blocked divine soul attacks were very seldom seen and also very precious. But what Yu Yunfeng did not know was that Yi Yuan's treasure was much more valuable compared to some top-grade holy artifact. The soul-suppressing pearl was something that even Finji, Di Jialan, was exceedingly fearful of. How could it be what top-grade holy artifacts could compare to? Yi Yuan said coolly, Stop making wild guesses. With your strength, this young master, I still don't take it seriously at all. Now, scram further away for this little lord. Don't be an eyesore here. Chapter 930. Even more unreasonable. Chapter 930. Even more unreasonable Yu Yunfeng was angered until his face was livid with rage. In Bright Moon City, there had never been anyone who dared to be so arrogant before. This place was clearly Bright Moon City, but Yi Yuan actually reversed the roles of host and guest, making Yu Yunfeng get lost. Everyone was speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply an example of being conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Relying on that he had some capability, he actually did not place even the Yu family in his sights. Geniuses like this would often suffer a great deal. Good. Very good. A measly little Heaven Enlightenment realm is actually rampant to such an extent. Really bullying that my Yu family has no one. Indeed, Yu Yunfeng was truly infuriated this time. He actually took out a talisman and ignited it with essence energy. Whose? Plus an ear-piercing sound rang out. That talisman actually flew up high in the air and combusted. This combustion was extremely eye-catching. It clearly sent out a signal. Seeing this scene, Ding S.H.I. plus Yu's expression could not help changing greatly. This time, the matter had really gotten out of hand. She only did not wish to return home at first, but did not expect that things would end up in such a state. Yi Yuan, quickly leave. The Yu family is powerful and influential. They are not people you can resist. Ding S.H.I. plus Yu hurriedly said. Yu Yunfeng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, Brat, don't run if you have the B-A-L-L-S. The Yu family's prestige is not something people can just provoke. Actually, Yi Yanfeng was really somewhat apprehensive of Yi Yuan already. The moonlight heavenly eye was his ace in the hole. Yi Yuan actually had no reaction in the slightest. His natural disposition was prudent. That was why he sent out the family signal. Very soon, there would be even stronger people arriving. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. He said calmly, "Run? Why do I have to run? Now that the situation has gotten out of hand, if Yu Jianqiu doesn't come and invite me personally, I won't go to the Yu family. Instead, I feel that you have to be prepared to be punished by the Yu family." The people on the streets were going to collapse. This Yi Yuan's bragging simply reached the skies. Who was Yu Jianqiu? That was the present Yu family's leader, a genuine divine king powerhouse. Such an existence would come out and receive a heaven enlightenment realm brat? Yi Yuan naming Ding Zhanghua. Then Yu Jianqiu, those who did not know would even think that he was a major faction's leader. Only the top characters of the various major forces dared to directly call out these people's names. Even 8th level Dao Profound Realms did not dare to address them like so either. At least they would have to add honorifics. Yu Yanfeng said with a cold smile, "What a joke! Who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are? To even make family head come and receive you personally? Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not have the intention of refuting at all. Seeing this scene, Yu Yanfeng could not help feeling uncertain deep in his heart. Could it be that this brat really had some mysterious plan, or he had a powerful background? How was this possible? The Divine Realm's junior generation geniuses today, Yu Yanfeng knew very well in his heart. There was no Yi Yuan at all. This brat was already putting up a bold front. While talking, several figures arrived with a howl. At present, geniuses gathered in Bright Moon City. Clashes like today were naturally unavoidable too. The Yu family's Dao Profound Realm experts, quite a number of people was sent out on patrol, in order to avoid causing some major trouble. "What happened, Yanfeng?" said a middle-aged man with a frown. "Regarding you, Yanfeng firing the family signal." He was clearly rather displeased. Currently, the factions in the city were messy and convoluted. If there was an incident, it was best to control within a small scope. Once the family signal was fired, it would surely draw even more people's attention. At that time, once it was not handled appropriately, it would set off a chain of reactions. Some major forces were what even the Yu family could not afford to provoke as well. Seeing the arrivals, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a hint of a smile on his face. Who Yu Yanfeng was, Yi Yuan did not remember him at all. His status in his previous life was too transcendent. When he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Yanfeng was far from being worthy. He naturally would not have an impression. In front of the youngest peak alchemy emperor, Yu Yanfeng only had the right to observe far away. But this one in front of him, Yi Yuan had some impression. This person was a little older than Yu Yanfeng, but was the same generation as Yu Jianqiu, who was also Yu Yanfeng's uncle, Yu Jianfeng. Coincidentally enough, back then when Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City, it was this Yu Jianfeng who was in charge of his daily life. The two people had some contact. Yu Yanfeng whispered a few words by Yu Jianfeng's ear. Yu Jianfeng's brows involuntarily knitted together, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan piercingly. "Young man, although my Yu family isn't a top family clan in the Divine Realm, we're also not what anybody can insult. Do you want to give an explanation to this, Yu?" Yu Jianfeng said solemnly. Currently, the people surrounding and watching were getting more and more. This matter became very sensitive. If they could not make Yi Yuan apologize, the Yu family's prestige would reach rock bottom and become a laughingstock for the Divine Realm's various major forces. What Yu Jianfeng wanted was just an opportunity to disentangle from the awkward position. Yi Yuan stood proudly. His imposing manner when facing Yu Jianfeng was still fearless as he said coolly, "Explanation? What explanation? Today's matter had nothing to do with your Yu family in the first place." But the moment Yu Yanfeng came, He was biased towards Ding Shuo without distinguish. Plussing black from white. Isn't he bullying me because my background isn't as powerful as his? The Yu family handling affairs like this, wouldn't it cast a chill over the hearts of all heroes in the world? Yi Yuan's words stirred up a wave of commotion in the crowd. Martial artists were divided into different grades and ranks. It was naturally impossible for the Yu family to take an impartial stance. But this sort of thing was hard to say openly in public. Otherwise, there would be too many people offended. After all, the geniuses martial artists with strong backgrounds were just a small minority. Yu Jianfeng secretly cursed, slippery little fellow. One sentence actually seized the initiative of public opinion. Being together with Ding Shuo, Yi Yuan was indeed in the disadvantaged group. These words very easily aroused the same feelings in the vast majority among them. This way, for the Yu family to want to make a move against Yi Yuan, they would have to be careful. A single misstep would drag the Yu family's reputation through the mud. Public clamor could melt metals. ACCU, mulat defamation ruins a man. Although the Yu family did not fear these people, this had an immense influence on the Yu family's reputation. Yun Feng was indeed a little rash in handling this, but that's also seeing that you drew the sword to kill people. That's why he would misunderstand. But making impertinent remarks about the Yu family is your wrongdoing. Yu Jianfeng was old-handed as well, clinging hard to Yi Yuan, insulting the Yu family. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Ding Shuo took out the myriad net magic lantern, wanting to kill me. I don't believe that Yu Yinfeng did not see it. At that time, why didn't he come out and stop it? When I retaliated, it became murdering people on the streets and scorning the Yu family. If other people are unreasonable, I, Yi Yuan, will be even more unreasonable than others. What does scolding your Yu family a few words count for? Yi Yuan had long known that Yu Yinfeng was present back then. It was just that he did not expose it. If Yu Yinfeng handled the case impartially at that time, Yi Yuan would just turn a blind eye to it. But he called Yi Yuan to account the moment he came up, thoroughly enraging Yi Yuan. Ding Shuo did not speak by the side the entire time. Hearing these words of Yi Yuan's, his face reddened to the ears. He even used the myriad net magic lantern and was actually nearly killed by Yi Yuan still. This was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After today, he would likely become a laughingstock to all. Yu Jianfeng's brows knitted, immediately feeling incredibly vexed. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. Furthermore, he was incomparably stubborn. Wanting to make him lower his head was probably not such an easy matter. If he really could not, then there was only using martial strength to make him submit. Chapter 931. Call Yu Jinqiu here. Chapter 931. Call Yu Jinqiu here. A cold light glinted in Yu Jianfeng's eyes. How could it escape Yi Yuan's eyes? Yu Jianfeng was 5th level Dao Profound Realm. Even in the Yu family, his status was also rather high. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at Yu Jianfeng with a smile that was not a smile, he said, Yu Jianfeng, no matter what, it was also your Yu family who handled matters unjustly first. But you want to make a move now, is it? Yu Jianfeng's face fell. Being spurred on by Yi Yuan like this, he could not very well make a move. This brat was really troublesome to deal with. Who knew that Yi Yuan continued, Looks like your Yangqiao meridian injuries are already pretty much healed. Yu Jianfeng's entire body trembled, his gaze staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a very doubtful look. Several years earlier, Yu Jianfeng had his internal organs wounded by his opponent during a family clan's operation. Although his injuries recovered later on, the power of his moonlight heavenly eye had been greatly affected. Members of the Yu family, as long as they possessed the moonlight heavenly eye, their greatest reliance was on ocular powers. Yu Jianfeng's ocular powers suffered impairment. The blow to him could be imagined. The family clan's alchemy emperor elder diagnosed it. Turns out that his Yangqiao meridian was damaged. Hence, it resulted in his ocular powers getting damaged. It was just that diagnosing was easy, but a radical cure was extremely, extremely difficult. Yu Jianfeng sought treatment from many alchemy emperors before. Body was able to treat his Yangqiao meridian injuries once and for all the way until Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City. During that period of time when Ji Qingyan came, Yu Jianfeng waited upon carefully the entire time, putting his heart and soul into it. Ji Qingyan was naturally able to make out his thoughts and casually gave him a prescription, letting him slowly nurse his health. In these few years, Yu Jianfeng's injury was indeed almost healed. The power of the moonlight heavenly eye also recovered to its peak state. Yi Yuan could be said to have given a new lease on life to Yu Jianfeng. This matter was very likely to affect his position in the family clan back then, so it had always been carried out in secret. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spilled it out. How could this not make him shocked? Yi Yuan looked at him and continued to say unhurriedly, "It's a pity. Oh, what a shame." Talking until here, Yi Yuan suddenly shut his mouth and said nothing, showing an appearance of closely guarding a secret. Yu Jianfeng's face fell, and he said coldly, "Pity about what?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jianfeng with a ruminating look and said, "Didn't you want to make a move to capture me? Why are you still asking so much for?" "Uncle Feng, don't listen to him talk nonsense. This brat's background is unknown. Befogging the minds of people here, maybe he's here to make trouble. Capture him first, then talk." Yu Yunfeng interrupted. Yu Jianfeng stopped him from speaking with a hand gesture. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Young man, what do you know?" Uttering these words actually had a bit of a tone of seeking advice. Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance as he opened his mouth to say, "During these several years, do you occasionally have situations where essence energy is lacking? Every time you sit quietly and meditate, do you frequently get cut short without rhyme or reason?" The moment Yu Jianfeng heard, his expression could not help changing greatly. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the slightest bit off. "You, how do you know?" Yu Jianfeng said with great astonishment, but Yi Yuan waved his hands and did not speak any more. Yu Jianfeng froze and knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately inciting him here. Want to make him say the words at the back. He must let him vent this anger first. But hearing Yi Yuan's tone, his body really seemed to be somewhat amiss. Furthermore, it shouldn't be a small matter. These little problems he initially did not pay particular attention either. But recently, these conditions seemed to show a trend of worsening. He had no choice but to take it seriously. Martial artists looked powerful, but once something went wrong with their bodies, it was even more troublesome than ordinary people. Yu Jianfeng drew a deep breath and bowed low towards Yi Yuan, saying, "This you had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This matter was indeed Yunfeng's transgression. I apologize to little brother on his behalf. If little brother is free, could we go to my humble abode to have a chat? This you apologizes to you on his behalf." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Yu Jianfeng was a figure who grasped authority over major issues. He actually paid such great respects to a brat still wet behind his ears. This was simply unimaginable. The gloomiest one had to be Yu Yunfeng. He relied on Yu Jianfeng's arrival, thinking that he got Yi Yuan for sure. Who knew that a few fleeting words of Yi Yuan's made Yu Jianfeng lay down his arms and surrender. Now it became his fault. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that C. R. A. P. Make Yu Jianqiu come and invite me. Otherwise, no way. Don't use that sort of expression to look at me. I can tell you directly that the problem in your body is absolutely not a minor thing. As for whether you believe or not, it's all up to you." Hearing these words, Yu Jianfeng's heart could not help palpitating. The things that Yi Yuan said previously were too accurate. He had no choice but to believe it, except wanting Yu Jianqiu to come and receive Yi Yuan. This was also making things too difficult for people. Uncle Fong talking nonsense with this punk for what? This brat is definitely talking rubbish. Plus capture him first and grill him under torture. He'll confess everything. Yu Yunfeng rebuffed. Yu Jianfeng's expression turned cold, and he reproached, "Shut up for me. This matter was originally your fault. Hurry up and apologize to little brother." Yu Yunfeng froze, not expecting Yu Jianfeng to set fire onto him. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. What are you still in a daze for? Is it possible that you want to receive the family's punishment? Yu Jianfeng's words were even colder, as if Yi Yuan was the one who was his kin. Interrogating under torture? What kind of joke was this? To be able to see through the recurring illness in his body. This sort of existence would not be an existence who was that easy to provoke, no matter what. At least ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouse. If they did not carry out pulse reading, they could not tell that his body had an underlying illness at all. Such a figure, once he really offended him to the core, there would not be any more leeway to salvage it. Hearing family punishment, these two words, Yu Yunfeng involuntarily shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, "A little brother, this matter was all Yunfeng's fault. I hope that you will forgive me." Yu Yunfeng was very depressed. Today was not only him losing face completely, but the Yu family's face was also utterly thrown away. Just what medicine did Uncle Fong eat wrongly? A brat talking nonsense here. He actually believed it to be true. Yi Yuan nonchalantly darted him a glance and said, "I said before, you have got to be prepared to be punished. This is merely just the beginning." Done talking, he turned to Yu Jianfeng again and said, "The words I said before, I'd never take them back myself. Today Yu Jinqiu must come." Seeing Yi Yuan so serious, Yu Jianfeng was displeased in his heart too. But he also knew that Yi Yuan could not be offended and could not help being put on a spot. Little brother, the bright moon compet. 1. Tian is at hand. Family head has endless matters to busy with. He seriously can't make the time. Yu Jianfeng said with difficulty. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled and said, "Go find him, he'll come. Just say that the person saving his daughter's life came." Yu Jianfeng's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, "You are that young man called Yi Yuan." He originally wanted to call him a brat, but when the words reached his mouth, it changed to young man. These few years, Yi Yuan, this name reverberated like thunder in the Yu family. Chapter 932. 8 Extremities War Chariot. Chapter 932. 8 Extremities War Chariot. Could this brat has lost his mind? What kind of person is Lord Yu Jianqiu? How can he possibly lower his dignity to come and meet a junior? Even if this brat really has some background, it's also impossible for Lord Yu Jianqiu to come. If he came, the Yu family would lose all of its face today. Ha ha! It's really getting more and more lively. I want to take a look at just how the Yu family cleans up the mess. Yi Yuan stood on the streets calmly, giving no thought to everyone's widespread comments at all. However, the people watching the show were getting more and more. Refusing to budge like this, it would be harder and harder for the Yu family to wind up the matter. Yi Yuan burned half of Bright Moon City's skies with a torch. If Yu Jianqiu deigned himself and bent the knee to come and meet in person, Bright Moon City would really not be able to lift its head in front of the outstanding heroes under the heavens anymore. By the side, Yu Jianfeng's world was turned upside down in his heart. He totally did not expect that this young man before his eyes was actually the Yi Yuan who made the Zhou family dusty and dirty in the face. 2 years ago, Zhou Yan secretly went to find trouble with the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. In the end, he was put into a coma by someone and returned to the Zhou family. This matter had once stirred up Ma's sieve waves in vast sun and bright moon, these two cities. After Zhou Yan was brought back, the Zhou family's elders raised a clamor at one point, saying that they wanted to exterminate the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Then later, this incident was left unsettled just like that. The whys and wherefores of it, outsiders did not know. But the Yu family was perfectly clear. Zhou Jia discovered that Zhou Yan was actually injured by the sole martial divine king. 10 great divine kings, that was absolutely in existence, which the Zhou family could not afford to provoke. And a puny little lower realms aboriginal youth was actually linked in many ways with the sole martial divine king. How could the Zhou family dare to act rashly without careful consideration? The Yu family knew about Yi Yuan's existence very early on. But regarding Yi Yuan being able to treat Yu Mingli's illness, they did not believe at all the way until Zhou Yan returned in defeat, after which the incident gave them hope. But so many years had said, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. This made the Yu family involuntarily anxious about a favor and worried lest they should lose it. Although Yi Qing had the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, these 2 years, Yu Mingli's body still deteriorated steadily. Yu Jianfeng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually turned up at this time, except he did not expect that both parties actually met in such a way. Just as the people were discussing animatedly, a series of hoarse, neighing sounds came from the sky. Everyone looked over and discovered that a war chariot was currently flying over from a distance. This war chariot's momentum was extremely shocking. Its entire body emitted a bright bronze color, giving people an intense sense of oppression. Judging from the imposing momentum, this war chariot was clearly a transcendent grade, holy artifact. It's the 8 Extremities War Chariot. The Yu family actually dispatched the 8 Extremities War Chariot. This 8 Extremities War Chariot is Yu Jianqiu's ride. Furthermore, it's the symbol of status. Only when the most honored guests come to visit will Yu Jianqiu personally drive the chariot out to welcome. Could it be that there's some big shot currently on the way? The appearance of the 8 Extremities War Chariot immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. This war chariot was a transcendent grade, holy artifact. Its combat strength was shocking, but more importantly, it was the Yu family's courteous reception towards the most distinguished guests. Even for divine king powerhouses, the Yu family might not dispatch this war chariot to welcome to. At present, right during the period of the bright moon compet, one time quite a number of divine king powerhouses would come and attend the ceremony. Sending out the 8 Extremities War Chariot at this time was very clearly in order to receive some important person. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 Extremities War Chariot from a distance, a hint of a smile flash. Plussing by the corners of his mouth. This 8 Extremities War Chariot, he was not foreign to it. Back then, when he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Jianqiu personally rode precisely the 8 Extremities War Chariot out to receive him. Times have said, and circu, stances have changed. To think that Yu Jianqiu drove the chariot to come and receive him once more now. Of course, other people would not think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot was here to receive him. Using the 8 Extremities War Chariot to come and welcome a Heaven Enlightenment Realm boy. How is this possible? Deserving of being the head of a family. Indeed, have some boldness when doing things. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. By the side, Si Yin's eyes flickered, and she said softly, Young Master Yi, you don't think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot is here to receive you, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Otherwise, what do you think? The 8 Extremities War Chariot's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived above this street's sky. Everyone looked left and right, wanting to find that big shot, but they could not find it at all. On the chariot, a middle-aged man in fine clothing with a handsome face, like carved jade, had his clothes fluttering, the air of an expert out and out. Master Yi, Jianqiu has waited bitterly for many years. You finally came to Bright Moon City. This one has prepared some weak wine. Can Master Yi come up and have a chat? A deep voice sounded out. The middle-aged man was actually inviting a person called Master Yi up. The people below looked here and there, all searching for that master. However, how was anyone able to be called Master Yi in existence? Even though Yi Yuan raised a hue to make Yu Jianqiu come, they completely did not believe that Yu Jianqiu would personally drive the 8 Extremities war chariot here to welcome Yi Yuan. Yet, Yu Jianfeng and Yu Yinfeng, the uncle and nephew pair, were both incomparably astounded at this time. They never would have thought that family head actually gave Yi Yuan such a highly courteous reception. Even when vast Sun City's Zhou family's family head came to visit, it was absolutely impossible for Yu Jianqiu to mobilize the 8 Extremities war chariot too. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually used it. Si Yin similarly looked at Yi Yuan with incredible astonishment. She did not think that Yu Jianqiu was really here to receive Yi Yuan. It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly got up and flew over toward the 8 Extremities war chariot with a leap. Seeing this scene, everyone was all stunned. This brat, does he really think that he's something? Even if family head you really agreed to come and meet him, it's also impossible to drive the 8 Extremities war chariot, right? What a joke! A heaven enlightenment realm brat also dares to accept the name of master? Family head you coming out personally is merely a coincidence. He really took it seriously. Haha, this boy is simply a clown. Family head you is currently receiving an honored guest. He actually ran up to make a spectacle of himself. For a moment, the mocking voices rose one after another. Although Yi Yuan clamored to make Yu Jianqiu come all the way, they totally did not believe that Yu Jianqiu would personally ride the 8 Extremities war chariot here to receive Yi Yuan. The 8 Extremities war chariot had once received many important personages before, but these big shots, there had never been one who was lower than Divine King realm before. Who did Yi Yuan think he was? Yet, the scene of Yi Yuan being annihilated by the 8 Extremities war chariot did not occur. At this time, Yu Jianqiu actually got down the chariot and went to greet Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jianqiu and said coolly, "This facade of family head Yu's is done a little over the top." Yu Jianqiu's gaze was profound, currently sizing up Yi Yuan, rather surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan was very young, but he did not have the least bit of young man's impulsiveness on him. On the contrary, when Yi Yuan was facing him, he actually had the bearing of an expert. Yu Jianqiu's sovereign disposition was ACCU, mulat for months and years on end. Yet, when Yi Yuan was standing opposite him, his aura was actually not weak in the slightest. This scene made him feel very discordant. Yu Jianqiu said, smilingly, "Master Ye's alchemy strength is unparalleled. However solemnly I welcome you is not too much. This place isn't a venue to speak. Master Yi, please board the chariot for a chat." Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head. Lifting his leg, he directly entered inside the 8 Extremities war chariot. But Yu Jianqiu did not enter inside right away. He nonchalantly threw down an instruction. "Feng Er, you nearly caused big trouble today. Go to the disciplinary hall yourself to receive punishment." Chapter 933. Inexplicably Frustrated. Chapter 933. Inexplicably frustrated on the 8 Extremities war chariot, the atmosphere was rather odd. After entering the war chariot, Yu Jianqiu's behavior was completely different from the zealousness from before, cold until it made people somewhat chilly. As for Yi Yuan, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all by himself casually, without the slightest feeling of aloofness. Bright Moon City's specialty product, Waning Moon Falling Petals wine. Not bad, not bad. It's a shame that this wine is only middle grade. Furthermore, its age is somewhat lacking. Family head Yu is so stingy. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Waning Moon Falling Petals wine was a top-grade fine wine on the same level as the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Only by using Bright Moon City's Soaring Moon Immortal Flower could it be distilled. However, Yu Jianqiu clearly would not take the immortal grade waning moon falling petals wine used to entertain distinguished guests to come and entertain Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, you really gave such a big gift. Upon arriving at Bright Moon City, you threw it into pandemonium, and you still want this Yu to personally come out and receive you. Although Yu Jianqiu's words were calm, it faintly contained killing intent. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at him, he said indifferently, Bright Moon City's hospitality. This Yi has also had a taste of it. When can this SN? Oh, Bish, shortcoming be fixed? You arriving. I already gave you face and cooperated with you to act out a play. Otherwise, making me board this 8 extremities war chariot isn't such an easy thing. Yu Jianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly and revealed a glimmer of cold light. Clearly, his tolerance had reached the limits. Yi Yuan's words were too arrogant. The 8 extremities war chariot was not what anybody could get on. Yi Yuan, a junior, being able to get on the 8 extremities war chariot was already an incomparably glorious thing. This guy actually still dared to create difficulties. Yu Jianqiu putting up such a grand lineup earlier, the goal was in order to raise Yi Yuan's status, making him become mysterious in the assessment of the public. This way, Yu Jianqiu's, personally coming out to receive would naturally not appear to lower his status. Before departing, he even deliberately announced Yu Yunfeng's punishment in front of the common people, indicating that today's incident was just Yu Yunfeng's individual fault and had nothing to do with the Yu family. This blame, Yu Yunfeng shouldered it alone. Yu Jianqiu resolved the Yu family's awkwardness with a lift of his hand. He was indeed a mighty ruler with a bold vision. It was just that his displeasure towards Yi Yuan went without saying. Therefore, after boarding the 8 extremities war chariot, he naturally would not show Yi Yuan any good attitude. Humph. Age is not old, but your tone isn't small. Could it be that boarding my 8 extremities war chariot brought shame to your status? Don't forget, you're just a lower realms bee. You, kin. Yu Jianqiu said with a cold snort. Just getting on a lousy war chariot, what's the big deal? Other people care. But I, Yi Yuan, don't care. Yi Yuan said coolly. Speaking in terms of Yi Yuan's peak alchemy emperor status, him boarding the 8 extremities war chariot was giving the Yu family face. It was just that Yu. Stances have changed with the Pa-S sage of time. Yu Jianqiu did not know that the one sitting opposite him was formerly the alchemy genius who had the divine realm at his beck and call. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Jianqiu could not help being speechless. This brat was too arrogant. He completely did not place him, this rank, one Holy Land's leader, in his eyes. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was some formidable divine king powerhouse. Enough nonsense. Li's illness, you're really confident about it? Quan Xingzi has come and helped Li to diagnose before. Even he was at a loss on what to do as well. Yu Jianqiu said with a grim look. Yi Yuan said coolly. Quan Xingzi, that old man, is complacent with his own laurels, not worth mentioning. If he was able to cure it, that would be strange. But speaking of which, this bright moon compet. 1. Taiyan, what's the meaning of it? How can your daughter's lifetime happiness be determined with such a careless method? Yi Yuan had just entered the city, but heard of the matter of the bright moon compet. 1. Taiyan 2. Numerous young talents gathering in Bright Moon City was actually in order to vie for Yu Mengli, the first place of the Bright Moon compet. 1. Taiyan would marry Yu Mengli. As a dowry, Bright Moon City would open up a spot and let the future son-in-law enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. Yu Mengli was indeed an unparalleled beauty. It was just that the news of her days being numbered had long spread already. Those young geniuses coming here was probably not for Yu Mengli's sake at all, but for that chance to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. What meaning did such a martial compet? 1. Taiyan to find a spouse have as well? Yu Jianqiu shot him a fierce glare and said, It isn't your turn to come and worry about the Yu family's affairs. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you're sincere towards Lier, then defeat all of the young, talented men during the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan. When Yi Yuan heard this, he involuntarily turned stuff, and he actually became immersed in his thoughts. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianqiu sneered coldly in his heart. This brat wanted to score outside of his league. Now, upon hearing that he had to deal with the outstanding young geniuses under the heavens, he immediately shriveled up. Lier's heart was entirely tied to Yi Yuan. How could he, as her father, not tell? It was just that he felt that Lier had entrusted to the wrong person now. Yet, Yi Yuan's current thoughts were completely poles apart from what Yu Jianqiu had on his mind. The reason why he was in a daze was that he did not think Yu Jianqiu actually thought that he had designs on Lier. But regarding Yu Mingli, Yi Yuan indeed had a feeling which he could not put into words. This sort of feeling was completely different from when he was facing other girls. Yi Yuan involuntarily recalled the matter of Yu Mingli sneaking a kiss on him back then. Recalling it now, he actually felt his heart palpitate with excitement. Could it be that he actually fell for Yu Mingli? In his previous life, Yi Yuan put his whole body and mind into alchemy. And this life, his greatest goal was to take revenge on Ji Kanglin. So he consciously or unconsciously refrained himself from thinking in this area. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that he only had feelings of gratitude towards Yu Mingli. But looking at it now, it seemed like it was not simply so. Except what the conclusion was, Yi Yuan did not have a clear answer in his heart too. Good that you're afraid. If you can really treat Lier, the Yu family naturally will not treat you unfairly. Except if you're using this as a chip to come and obtain Lier, that's impossible. However, I'll say the nasty things first. If you can't treat Lier, I'll make you regret ever being born in this world. Yu Jianqiu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan collected his thoughts. Drinking a mouthful of waning moon falling petals wine, he said coolly, Lier's illness, you don't have to worry. But organizing this Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan is really incomparably foolish. Plus, after Lier's illness is cured, her cultivation will advance at a tremendous pace. Before long, no one in your Yu family will be her match anymore. Yu Jianqiu said in a deep voice, Humph. Sounds nicer than it is. Lier's days are numbered. You also disappeared these 2 years. Furthermore, your cultivation realm is too low and can't refine the soul-separating pill at all. Even if you really came, what's the use? Lier is born with the moonlight heavenly eye physique. The strength of her ocular powers is one of a kind in the Yu family. If she really leaves like this, it will be a tremendous loss to the Yu family. What do you know? Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was actually inexplicably frustrated in his heart. Yu Jianqiu's meaning was actually treating Yu Mingli as a tool to carry on the family line. Because descendants of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique, there was a 30% chance to be of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique too. Even if they were not, the descendants' ocular powers were also much stronger compared to ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jianqiu would be willing to give up a spot to enter the vast sun bright moon realm, and also had to find a proud son-in-law for himself. Chapter 934 Disappoint You. Chapter 934 Disappoint You. Leave Lier's illness to me. The Yu family cancel the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan this time. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. It was just that his gaze became somewhat icy. But Yu Jianqiu said, impossible. Currently, geniuses have gathered in Bright Moon City. There are many forces that even the Yu family can't afford to provoke as well. Wanting to cancel the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan is already not possible. Still that sentence, if you can win in the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan, this emperor will marry Lier to you without another word. Yu Jianqiu's words had some intention of giving tea for tat, but this could not be blamed on him either. Now the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taiyan was already an arrow fitted to the strong, not up to the Yu family to not release anymore. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "The geniuses you're talking about, could it be Zhou Yan they all?" "Forget it. It's up to you to organize the Bright Moon Compet. 1, tie-in 2. Whoever wins, just come and challenge me." These words were said domineeringly. Yi Yuan's meaning was that those so-called geniuses were not worthy of exchanging blows with him at all. Yu Jianqiu turned stiff, and he said in a deep voice, "Simply presumptuous. What right do you have to get a different treatment from the rest? Furthermore, you, a heaven enlightenment realm, what qualifications do you have to accept other people's challenge?" "Yu Jianqiu, I think you shouldn't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not discussing with you, I'm only informing you. Doing so is already giving your Yu family face. If not looking on account of Lier's face, I'd have directly brought her away. Don't look at me with this sort of expression in your eyes. If I want to bring Lier away, you can't stop it at all. As for the reason, I think you know." Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Jianqiu looked at Yi Yuan coldly, revealing a cold light. This brat, facing him, this head of the Yu family, he dared to be so unbridled too. But Yi Yuan being so confident actually made him somewhat cautious in taking action. He was naturally aware of what Yi Yuan was referring to. If the sole martial divine king wanted to bring Lier away, no one could stop it at all. Clearly, this was also where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. Yi Yuan had an arrogant appearance, totally not placing Yu Jianqiu in his sights at all. This could not help thronging people with thoughts. To the Yu family and the Zhou family, they speculated Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie before, and they felt that the greatest possibility was that Yi Yuan was Zhong Zizhen's illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could a puny little heaven enlightenment realm possibly make one of the 10 great divine kings take action? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was exceptional in both the soul and martial arts. His alchemy strength was unparalleled, simply carved from the same mold. Thinking up to here, how would Yu Jianqiu still have doubts? Fine, this emperor promises you. You're so wildly arrogant, looking down on the divine realm's outstanding heroes. I want to take a look at how much capability you have." Yu Jianqiu said coldly. Being needed by a junior, Yu Jianqiu felt as awful as having eaten a fly. Except he ultimately had no choice but to agree to Yi Yuan's demand. The Yu family was Bright Moon City's de facto controller. The total area of the manor and courtyard was extremely vast. Currently, beside a small lake with exquisite scenery, several figures were currently admiring the landscape and chatting. "Oh, Lier, Yenner has grown up together with you since young and has eyes only for you. The Zhou family and Yu family have been connected through marriage for generations. Why do you refuse to get together with Yenner?" A middle-aged woman did her best to persuade the young girl beside her earnestly. This young girl was none other than precisely Yu Mingli. "Auntie, don't make things difficult for Lier anymore. The Bright Moon Compet. 1. Tie-in this time, I'll defeat all the geniuses and use my own strength to prove that I'm the one who's most worthy of Lier. Furthermore, as long as I win, I can help the Yu family keep the spot to enter the vast sun, Bright Moon realm." Zhou Yan was present too, except he already cut in halfway without waiting for Yu Mingli to reply. He was severely wounded by the sole martial divine king the last time he went to the Crimson Afterglow, Holy Land. The Zhou family expended a huge price before obtaining the method to let Zhou Yan regain consciousness from the sole martial divine king there. But Zhou Yan's talent was indeed very heaven-defying. Experiencing the serious injury this time, not only did his strength not regress, it advanced instead, and actually directly broke through the shackles of Dao Profound Realm, stepping into the ranks of Emperor Realm in one stroke. So this time, that was why he was full of confidence, wanting to trample all the geniuses underfoot. The middle-aged woman's name was called Zhou Qianru, Zhou Jia's cousin. She married Yu Jianqiu's brother, Yu Jianke. Therefore, Zhou Yan called her auntie. The Zhou Yen, after breaking through to Tao profound realm, his edge seemed to be much more restrained, and he was also much more level-headed. It was just that he was still determined to get Yu Mingli. Lear, in the past, you turned your nose up at Yen. That was because he was young. This time he grew wiser with each setback and is already much more mature. Marrying him, the Zhou and Yu two families will be even more closely related. Wouldn't it be better? Zhou Qianru continued to persuade. Zhou Yan said, Auntie, don't say any more. Since Lear said that she wants to marry the strongest genius, then I'll become that strongest one. The two people sang in chorus. Yu Mingli actually did not even have room to interject. Actually, the initiator of the Bright Moon Compet. 1. Tian this time was still Yu Mingli. Back then, Yu Jianqiu was too relentless, insisting on her marrying Zhou Yan. But Yu Mingli refused no matter what and said to Yu Jianqiu, If I, Yu Mingli, have to marry, I got to marry the strongest young genius too. Therefore, that was why there was the Bright Moon Compet. 1. Tian this time. In a twinkle, 7 to 8 years Pa'a said, the agony of Yu Mingli's divine soul, tearing already became more and more out of hand. The frequency of outburst also became greater and greater. Even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, she could not hold on much longer either. However, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. But Yu Mingli did not lose faith in Yi Yuan. She knew that Yi Yuan would definitely come and save her. And the Bright Moon Compet. 1. Tian is already a foregone conclusion. What's the point of saying these? If Zhou Yan can take first place and come back, I'll keep my promise, Yu Mingli said coolly. Her complexion was very pale, her brows furrowed slightly, looking very haggard. But even so, it still could not block her charm. The current Yu Mingli instead had a kind of sickly beauty, making people feel even more protective towards and more willing to care for. Who this? I'm afraid it won't be easy. With Yi Yuan around, first place definitely won't fall into another's hands. Behind Yu Mingli, a youth in azure clothing opened his mouth. This azure-robed youth was Yi Qing. 7 to 8 years had Pa-S said Yi Qing's aura was way more powerful compared to before. At present, he was already faintly going to break through to Tier 9. Erupting with deep ACCU, Mulations was likely talking about Yi Qing's situation. But Zhou Yan did not get angry. He said with a faint smile, Yi Yuan, even if he's any more powerful, he has to arrive at Bright Moon City before the Bright Moon Compet. 1. Tian 2. It's said that he has already disappeared for many years. Yeah, a lower realms be. You, Mkin, only ascended for several years' time. How much can his strength increase? Perhaps he hasn't even reached heaven, enlightenment realm now, Zhou Qianru said disdainfully. Yu Mingli's brows furrowed, and she said with displeasure, Aunt Lear's illness already can't endure much longer. Could it be that you wish to see Lear leave this world here and now? Zhou Qianru's heart thumped, not expecting to overshoot the mark, and hurriedly said with a smile, Lear, isn't there a misunderstanding? Auntie naturally hopes that you recover soon, but just now was just considering the facts as they are, that Yi Yuan merely ascended for around 6 to 7 years. Even if his talent is any more monstrous, his progress also has to have a limit, right? Is that so? This, Auntie, I'm afraid that this Yi will have to disappoint you. At this time, a young profile slowly walked out. That tone had indescribable mockery. Chapter 935. Desiring to go up to the 9th heaven to seize heavenly lightning. Chapter 935. Desiring to go up to the 9th heaven to seize heavenly lightning, seeing that figure which made her long very much for. Yu Mingli was actually somewhat dazed for some time. And, body knew just how Yu Mingli lived through these past few years. The agony of the divine soul-tearing was what the average person could not imagine. Whenever Yu Mingli was so overwhelmed with pain that she wished she was dead, that tall and straight figure would always appear in her mind. It was Yi Yuan who gave her the courage to carry on living. A beautiful shadow moved slightly and already wrapped around Yi Yuan's waist. I finally waited until you came. Very calm, not that much fluctuation in emotion, and also would not complain tearfully like ordinary girls. Yu Mengli had always been a fairy maiden who was otherworldly. It was just that this simple and short one sentence already embodied all of it. Longing, suffering, hesitation, perseverance, holding on until the clouds parted to see the bright moon, was all inside this one sentence. Yi Yuan came, that was enough. Everything else was not important. Being hugged by a beautiful woman, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to a very satisfying feeling. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh and also reached out to embrace Yu Mingli. I came, everything will be over, Yi Yuan said softly. Cough, cough. Behind Yi Yuan, several coughs suddenly transmitted over. Yu Mingli was startled before noticing that behind Yi Yuan was actually father. Yu Jianqiu looked at Yi Yuan at the back, his gaze rather hostile. But Yi Yuan paid no attention to his gaze and continued to hug Yu Mingli. He did not have the intention of letting go. Zhou Yan's face turned green. His gaze looking at Yi Yuan was filled with resentment. He grew up together with Yu Mengli since young, and could be said to be in a favorable position. Yet Yu Mengli, this bright pearl, was grasped in Yi Yuan's hand at present. When had Yu Mengli ever been like this towards him? Zhou Yan's jealousy and hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. But the moment he thought of the sole, martial divine king, he could not help shuddering from the bottom of his heart. You're Yi Yuan? You're actually already peak 9th level heaven enlightenment. How is this possible? At this time, Zhou Qianru's astonished voice shattered the somewhat peculiar atmosphere of the scene. She still predicted prior to this that Yi Yuan at most would not Serpa. S heaven enlightenment realm. But when Yi Yuan stood in front of her, he was actually peak heaven enlightenment realm already. Only a single step away to be able to step into phaseless realm. This kind of cultivation speed was truly a little too horrifying as well, right? At this time, Zhou Yan also discovered Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already, his pupils involuntarily constricting. The Zhou family guessed that Yi Yuan was very likely the sole martial divine king's illegitimate son. Could it be that this conjecture was true? He knew that when Yi Yuan had just ascended, he only had a strength that just entered the divine traversing realm. This had merely been 6 to 7 years' time. Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 major cultivation realms in succession. This kind of cultivation speed was too terrifying. Recollecting at that time, when he met Yi Yuan for the first time, Yi Yuan was still just an ant-like existence in front of him. But when a mere 7 to 8 years had passed, Yi Yuan actually showed a trend of catching up from behind. This gave Zhou Yan an immense sense of pressure. A lower realm's aboriginal. If he did not have the aid of a divine realm's major power, how could he possibly cultivate so quickly? Humph. So what if peak heaven enlightenment realm? With your strength, it's impossible to win in the bright moon compet. One Tian. Yi Yuan, if you're a man, fight it out to see who's the winner in the bright moon compet. One Tian. Zhou Yan issued a letter of challenge to Yi Yuan in front of everyone. The current Zhou Yan was like a rooster in heat. Him issuing a challenge to Yi Yuan was already the final grace that he could maintain. Yi Yuan, Yu Mingli looked at Yi Yuan rather embarrassed. Said, this bright moon compet. 1. Tian was even fixed up by her to drag the time. She did not expect that it would entrap Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, Lear, what you said is right. Your man is naturally the strongest. Zhou Yan, don't blame me for not giving you the chance. Want to challenge me? You have to beat everybody in the bright moon compet. 1 Tian. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to challenge me. Zhou Yan froze and said with a snicker, Yi Yuan, you're also too conceited, right? The divine realm's geniuses are innumerable. Even if your cultivation speed is amazing, you don't even rank in the top 100. What right do you have to let me challenge you? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and could not even be bothered to explain at all. Yen I already promised Yi Yuan, the victor of tomorrow's Bright Moon compet. 1. Taiyan will fight with Yi Yuan for the qualifications to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. Yu Jianqiu spoke up. Zhou Yan turned rigid, his eyes filled with disbelief. Uncle Yu, you aren't joking, right? Yi Yuan, what qualifications does he have to obtain such a treatment? This decision of Yu Jianqiu's was simply too preposterous. Yi Yuan was just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. Letting him face off with the victor of tomorrow's Bright Moon compet. 1. Taiyan wasn't making a joke? Yu Jianqiu's face fell slightly, and he said, You know that Yi Yuan has this qualification. Hearing these words, Zhou Yan's heart could not help tightening. Could it be that that speculation was actually true? All right, enough C. R. AP all disperse. Lear's illness brooks, no delay. I have to start taking Lear's pulse, Yi Yuan said coolly. You? Really going to treat Lear's illness? According to what I know, wanting to treat Lear illness requires refining the soul-separating pill, right? That medicinal pill is what even alchemy emperor powerhouses can't refine. You're merely heaven enlightenment realm and can refine the soul-separating pill? Zhou Yan said with a look of contempt. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, This pill formula was given to Lear by me. Only I can refine it. As for cultivation realm, what you said is right. I indeed can't refine the soul-separating pill right now. Zhou Yan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, See, I knew it. Even if it's your own pill formula, without peak alchemy venerable strength, don't even think about this medicinal pill at all. Alchemy venerable, is it? All right then, it's too easy for me. Zhou Yan was just about to scoff in contempt when suddenly his expression changed greatly. A horrifying energy crept out. This stretch of sky suddenly dimmed. In the sky, two types of colors of tribulation clouds condensed and formed very quickly. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan actually broke through at a word of disagreement. Yi Yuan, are you insane? Transcending tribulation like this will make the Yu family become a wasteland. Yu Jianqiu said in a solemn voice. The power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was very horrifying. Yu Jianqiu was also incomparably shocked in his heart when he saw it. When ordinary people transcended tribulation, most would make ample preparations and find an empty field in the wild to transcend tribulation. But Yi Yuan was actually transcending his tribulation in front of everyone. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Refining the soul-separating pill requires the power of lightning. This heavenly tribulation's power is most suitable. Everyone wait calmly. I'll be right back. Done talking. Yi Yuan leaped and headed straight up to the ninth heaven. Yi Yuan was actually going to face the heavenly tribulation in mid-air. Crack, crack, rumble. Horrifying dual-colored heavenly tribulation hurtled down, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a loud roar and actually forcefully withstood this blow. His fleshly body was middle stage tier 8 and did not fear the power of this heavenly tribulation at all. As for the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan was even less worried. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, he had nothing to worry about at all. Rumble. Bolts of heavenly tribulation hurled down as if it was the fury of heaven. But Yi Yuan was akin to strolling idly in a courtyard being immersed inside. Finally, a final bolt of terrifying heavenly tribulation fell down. Everyone's eyes went wide. Yi Yuan actually went to grab the lightning of heavenly tribulation barehandedly. Chapter 936. Him without a doubt. Chapter 936. Him without a doubt. Yi Yuan's essence energy spewed wildly, but the lightning in his hand was unbelievably violent, wanting to kill Yi Yuan off for good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not care about the lightning's violent force at all. with his left hand pulling out a greenish-black small bottle and drawing with his essence energy. He directly stuffed the lightning into the small bottle. Hiss! So strong! Who is that? How can transcending phaseless realm, heavenly tribulation, have such horrifying power? Did you see it? He sealed the lightning barehandedly just now. This heavenly tribulation is completely like playing around to him. What he transcended was a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Transcending lightning tribulation and soul tribulation together is extremely perilous. But this boy is also too freakish, right? When Yi Yuan was transcending tribulation at the Yu family, the might was extremely great. It naturally aroused much attention, especially the scene of him barehandedly grabbing heavenly lightning. It made everyone unbelievably shocked. For some time, Yi Yuan actually became the idol of many of the Yu family's juniors. When Zhou Yan saw this scene, his expression became incomparably ugly. He thought that by breaking through to Tao Profound and achieving Emperor Realm, it was already sufficient to shake Yi Yuan off. But looking at it now, it was not that easy at all. Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the phaseless realm was simply too effortless, without incomparably daunting strength. Who dared to transcend tribulation like him? Although Yu Jianxiu was calm on the surface, he was likewise incomparably shocked in his heart. He had only heard of his name all this while, and his impression of Yi Yuan was not good. A B. Imkin used who knows what kind of method to beguile his daughter. If not looking on account of the sole martial divine king's face, the Yu family would have long made a move to kill Yi Yuan. But now, Yu Jianxiu finally knew why Yi Yuan dared to be so wildly arrogant. He was not just relying on Zhong Zizhen's awe-inspiring fame. He himself similarly had incomparably fearsome strength. Finus. H.I. Plusing transcending the tribulation. Yi Yuan strolled down leisurely, his entire person's aura rising substantially. When he arrived in front of everyone again, he actually gave people a mystifying feeling. The phaseless realm, lawless and phaseless, the entire person had a sensation of merging into heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of having extremely profound comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan's situation was clearly much more intense compared to ordinary martial artists who had just entered the phaseless realm. This indicated that Yi Yuan's comprehension toward heavenly Tao was far above ordinary first-level phaseless martial artists. Now I can refine the soul-separating pill. Facing everyone, Yuan said coolly. Zhou Yan's expression changed. Then he immediately sneered coldly and said, "If initial stage phaseless realm can refine the soul-separating pill, then wouldn't those alchemy emperor powerhouses become a joke?" The difficulty of refining the soul-separating pill had obtained goodness knows how many people's confirmation in these 7 to 8 years' time. Clearly just a tier 8 medicinal pill, but numerous alchemy emperors just could not refine it. Even someone as powerful as Quan Xingzi likewise lost under this measly little tier 8 medicinal pill. Furthermore, the pill formula Yi Yuan gave Yu Mengli, the notes were very detailed. Areas where refining the soul-separating pill needed to pay attention to. He marked each one of them. Yet, there was still no one able to refine it. Yi Yuan was very calm. He just said coolly, "In front of me they are indeed a joke." What a wildly arrogant youth. Simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This soul-separating pill came from your hands, but even alchemy emperor powerhouses can't refine it. If you, a puny little initial stage, phaseless realm, can refine it, it's probably because the pill formula you gave has issues, right? Zhou Qianru suddenly spoke up with a cold smile. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Zhou Qianru's deduction was perfectly logical and reasonable, making they all unable to refrain from having suspicions towards Yi Yuan. No reason that a medicinal pill, which even peak alchemy emperors could not refine, an initial rank alchemy venerable could refine it, right? This sort of situation simply did not conform to common sense. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhou Qianru became even more pleased with herself. She looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "You used a fake pill formula and deceived Li'er for so many years, truly malicious. Or perhaps Li'er's illness wasn't that serious in the first place. You used some trick in between to aggravate her illness. Then you lend a helping hand, so as to make Li'er follow you wholeheartedly?" The expressions of the Yu family's members became increasingly ugly, especially Zhou Yan. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was even filled with killing intent. Setting up a 10-year hoax, cheating Li'er's heart, Yi Yuan simply deserved death. Yi Yuan, you're really dark and scheming. All of us were kept in the dark by you. Li'er, don't get swindled by this abominable guy. Zhou Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at an idiot and said coolly, 5 days later, I'll publicly refine the soul-separating pill. All of the alchemists who have refined the soul-separating pill before. You all can invite them here to attend the ceremony. Whether the pill formula I gave have problems or not, it will naturally be clear at a glance at that time. The moment these words came out, everyone was incomparably stunned. Every alchemist treasured their own belongings. They were like that towards pill formulas and similarly like so towards refining method. Publicly refining the soul separation pill. This would display Yi Yuan's refining process in front of the world, receiving everyone's review and approval. Those who have refined the soul separation pill before were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They could not refine the soul separation pill. But if the pill formula really had problems, they would be able to tell. Perhaps Yi Yuan had the means to deceive 1 or 2 people. But so many alchemy emperors observing the ceremony, even if he had exceedingly high abilities, he could not deceive them either. If not for having absolute confidence in his own alchemy skills, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to do so. Also, this Ani's imaginative powers are still quite rich. But using this sort of method to sow discord between Li'er and me, I can only say hopelessly foolish. Plus, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Zhou Qianru's expression changed and was going to open her mouth and refute. But she heard Li'er slowly say, Aunt Li'er trusts Yi Yuan. If there's still anyone able to save me in this world, this person is without a doubt Yi Yuan. He won't deceive me. Also, regardless who wins the Bright Moon compet. 1. Tie in the end, the one who obtains the final victory will definitely be Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli's words were like a whip strike loss. Plussing fiercely onto Zhou Yan's heart. This trust, he had never gained it before. But Yu Mengli and Yi Yuan were merely acquainted for 10+ years. In between, even had 6 to 7 years' time they were apart. On what basis did she trust Yi Yuan like that? Li'er W.Y. Just what the L is good about this brat. Zhou Yan asked with his entire body trembling. Li'er looked at Zhou Yan and said calmly, Zhou Yan, my heart, you won't understand it. So give up. Indeed, body could understand Yu Mengli's heart. Many years ago, from that moment she saw Ji Qingyan. Her heart had been tied to him. Body else could enter. Yet, Ji Qingyan's demise made her heart like dead ashes for a time. What she did not expect was that she went to the lower realms to distract herself from her worries, but ran into Yi Yuan miraculously. And this youth actually gradually superimposed with that person, making her dead heart slowly revive. To Yu Mengli, nothing was more beautiful than this. However, what truly made Yu Mengli unbelievably joyous was still that sentence Yi Yuan just said earlier. Your man is naturally the strongest. Could it be that she finally obtained his acknowledgement? Chapter 937. Vow to travel together with you. Chapter 937. Vow to travel together with you. The stars in the sky above shone brilliantly. A bright and clear moon hung at the corner of an orderly arrangement of houses along a street. Bright Moon City's moon was different from other places. Looking from here, the moon was always round and did not have cycles of waxing and waning. Bright Moon City got its name from here. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Lifting his head to look at the moon, he sighed emotionally. 300 years a cycle. Vast sun and bright moon. The two cities are finally going to have the sun and moon H.I. plusing together again. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. I wonder if this time anyone in your two families will succeed or not. However, I feel that, Lier, you have very high hopes. Lier fell behind, slightly by half a step. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth to say, "You seem to be very familiar with the vast sun and bright moon two cities." Yi Yuan turned around, looked at Yu Mingli, and said with a light smile, "You don't have to approach the subject in a roundabout manner to find the answer, I can tell you. Your conjecture is correct." Yu Mingli's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of not daring to believe it. It was not that the result was unexpected, but Yi Yuan's candidness that made her somewhat taken by surprise. When at the Endless World, Yu Mingli wanted to find the answer once. But Yi Yuan did not give her a chance at all. After returning to Bright Moon City, she gradually thought it through instead. Yu Mingli was able to confirm that she had really fallen for Yi Yuan. But today, when Yi Yuan told her the answer so casually and played it down, she was somewhat seized with panic instead. Yes, it was seized with panic. This youth in front of her was really that lord. If Yi Yuan was Yi Yuan, Yu Mingli would do her best to love him. But when Yi Yuan was not Yi Yuan, she did not know what kind of an ATTI to use to face him. The mentality before and after was completely different. That lord was an apex figure, standing high above them all. SES in the divine realm, an existence which she needed to look up to. But Yi Yuan was merely just a lower realm's measly little aboriginal. Yet these two people actually really coincided together miraculously. Why did your excellency tell me this? The calm and collected Yu Mingli finally lost composure this time. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Didn't you always wanted to know very much? Since you want to know, I'll tell you." Yu Mingli fell into a daze, not expecting that the reason was actually so simple. After the surprise, a hint of sweetness trickled past in Yu Mingli's heart. This matter was of utmost importance. It might even affect the divine realm situation in the future. To Yi Yuan, this was a colossal secret too. Once it was exposed, it would even draw a fatal disaster. But he still told her. But in the past, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "In the past my heart was uncertain. Now my heart is already moved." Yu Mingli's delicate body trembled, but still somewhat doubted the words she had just heard, her eyes shocked to the core. A strong arm gently took her into his arms and said, "Lier, you know that I'm carrying a blood feud. So, some things I don't think about them and dare not think either. But that instant when you hugged me, I discovered that I already can't lie to myself anymore." Yu Mingli did not speak, but Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that she was trembling in his embrace. "My lord, I'm so happy." After a long time, these few words transmitted out from his embrace and was actually somewhat choking with sobs. Under the bright moon, two people hugged, with no words in the middle of the night. No idea how long had said either. Yu Mingli said softly in Yi Yuan's embrace, "My lord, call me Yi Yuan. The past have faded like smoke. In this life, the name Yi Yuan will inevitably shake the divine realm." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Yu Mingli nodded her head slightly and corrected herself. Yi Yuan, the spirit snow divine king, Yi Yuan fell silent and finally let out a sigh and said, "Me and spirit snow, perhaps we weren't meant to be. Compared to her, I care about you more." Yi Yuan sensed that the Yu Mingli in his arms hugged him even tighter. Another moment of silence. This time, it was Yi Yuan who opened his mouth first. "Lier, you should know my matters. Honestly speaking, I also don't know just what kind of existence I'm facing. But I think that Ji Kanglin is probably not the most terrifying one. Maybe Yi Yuan did not finish saying when a delicate finger was already placed on his lips, preventing him from continuing. Yu Mingli slowly got up and met Yi Yuan's eyes, saying sincerely, Yi Yuan, you don't know how happy I am right now. When I saw Milord's elegant bearing back then, I was already smitten by Milord. I swore back then to only marry Milord in this lifetime. When I heard the grievous news being spread over, Lear felt like the world was going to collapse. It was also starting from then that the innate battle soul physique awakened, making me suffer the agony of the divine soul tearing from time to time. Later, I brought Yen'er to the endless world to distract myself. Even in my dreams, I never thought that I could meet with you again either. I thought that this is the so-called fate that people talked about, right? Therefore, no matter how arduous the road ahead is, Lear vows to travel together with you. Yu Mingli's gaze was incomparably firm. She wanted to use her actions to defend this hard-earned fate. Thank you, Lear, Yi Yuan said excitedly. Lear had an outwardly soft and inwardly tough personality, things that she decided even 8 horses could not drag it back. Apart from this, she was also so considerate. No matter what, she would think of Yi Yuan's standpoint to consider problems. Perhaps it was precisely because of these that she moved Yi Yuan's heart. 5 days later, the Yu family's martial arts practice field was packed full of people. At this time, the practicing field became an enormous pill refining room. The Yu family was an ancient alchemy family too. Many members of the Yu family had alchemist backgrounds. Therefore, the Yu family's alchemy emperor powerhouses were quite a few. At this time at the practice field, just the alchemy emperor powerhouses were as many as 20 to 30. The soul-separating pill originated from this young man's hands. It looks like he has merely just stepped into alchemy venerable realm. Family heads said that the soul-separating pill might be incomplete or was tampered with. But this old man had refined many times and didn't discover any areas that were amiss. Me too. If, say, this young man can use some sort of method to hoodwink us, these old fellows, then his alchemy Dao attainments are also too scary. At present, Yi Yuan was currently being surrounded in the center of the field. A group of alchemy emperor powerhouses was making frivolous remarks about him. These people had all refined the soul-separating pill before, but not a single person discovered that the soul-separating pill had issues. But Zhou Qianru's words still fermented in the midst of these people. After all, a Tier 8 medicinal pill that so many alchemy emperors could not refine, this was also too strange. Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked. They saw the 8 extremities war chariot descending from the sky. It's Lord Quan Xingzi. Family had actually invited Lord Quan Xingzi to come and attend the ceremony. Everyone said in astonishment. As a peak alchemy emperor, the Alchemist A.S. Association's vice chairman, Quan Xingzi's status in the divine realm was exceedingly high. And today he actually personally came to the Yu family to attend the ceremony for the sake of a puny little Tier 8 medicinal pill. This was also too strange. Except they did not know that Quan Xingzi had also attempted to refine the soul-separating pill before, but the result was a failure. He was also very curious what kind of Tier 8 medicinal pill it was that even he actually could not refine it to. Chapter 938. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron appears. Chapter 938. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron appears. From the 8 extremities war chariot, down came an old man with a skinny face. The old man had a sage-like appearance, looking to have the air of a great master. This old man was well known in the divine realm. Behind the old man even followed a young man. He did not look old, but his cultivation realm was not low. He already reached peak phaseless realm. From this young man's badge, one could tell that he was actually already a peak alchemy venerable at a young age. Getting off the war chariot, The young man's gaze when he looked at Yi Yuan was filled with contempt and thick enmity. Lord Quan Xingzi, honorable nephew Liang Yuan, this way please. Yu Jianqiu's attitude was very courteous. Quan Xingzi nodded his head, but opened his mouth to say, just a second. Family head Yu, I'm very interested in this little friend Yi Yuan. Can you allow this elderly self to have a few words with him? Yu Jianqiu smiled and said, Of course, go ahead, Your Excellency. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently resting with his eyes closed. Quan Xingzi slowly came before him and opened his mouth to ask, Little friend Yi Yuan, this elderly self is the Alchemist A.S. Association's vice chairman, Quan Xingzi. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, I know. Quan Xingzi froze, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually had such an attitude. With his status, even when alchemy emperor powerhouses saw him, they would also have to bow down and greet. But this little guy in front of him actually dismissed him with 2 words. Brat, what kind of attitude is this? You are still not paying respects when you see my master? Liang Yuan was indignant and immediately voiced out to reproach. But Yi Yuan did not even take notice of him. He said indifferently, Those attending the ceremony go over there and sit. If there's nothing, don't interrupt my meditation. In the divine realm, the Medicine King Hall and Alchemist A.S. Association were sworn enemies. Before the Ji father and son died, the 2 houses fought for Ji. Oh, D knows how many years. Although the Alchemist A.S. Association was powerful and influential, the Ji fathers and sons' alchemy Tao strength were too heaven-defying. To really estimate it, they were roughly evenly matched in strength. The Alchemist A.S. Association was incomparably overbearing, wanting to control all of the alchemists in the world, and the Medicine King Hall's existence was a major threat to their authority. So back then, the Alchemist A.S. Association tried to suppress the Medicine King Hall. This Quan Xingzi naturally took part in it too. Seeing the Alchemist A.S. Association's people, it would be weird if Yi Yuan could show a good attitude. When Liang Yuan saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was haughty, he immediately blew his top. He was just about to give him a scolding, but was stopped by Quan Xingzi. Hoo-hoo, looks like little friend has some misunderstanding towards this old man. But some things this old man still has to ask, Quan Xingzi said. Yi Yuan said indifferently, ask away. May I ask, little friend, where this soul-separating pill formula came from? Does little friend really have the confidence to refine it? Quan Xingzi opened his mouth to ask. This question you asked is ridiculous. If I can't refine it, could it be that I deliberately called so many people over to make a spectacle of myself? As for the origin of the pill formula, no comment. Yi Yuan laughed mockingly. Quan Xingzi could not help being stifled when he heard that. Nodding his head, he sat down on the seat of honor. This Yi Yuan was clearly very hostile towards him. It was just that he could not understand it. He had never met Yi Yuan before, so why was he like this? The group of alchemy emperors all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too presumptuous, right? What kind of status did Quan Xingzi have? He actually dared to talk like this. Was he not afraid of the Alchemist A.S. Association's boycott? One had to know that after the Medicine King Hall changed banners, the Alchemist A.S. Association became the Alchemy World Sovereign. Once the Alchemist A.S. Association carried out a boycott towards an alchemist, then this person would be very tragic. It was just that Lord Quan Xingzi was good-tempered and would not stoop to Yi Yuan's level. After an hour, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly stood up. Everyone suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. Yi Yuan actually became like a different person. On his body actually had the air of a great master. Even those alchemy emperors sighed at their inferiority too. An old and shabby incense burner appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Seeing this incense burner, everyone could not help being dumbfounded. They were wondering what kind of medicinal cauldron Yi Yuan would bring out. They did not think that it was actually a dilapidated incense burner. This thing could also refine pills? Haha. This brat is indeed trying to impress people by doing something sensational. If a lousy incense burner can refine pills too, that it would truly be the biggest joke in the world. Liang Yuan burst into laughter. The surroundings where Yi Yuan was refining had a noise-isolating array formation set up. He could not hear Liang Yuan's mocking. He held the incense burner on the palm of his left hand and bit a finger on his right hand. A drop of fresh blood dripped onto the incense burner. Instantaneously, a terrifying aura undulated out. The smile on Liang Yuan's face instantly turned stiff right there. Quan Xingzi shot to his feet and cried out in shock, "Dragon Sovereign Cauldron! How is this possible? How can the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron possibly be in his hands?" Seeing his master lose composure like so, even if Liang Yuan was any dumber, he would also know that the origin of the worn-out incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was extraordinary. "Master, what is the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron?" Forget about Liang Yuan. Even those alchemy emperors did not know the origins of the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron either. Quan Xingzi drew a deep breath and cleverly concealed the scorching heat in his eyes and opened his mouth to say, "In the ancient era, an exceedingly powerful alchemy God powerhouse had once appeared in the Dragon Clan before he achieved deity realm. What he used was the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron accompanied him for half his life. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron looks just like a small incense burner normally. But once it encounters dragon blood, it will immediately transform to become a top-tier medicinal cauldron." Everyone all drew a cold breath. They did not think that the origin of the shabby incense burner in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so great. The medicinal cauldron of an alchemy God. Even if it was just the medicinal cauldron before becoming a deity, the power was also unimaginable. A dumbfounded look showed on Liang Yuan's face. He was still mocking Yi Yuan before this. Did not expect that in a twinkle he had his face utterly smacked. "Master, just what grade is this Dragon Sovereign Cauldron?" Liang Yuan asked. Quan Xingzi fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth to say, if it must be CLA. Sifid, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron can absolutely squeeze into the ranks of transcendent grade holy artifacts. However, the power of the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron should be even stronger than transcendent grade holy artifacts. Hiss! The group of alchemy emperors sucked in cold breaths. Their eyes, when looking at that tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand, were filled with intense heat. To an alchemist, the medicinal cauldron was everything. In his past life, Yi Yuan's equipped sword was merely a top-grade holy artifact, while the limitless cauldron was an extremely hard-to-come-by transcendent-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a transcendent-grade holy artifact medicinal cauldron in his hands. How could they stay calm with this? In a twinkle, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron expanded several times and was already not much different from ordinary medicinal cauldrons. Well, at this time, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's dilapidated appearance already completely faded away. Dragon Qi revolved around the entire medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside the medicinal cauldron, transmitted out powerful undulations of array formations. Without a doubt, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was a transcendent-grade holy artifact. In a corner, Yu Mingli's gaze when looking at Yu Mingli was filled with wars. I plus P and affection. This man, even if he lost his previous life's halo, he was still so dazzling to the extent at P. Ket the eye. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the operating platform. Several dozen stocks of spirit medicine were placed on the operating platform, only to see him wave his sleeves grandly, sweeping those several dozen stocks of spirit medicine into the air. Boom! Yi Yuan abruptly slapped a palm out. An intense tremor emitted in the air. Those several dozen stocks of spirit medicine were directly turned to dust. Chapter 939, Pinnacle Refinement. Chapter 939, Pinnacle Refinement. Quan Xingzi had just sat back down and recovered from his shock of seeing the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Seeing Yi Yuan shatter the spirit medicines to dust, he suddenly stood up again, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Quan Xingzi cried out in shock. Not just him. All of the alchemy emperors were incomparably shocked. They did not recognize the dragon's sovereign cauldron, but they all knew shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was a method to extract and refine the medicinal embryo. Talking about it was simple, but alchemists who were able to do it were a meager lot. Cruz, H.I. plussing the spirit medicines to dust with one palm. This was nothing difficult. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The hard part was essence energy control, not allowing the spirit medicine's medicinal strength to flow away. The difficulties involved, even for alchemy emperor powerhouses who were very experienced old-timers. It was very hard to accomplish it too. Yi Yuan was merely 20 over years of age, and he could actually accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. How could this not astound them? Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, this method was not flaunting technique, but that this kind of extraction and refining method made it easier to form the pill and refine high-quality medicinal pills. Shattering the spirit medicines, then integrating them together. This way was more beneficial to the distribution ratio between the various spirit medicines and having sufficient contact. This way, during the refinement process, the loss of medicinal strength would be even lesser. The fusion between the various spirit medicines would also be easier. But this kind of method, if one's level of skill was not up to par, it was very easy to lose medicinal strength and make the medicinal pill even harder to refine instead. Therefore, alchemists who dared to shatter medicine and condense the embryo were all undoubtedly people who were extremely experienced and had unparalleled strength. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo at an age like Yi Yuan's was virtually impossible to succeed. This Brett isn't deliberately posturing, right? How can shattering medicine and condensing the embryo be so easy to accomplish? An alchemy emperor praised. After the shock, everyone was all somewhat scoffing in contempt towards Yi Yuan's actions. Liang Yuan took these voices into his ears and deeply felt that way too. This brat was definitely intentionally posturing to show off skill. In a while, when he refined a useless pill, see if he still dare to be so OCKY. But in a corner, Yu Mingli was secretly laughing in her heart. If even Yi Yuan could not accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then body in this world could do it. That one currently refining pills was Qing Yunzi. The Yi Yuan who entered a pill refining state was already completely focused without distracting thoughts. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him, only to see his hands' actions as swift as lightning, drawing in those shattered until virtually could not be seen spirit medicine fine powder together. Very soon, a sparkling and crystal clear medicinal embryo appeared on his left hand. Done with these, his right hand did not pause in the slightest, drawing a circle high in the air. The cleansing sandal, sacred flame, immediately condensed to form a fire ring. Yi Yuan's right hand made waves-like movements. That fire ring gradually started to surge. Rumble. On top of that fire ring, another fire ring actually condensed and formed once more. Cleansing sandal's sacred flame. 9-story pag. Oda. This boy is simply G. Oda like. 9-story pag. Oh, it is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Even you and I are unable to accomplish it too. This fire-controlling art requires repeated tempering. Even if one trained for 100 years, they might not be able to learn the rudiments either. This boy is just around 20 years old. How in the world did he do it? The crowd of alchemy emperors' cries of shock rose one after another, being utterly astonished by Yi Yuan's fire-controlling means. It was only to see the fire rings in Yi Yuan's hand pile on one layer by one layer, It became the shape of a pag. Oh, very quickly. Rumble. Yi Yuan formed an incantation with his right hand. The 9-story pag. Oh, directly sunk into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Instantaneously, the dragon's sovereign cauldron started seething with excitement. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Lightly plussing with his left hand, the medicinal embryo entered the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Following which, Yi Yuan's body was akin to a wandering dragon, revolving around the dragon's sovereign cauldron and firing in spells nonstop. The movements of his hands and feet were extremely profound. With this, cries of alarm sounded out again. 8 diagrams, Wandering Dragon's Secret Art. It's the 8 diagrams, Wandering Dragon's Secret Art. How can he possibly grasp such a profound refining method? Starting from when Yi Yuan stood up, the group of alchemy emperors was seemingly like a bunch of primary school students watching a master's exhibition match, being shocked by Yi Yuan's performance unceasingly. First was shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then the Tier 8 cleansing sandal sacred flame, the 9-story pag. Oh, the fire controlling art, and lastly this 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's Secret Art. It thoroughly set them ablaze. A roughly 20 years old young man. How could he possibly have such profound alchemy skills? This scene was simply unbelievable. The 8 diagrams, Wandering Dragon's Secret Art, was one of the divine realm's pinnacle-most refinement methods. Those able to grasp this refinement method were all the divine realm's pinnacle-most existences. How did Yi Yuan acquire it? Furthermore, his refining method was even extremely well practiced. This was simply too inconceivable. Yu Jianqiu's eyes flickered, faintly having some surmises in his heart. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had extremely deep ties to the sole martial divine king? Otherwise, how could a 20-year-old brat possibly have such attainments in alchemy? His gaze involuntarily looked towards his daughter, but saw that Yu Mengli was long mesmerized from watching. Yu Jianik could not help heaving a sigh. His daughter had always been cold. When had she ever displayed such a young girl's side before? Yi Yuan's state was getting better and better. The maneuver of his hands and footwork became increasingly profound. Gradually, a strange kind of atmosphere undulated out. Those present were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They detected this aspect very acutely. Yi Yuan entered the legendary realm. To be able to exhibit the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's Secret Art to the legendary realm, how heaven-defying an alchemy Dao attainment did this require? All the alchemy emperors exchanged glances, seeing the astoundment in the other party's eyes. This young man's attainments in the alchemy path was seriously too terrifying. Quan Xingzi's eyes were glued onto Yi Yuan's actions, as if wanting to see through him completely. He really wanted to know why he could not refine the soul-separating pill. But the Yi Yuan in the legendary realm, each move and each stance all had a feeling of being an ensemble of nature. This sort of feeling already gradually aligned with heavenly Tao. One could say that Yi Yuan had already gradually touched the pinnacle realm of alchemy Tao. Under such a state, refining out any kind of medicinal pill would also not be strange. He wanted to know, but he could not perceive why. Quan Xingzi's alchemy strength left no room for doubt. Even when Yi Yuan was at his prime, wanting to beat Quan Xingzi was not something that easy either. But this soul-separating pill was different. It was a pill formula that Yi Yuan took out. How the duration and degree of heating between the spirit medicines should be grasped, only Yi Yuan himself knew. Furthermore, this sort of thing could be understood, but not expressed with words. Although it was just a Tier 8 medicinal pill, the difficulty of refining was indisputable. Even with Yi Yuan's pill formula, this medicinal pill was also not what ordinary people could refine. In a blink, half a day's time Pa said. This half a day, the alchemy emperors all stared at Yi Yuan refining the pill without blinking. But they did not feel the least bit weary and dreary. On the contrary, each and every one of their faces all had agitated looks like they had obtained the most valuable treasure. This level of master S refinement was not that easy to come across. Right at this time, Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, "Condense!" All of a sudden, the dragon's sovereign cauldron emitted an incomparably resplendent brilliance, piercing until people could not open their eyes. Not long after, the splendor faded away, and Yi Yuan's figure appeared.